How's it going, everybody? Happy Friday. I jumped in pretty deep into this shiny badge quest last night, and it's been fun so far. Got 344 encounters. I'm learning all about the odds in Gen 8, which are pretty damn confusing, let me tell you. I watched about 10 videos and, kind of understand it now. Basically, Brilliant Aura Pokemon are important. You need to kill 500 to maximize your odds. It takes a while. But right now we got 100 kills on Wooloo, Rookidee, and Squovit. And I'm going to be working on getting that for Nickit here to start the day. But yeah, hoping we can get that shine today. It'd be great. This is going to be a long stream, so getting ready to jump into it. But before we start, just got to make sure everything is running smoothly. Anybody that joins, let me know if the audio is off. I'm still new to this. Anybody that joins, let me know if I'm still new to this streaming thing. All right. And we will get started very soon. All right, let's get the Celsius going. Oh, I'm pumped for this. I'm pumped to shiny hunt all day. I'm pumped to hopefully get a couple viewers on this thing, but yeah, let's start getting some Nickit encounters. I was running a shiny Eevee that I transferred up from Pokemon Silver. I had it on my 3DS, did a little shiny hunting in that, got the shiny Eevee, but then I cloned like 50 of them, so they're all made in a lab. But basically, it's above level 20 now, so it doesn't obey, so we can't really use it for the encounters anymore, but it was fun to use for a little bit there. Also, the shiny animation over and over again just like literally built up over time. I turned off battle animations too, just so I could churn through these battles a bit more. But the good thing is, once we get to the point where all of these are at 500, hopefully I get the shiny before that. But basically, once that happens, I'll be able to. I won't need to defeat every single Pokemon, but I have a feeling we'll get the shiny before that. Yeah, like for the 4 Pokemon that I'm targeting, that would mean like 2,000 encounters already with descending odds. So I feel like we'll have it by then. Um, yeah, that'd be crazy if I didn't. But basically, to give you a rundown of how shiny hunting works in this game, essentially what you need to do first is maximize your chance of getting a brilliant aura Pokemon. So we'll probably encounter one soon, but essentially what that means is every now and then you'll see this like golden aura around the overworld encounters. And within that, after you've those Pokemon over time, as you've battled more of them, more of that species, you will get a higher percent chance of Brilliant Aura Pokemon. So basically, once you get to 100, 100 battles against a Pokemon, then you'll have a 3% chance of encountering Brilliant Aura. And also, there are basically thresholds that you need to pass. So, to maximize your shiny odds within a Brilliant Aura Pokemon, you need to get defeat 500 or catch 500. So basically, the goal here is today we're going to get to 100 for everything, and then I'm probably going to target Rookidee specifically, um, and try to go for that. I'll dabble in Wooloo a little bit too. I think Wooloo and Rookidee are probably my main targets right now. But um, yeah, I think. Um, but yeah, it's a little convoluted. It's really not a great method, but I kind of like it because like I'm going to be using it for this run, but it doesn't, technically it won't be full odds hunting. Um, but I think overall, like it feels more like a full odds hunt than SOS chains, it's pretty easy. I made a team of 6 without too much of a grind. I think I was under 100 hours by the end of the playthrough. So with this playthrough, I'm sure I will be well above it. I think I'm already at like 7 or 8 hours, and I'm on Route 2 right now. But yeah, as you can see, I already got a Raboot, my Messy. Yeah. I don't know if it's just me, but I think the graphics look pretty good in this game. Coming back to it, I think it was a little overhated. Oh, we got a little Yamper. We'll sneak in a Yamper encounter. Oops. Rookity encounter. My bad. Um, I think the wild area definitely looks a bit worse than the more linear routes. I think they were able to do a little bit more environmentally within the routes, but um, yeah, like just this first stretch that's already spent way too much time in, I think looks pretty good. And the battle scenes are pretty nice. We have battle animations turned off, but there's a lot of cool ones. Like when Wooloo does the battle animation, it rolls towards you, and I think it's pretty cute. All right. So I'm going to chat through my top 10 Pokemon because I don't think I've established a top 10. I've always prescribed or subscribed to the idea that you should have a top 6. Everyone talks top 5, top 10. I think for Pokemon, you should have your team top 6. So we'll go through top 6 and then honorable mentions will get us to 10. So 1-1 is Kanto Marowak. It's kind of funny because it wasn't like my favorite as a kid, but I used one in a Leaf Green playthrough. It was kind of funny. I was ramping up for the E4 and I would just was on Cerebi and I remember seeing the sprite for Marowak and I thought it was the coolest looking thing. So I was probably in like 5th grade or middle school and just from there on out, it became my favorite. I think it was that random episode where of the anime when Ash battles that guy and he steals his badges and he had a Marowak and I don't know why I like him from that, but I think that episode I just was like, wow, Marowak's sick. Um, you know, wearing the skull of your dead mother is pretty hardcore, especially for a younger guy. I was entering my angsty teenage years, so that type of edge lordiness, like I thought was sick. But yeah, so Kanto, Marowak 1-1. Number 2, namesake of the channel, Ladian. Love Ladian. I've always thought it was cool from the start. I pulled in like Neo Genesis or Neo Seekers, I can't remember which set it was, but the Light Ladian. Look that up. It is so cool. Um, and ever since then, I've loved it. Um, One that like kind of came later, Gen 5, I love Galvantula. I think it's so cool. It's like I don't know why. I think it's the typing. I thought it like got compound eyes, making Thunder more um a little bit better. Yeah, we gotta. I don't think I even caught one of these. And we'll catch this Zigzagoon here as long as I don't kill it. Just throw a Pokeball. It's level 5. One thing I do like about this game is it just gives you $30,000 right off the rip. So like for shiny hunting, just low stress for getting that first one. Although on the first route, when you first start the game, you just get the 5 balls, and I like basically used 4 of them to catch the Route 1 guys. And literally, I was like, if I see the shiny right now, I'm gonna be so pissed, and it'll be such a stressful encounter. Better than having 0 balls and that happening, but we're naming this Kias. You all know why. Absolutely hilarious that they just themed a Pokemon after Kiss. Like, that is just peak design. They gave no fucks, and we're just like, we're doing this. We think this is sick. And it worked. I feel like it was a little bit of a risky play because it seems like almost the reference to the outer world, like to the real world and like real pop culture, like a little risky. Not everybody's a big Kiss fan, but um, I think it just like I just think it worked so well. The risk paid off. All right, now we need to farm naked encounters. But we'll do a little bit of a what's this little guy's name? Choodle. He's a cute little guy, and I can't remember the evolve form for why can't I think of the name? But like the evolution, Dreadnought, it's shiny is unreal. So if this is who we get, then I will be very happy. But we'll try to ramp up. We'll sneak in some encounters there. But the guys you see on the screen of the stream are the main targets. Wooloo, Nickit, and honestly, like Squovit's probably the one I want the least, but I just gotta take the odds. I gotta see where the odds are getting me. But Rookidee is kind of the big chase because I think it'll be good for the first gym. I think it's a bug gym to start off. But Wooloo is also just a classic. I almost don't want to evolve it. I think it looks better as Wooloo than Double. Back to my top 10 though. So we have Kanto, Marowak, Ladian, Galvantula. Love the typing. And then, so that's 3. Porygon 2. Politoed. So that's 5. And then coming in at... This is tough, because I feel like I'm kind of neglecting this gen and like a lot of the later gens. Gen 7 must have something. I would have to get a list in front of me, but I'm going to throw... I really like Togetic. It's not a popular opinion, but I like Togetic more than Togekiss. I don't know what it is. I think it's a fun, especially as I've gotten older, it's really fun Pokemon to use. It has a lot of like good strategic Nuzlocke type moves to use. Specifically like ripping Encores, Wish, and then it has good special attack. And you just like if you train it in defense, then it actually becomes very viable. As just like a normal playthrough. And in a Nuzlocke specifically, it oh no, my encounters aren't going up. That's not good. Let me get this working. Might need to oh, I see why. Okay. I just didn't set it up fully. Alright, we will change that. 1 second. The encounter counter wasn't going up. So we are gonna increment it. I think I've had like we'll call it 6 encounters, and then we gotta fix that after. I figured out how to get an auto counter going recently. I've learned so much about Photoshop, OBS, and just kind of streaming in general over like the last week. It's been a fun project to do in my free time. Feels productive, but like after a long day of work and then like figuring out how to like do all this stuff on here, it's like mentally exhausting. My brain is just mush by the end of the day because I work full day and then I kind of work after because the streaming stuff it's fun to do once you get it set up, but like setting it all up is pretty difficult. So it's been a pretty fun time. All right, so let's get a Nickit encounter, and then we'll chalk it up to like about. All right, is it working? No, not yet. Okay, I think I need to open the window again. All right, so this is set up, and we open the source window. Bring this over here. All right, I think we're set up now. Let me just do 8. Okay. Not a big energy drink guy, but I will say these Celsiuses are pretty palatable overall. I think they are better than most um, energy drinks. Much more aligned with soda than an actual energy drink. The monster stuff after like my freshman year of high school, I just like couldn't do those anymore. In high school, we would rip this pre-workout called Jack 3D, and that stuff was so bad for you. But it honestly, I think that's where my caffeine addiction started. Was just having that as pre-workout, and now I'm just a caffeine addict. I probably have like 4 to 6 espresso shots a day, but I love me some espresso. So you gotta encounter these Zigzagoons. It's not part of. I don't think we're not counting um, the pokes on this route that aren't on Route One as part of the encounters, but I gotta encounter the Zigzagoons because that low key would be a sick shiny to go through. Obstagoon has probably the best shiny of any um, any poke in. Huh? It didn't work. Let me just start. Okay. I think we'll get the catch up on the next encounter of Nickit. But yeah, for those who don't know, basically you need to get 100 encounters in against, not 100 encounters, 100 battles against them, and you can track that in your Pokedex. And basically, you either need to defeat it or catch it, and that counts as a battle. Once you get to 100, you have maxed out your odds of getting a brilliant aura version of the Pokemon in the overworld, and that's when it has that glowing, like goldish aura around it, and that rate increases to 3% once you've battled 100 of them. And then you want to battle up to 500 to maximize your shiny odds. So I think there's thresholds every 50 or 100 Pokemon to increase your odds. So we're just going to be conducting genocide of all these. I must have the wrong. Huh. Okay. I see what I need to do. Browse, make it. Yeah, this is 3. So sorry, my counter is still not working. We'll do this to 10 now. Okay. Sorry, still figuring out exactly how this auto counter works. Once you get it set up, it works really well, but I forgot to finish it before starting the stream. So we didn't capture all of them. All right, yeah, we'll get the Chewtle encounter here. Chewtle's so cute. Just an angry little guy. All right, so we went through my top 6 favorite Pokemon. I think my for honorable mentions, it's tough. I need a list. I can't like grab them. I would just be saying random guys at this point, but realistically, you need to give me a top 30 because I feel like after the top like 3 or 4, it's kind of a wash where it's like a tier break, and then I like almost all of them equally. All right, we need to find a Nickit. Oh, what do we got here? Lotad. I didn't know you could encounter that here. Just a cute little lily pad. But yeah, I don't know if anyone here has been following the Xbox drama and all the layoffs. That's been interesting to see develop, and it's funny, depending on the social media or just like platform you're on, like there's such different viewpoints, especially on Reddit. There's just like they seem very pro developer and layoffs are bad. However, I think that Bethesda has been totally mismanaging their IP for a long time. All right, so 350, so that worked that time. So we're gonna do one more of those, and then I think the encounters will be working and be caught up because I feel like we're at about 16 encounters on the day. But yeah, like Bethesda's just mismanaged their IP so much, and it's kind of brutal because my two favorite franchises are Pokemon and Elder Scrolls, and I'll throw Fallout in there too. And Pokemon has had the habit of releasing games a little too fast and not polishing the games nearly enough for each release. Meanwhile, I haven't gotten an Elder Scrolls game in 15 years, and it sounds like it's going to be quite a bit longer before we even get a, you know, I don't think 2027 is even in play at this point. It's probably going to be 2028 at the earliest. So I'm just caught between a franchise that releases a game almost too quickly. I am honestly the waiting for Winds and Waves. I think is only a good thing. I think we're going to get the best, most polished game we've had, and as long as they implement some cool new mechanics into the game, I think we're going to have an absolute banger. But then on Bethesda's side, just um, the games just take so long to release. It's brutal. So if Bethesda and Game Freak could just meet in the middle and, you know, maybe release a game every like 4 or 5 years, I think it would be so much better. All right. And okay. Huh. Two open. All right. We'll see if this works. I feel like I thought I had it set up, but I just don't want it to be double counting things. So we'll see if that works. But yeah, we might see my shiny Eevee evolve today. It kind of seems like it'll be during the day, so I think we're lined up for a shiny Espeon. I kind of want a shiny Umbreon. I was hoping that last night I wasn't I recorded the shiny hunting session. That's how we got to 360 encounters here. Yeah, I was grinding. I think I started at 30 and got all the way up to like 340 or something. I was yeah, ripping them. And like for half of that, I had battle animations on, and I was using the shiny Eevee, so it was not the quickest hunting. So hoping to get it, but I was really hoping that last night I would get the shiny Eevee to evolve, so I could have a shiny Umbreon because that is like the coolest shiny there is. But no dice. But yeah, feel bad for all of the developers that got laid off, but honestly, I put the blame on leadership. I like Todd. I think he's a good face of the company for Bethesda, but he's kind of mismanaged the strategy with their IP. It's taken too long. They're, I think they banked a little too much on the um, online games like Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76, and I'm glad people that love those games, that's great. But especially with an RPG, I'm much more single player oriented. I like kind of getting lost in a world, and um, you know, it's more of a personal, like single player experience for me when it comes to RPGs. So those games really never moved the needle for me. That being, I played Elder Scrolls Online for a little bit. I got to like level 10, but then it just wasn't for me. I'm not a big MMO guy. Um, and Fallout 76, I haven't tried, but oh, another Lotad. Yeah. So they did announce that they're remaking both Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 officially. we kind of knew about Fallout 3. I don't think Fallout New Vegas was confirmed, but there were leaks years ago during some court thing where their roadmap got released like formally through the courts. So we kind of knew about the Oblivion remaster and the Fallout 3 remaster, but nice to get confirmation on those and just them open up a little bit more about what's coming. I think that I don't have that expectation that we know everything that's coming down the line, but when you haven't released a mainline Fallout game in 10 years and for Elder Scrolls it's been 15, you got to give us something, you know. It's just it's kind of crazy that they've been so lackadaisical with their ability to release games. And meanwhile, they're just re-releasing new versions of Fallout 4 and Skyrim literally every year. So I love those games, but I actually started the year by doing a 100% playthrough of Skyrim. I finally got every achievement. I never even done the Dragonborn DLC, so finally got that done. But real excited for more Bethesda games to come out. Long overdue. I've been a starved fan. I'm surprised I haven't seen any Brilliant Aura pokes yet. That's what we need. So within the Brilliant Aura, I'm not exactly sure what the odds are. Let me look that up. I want to have all of this. No, ChatGPT will not answer correctly. ChatGPT is really good for if you know nothing about something. Like when I was like hopping onto Photoshop, I was kind of lost, and I watched a couple tutorial videos that helped, but uh, like for direction on how to do specific things, ChatGPT has actually been great. But for something like this, I don't think you can't trust it too much. I think if you need a step-by-step instruction on using a tool you don't know, it's pretty good. But for like kind of eccentric shiny hunting information, I do not trust it. I actually saw a pretty good Smogon had a pretty good chart. Yep. So after 100, it's 1 in 1024. So we got a pretty good chance of getting that today. I just need to get. It's really all those Brilliant Aura folks. So we're up to the 3% Brilliant Aura. So we're gonna have to start looking for those. But I can basically have the odds. Ooh, we're getting a blue bug evolution. Here we go. Let's go. Dottler's a cute little guy. Looks like a little dome fortress thing. Looks like scientific experiments happen in that guy. As it grows inside its shell, it uses its psychic abilities to monitor the outside world and prepare for evolution. So this guy's just, you know, ready to become Orbeetle. Oh, reflect light screen. Nice. Confusion. Well, that's kind of funny. They give it like no moves. What level did it evolve at? I don't even know. Okay. Yeah, I love Orbeetle. I think it's one of the best early route bugs that they've come out with. All right, I need to. Yep. Now Orbeetle, one of the coolest evolutions. They were actually cooking for a little bit there because Vikavolt in Gen 7 is sick. And then Orbeetle is just top notch in my opinion. And I like the bug psychic combo. I think it's an interesting type combination. And yeah, I feel like they've gone super generic with most of them, but They started cooking. Gen 5 with Scolipede. That was a really cool one. I think every poke in that line is very cool. That'd be a fun video, just ranking all bugs. I feel like, you know, as the weakest type, it's kind of fun to think about what's actually the best. What does Power Trip even do? Oh, that's pretty cool. So if you just use Hone Claws, you get the double attack. Yeah. Yeah, we'll drop Leer just because I'm not going to use any of these pokes, but I'm just trying to get some dex completion while I do all this grinding. All right, but we need to see some Brilliant Aura pokes. It's only 3%, and I've seen 3 Zigzagoons, and not a single, which is a 2% encounter, and not a single Brilliant Aura. Just yeah, I I took the Friday off work today just so I could do a long stream, so here we are. Work's been crazy lately too, so I was just looking for a little bit of a break. Wonder how the Brilliant Aura rolls work. Like once you get the pokes to over 100 battles, I wonder if it's just like each roll of that overworld poke has a 3% chance of having the Brilliant Aura. Because I kind of hope it stacks like that, just so I can maximize my odds of seeing one. Because once we finish up Naked, I'm going to go back to Route 1, so I can really focus on the 4 pokes there. I'm just here because Naked has a 15% chance of an overworld encounter versus 5 on the other one, so I was struggling to get the battle count up. Oh, my cat Morty is coming in, and she's a very vocal little lady. Hey Morty, do you want to shiny hunt with me? Oh, she's so cute. I was never a cat guy, but then I got little Morty and I love cats now. We were thinking about a dog, but our landlord said no puppies, so we were like, all right, we still want an animal. Whoa, that's a little offensive. What do you got going on in there? Chill, bro. Oh, sorry, I gotta. I'm sorry you're the first commenter, but that's just a little too much for me there. Come on, man. Jesus. Well, I got a viewer. What's up, Morty? But yeah, um, what's wrong, buddy? Sorry, my cat's like freaking out right now. She's a cute little lady, though. Oh, we got a Brilliant Aura. Is it a shiny? Nope. Alright, that's a 1 in 1024 odds, though, so we just got to get about 1,000 more of those, and we'll probably have a shiny. That easy. But yeah, I'm really pumped about Winds and Waves. I'm Team Gekwa, but I'll have to see the final evolutions, and that's how I ultimately decide. I mean, first stage is important. I chose Litten purely based off that because I kind of like the Decidueye a bit more than Incineroar, but Litten was just too good to not pick Litten. Maybe that's part of the reason why I got a black cat now. Oh. If you look behind me, you can see my cat freaking out. She's getting the zoomies a little bit. $369 encounters. It's a big landmark right there. All right. Here we go. The naked encounters are rolling in now. Yeah, shiny Nickit would be pretty sweet. I think that might be Wooloo, Nickit, and Rookidee would all be incredible. Rookidee is just honestly probably the best bird line. I like it more than Talon. I like Talonflame's line. I think that's a good one, but Rookidee, Corvisquire, and Corviknight just so cool. I hope that I think Corvisquire they got to give it a regional form or something at some point. I think it's too cool to not just lean into that. Oh, my fantasy football chat is going off right now. I'm so excited for football to start again. Honestly, I'll probably record a lot of streams when I'm just watching football. So that'd be a great way to multitask. I'm so obsessed with fantasy football and just the NFL. I love it so much. Played football back in the day, and I was primarily a Patriots fan from the New England area, so you can see my Red Sox shirt on, but was born into the Patriots dynasty, so that was incredible. But then started playing fantasy football towards later in college, and then for the past 10 years, I've just been all in on fantasy football. And the Patriots are finally good again, so can be a Pats fan and a fantasy football fan. Yeah, Patriots are looking really good this year. I love what we've done to our wide receiver room, and our Super Bowl run last year was a little fluky. Obviously, got pretty embarrassed in the Super Bowl, but the fact that we got there, Drake May looked great. He almost won the MVP. I think it's we're on the up and up, that's for sure. But yeah, might need to download my DraftKings again and get a little Super Bowl and MVP bet. I like doing a little parlay with Super Bowl and NFL MVP at the beginning of the year. But be careful with gambling. It's not something I love doing outside of the NFL. I love placing a couple bets on the Patriots and then some of the players in my fantasy teams, but I don't get into it. But a couple of my friends just get so obsessed, so be careful with that. Be careful with that shit. Can be dangerous. if you bet any money, just assume that it's being spent, and any money you get back is a win. So I just kind of assume that it's a sunk cost anytime I dump money into the apps. I did win a pretty nice parlay on the NHL champion, or like the Stanley Cup Finals, but I don't know anything about hockey, so I just had one of my buddies put in the bet, and I won like $170, so that was cool. And then I checked my stats for the year. I was barely breaking even. So, like I said, you're losing money. They set those betting lines with the brains of statisticians, so you're up against the odds anytime you're doing that. Put your money in the stock market, kids. Dollar cost average. You get an 8% return over time, and if you invested in any tech over the last like 3 years, you're probably doing pretty well with like 100% returns all over the place. Yeah, everything increasing in price because of all these commodities and AI things. Like, I at least own some of the chip stock, so I got a small piece of that pie, even though my entire life is more expensive now. We'll get a little squad encounter here. I'm super excited for the Ocarina of Time remake. The game's gonna be so good. One thing you can trust on is Zelda games delivering. It's funny because I think it's the epitome of just understanding game design, and like the graphics look good, but they're nothing like crazy. You're not looking at like Cyberpunk 2077 or something like that, but they focus on the right things to make the games unreal. So, and Ocarina of Time is like too precious to them to not just make sure that it's going to be incredible. So that'll be really fun to play through. I haven't played through it since must have been about 8, 9 years ago at this point, but I played it on my 3DS. It was the 3DS version, and it was kind of just an instant top three game of all time. So much fun. So many good temples. One thing I didn't understand is the internet loves to hate on the um, water temple, but I thought it was a lot of fun. It's like a little convoluted and confusing, but that's isn't that the point of a temple, to make your brain work and work your way through the puzzle? I think they actually made it a bit better in the 3DS version though, so I should probably play the OG version. I actually got this thing called like an analog 3D. So basically you can play your old cartridges like and hook it up to an HDMI, and what's cool about Analog's products is it's hardware emulation, so you're getting like when you do normal emulation on your computer or laptop, it's software emulation. So basically the computer is mimicking the setup of an N64. However, um, with Analog's products, it's all hardware emulation. So you're getting a much more authentic experience because basically they have this chip called an FPGA. And what it does is basically it can flip between different systems. So it can become a SNES, it can become an N64. I don't think there's a PS1 setup. Actually, I think PS1 you can actually get going on your Analog Pocket. So, but basically it just looks exactly and performs exactly as it did on uh, the original hardware. So you're getting a much more authentic experience. So it's very cool. I got an Analog Pocket as well too. So we might get some streams directly from the Analog Pocket at some point down the line. Maybe we'll flip over to it later today if I want to do some. Been working on a Living Dex and Leaf Green. I started a forever file of Leaf Green years ago, probably like 7 years ago at this point. I still haven't finished the playthrough yet, but it's coming along. I obviously finished the Kanto Dex a while ago, but I think I need to get some GameCube games to finish it off. So it is a long haul though, and I'm at the point where I need to trade over the entire Hoenn Dex from my Emeralds cartridge, so that's just super slow in Gen 3. So I haven't had the mental fortitude to do that yet, but at some point I gotta finish that off. It's been on my checklist for a long time. Getting, yeah, the living ducks, I feel like there's still gonna be some gaps. I know there's a way to get a Jirachi, but it just gets so expensive if you want to do it legitimately, so I might need to figure out some shortcuts on how I can do that. I could probably mod my GameCube to like get the Jirachi event. I technically don't need to count mythicals, but I would really like to get every poke in that dex completed. Honestly, because I've just been consistently playing Gen 3 over the last 10 years or so, I feel like when it came out for the Switch, I was excited. I actually bought the Spanish version of it because I'm trying to learn Spanish, but I just it wasn't calling my name that much just because I've played it probably once every 2 years for the last decade. Gen 3 is my safe space, my cozy place. Whenever I'm having like a stressful time, I'll just pick up a Gen 3 game and do a playthrough. I've actually been thinking I want to do a Ruby playthrough where I'm just only using bad Pokemon. So I'll cut the starter and then I'll go and catch a Skitty as my pseudo starter and just make for a very difficult first gym. I don't, yeah, and then like I was trying to think of what else. I'd probably have like Plusle or Minun. I think those pokes are a little underrated. Um, and then what else? Tropius would definitely be on the team. But yeah, I just those pokes that you don't really use, and Tropius is a great HM slave too. So I feel like it would just be a really fun playthrough because I actually didn't know those games. Like I knew them pretty well, but I really wanted to Nuzlocke Ruby and Sapphire. So I was going back and forth, but I failed probably 10 or 12 times. And it's kind of funny because when I started Nuzlocke, I was watching a lot of like Peach Out videos, Flygon HG, and basically, obviously, I know these games really well, but watching them, I kind of quickly started to understand the different strategies that you implement and, just pivoting, all that stuff. So I went in and I actually was able to do Leaf Green on my first try. I completed Platinum on my first try. I got to the I did a Pokemon Black one and got to Getsus and failed. So I beat N and then battled Getsus and failed. That was a pretty brutal loss. I had to put down Gen 5 for a little while after that. But basically, um, then I tried Gen 3 and I failed over 10 times. Finally got on a Sapphire playthrough, but it's just tough with the early because I was hacking in rare candies for the for Platinum and then for uh, Black and White, but I was just like wiping early in Ruby and Sapphire. I would just go into like the Wind Straight family uh, house too early, underleveled. Like if you ever try to Nuzlocke Gen 3, wait till after you beat Watson to beat the Wind Straight family. It's like all you get out of that too is the Macho Brace, which, if you're trying to do some EV grinding to train up a poke, it can be helpful, but like there's really not a payoff. And that whenever you have a gauntlet like that, it's a little scary, just because you don't have any opportunity to heal. So I remember I was leading with Makuhita, and I was like, yeah, this'll go well. I have Makuhita with Fake Out, like that's a great lead, and I just slowly got whittled down. And they get some pretty tough pokes for it early in the game, like the Metacham, or yeah, Metacham. They have to fight. No, Metatite. Metacham that early in the game would be brutal. But through those many Nuzlocke attempts, I know Gen 3 very well now, so I kind of want to try that like bad Pokemon playthrough to see. Guard Split. What do we do with Guard Split? Let's. I don't think we need that. guess like that might have been helpful if because Wooloo has a pretty low defense, so that might have been a little bit helpful, but those are strats that outside of like doing actual VGC or something like that, like you have to have a really focused intention when using a move like Guard Split. I actually never played the Gen 9 DLCs, and I think one of them it's like all double battles. I think I would love that because I had a VGC phase in Gen 8 actually. This was my peak for VGC. I remember I had a Groudon team and like my Porygon 2, and I was pretty good. I got up to like the Ultra Ball tier. Was ranked pretty high for a little bit, but it was fun to put together competitive teams. But unless you're doing that, that's where it's like I wish you could like Helping Hand is such a good move when you're playing online with VGC and trying to play competitively, but for the most part, it's just not that applicable in an actual playthrough, which is a little disappointing. So that's what would make using something like Minun fun. Ooh, know what I would also have to use is Volbeat or Illumuse, whatever. I don't know how to say it, but I think yeah, those pokes would be pretty fun. Just I feel like a lot of time like I love using Ladian on a playthrough that ends up being like the bad Pokemon I use, but I've never really used a full team of bad pokes. Like most most Pokemon fall into like the middle aggregate tier where they're pretty useful. Every now and then you'll have a good poke that just has a horrible type matchup throughout a region, but um, I feel like you can find a niche for most of them, but there's a couple out there that are just kind of hopeless. I don't think I would want to use Love Disc in that though. I might need to keep the theme on brand, but all right, look, we're gonna check the Pokedex. I just want to see how many um, encounters I have of each poke at this point. So 130 for Rookidee, 111. So we're getting close. So once we get to 100 for Nickit, we're gonna go back to Route 1 and hunt there. But we'll stick here for now. Yeah, actually, I already evolved a Nickit too with Evil, and one of my we boxed him because we don't need him, but we're going for evolving. All the pokes. Oh wow, he's way down here. Yeah, I got to show off one dex entry here. Look at that. When the shiny's the first encounter, or like first thing you catch of a species, you get the shiny sprite in the dex. It's sick. I wonder if that stands true for like if you catch it after the fact, whether it'll change the shiny sprite, or if you have the option to change it. That's one thing I love about Gen 7, at least in the Ultra games. You can flip between the normal sprite and the shiny sprite if you got the shiny. So I did a little shiny hunting. I think it was earlier this year. Did some SOS chains and actually had a full shiny team by the end. It wasn't completely legitimate just because I transferred in 2 shiny EVs. I actually have in my Pokemon Silver file, I did a little glitch. So there's this really cool glitch in Gen 1 and Gen 2 where you can make it really easy to get shinies. So what you have to do is you go and catch the red Gyarados in Gold, Silver, or Crystal. And then once you have that, you trade that Gyarados over to Gen 1. And what you need to do from there is take your Gyarados and you can teach it Mimic. Then you need to go encounter a wild Ditto. So what you do is you encounter the Ditto, it uses Transform on you. Then you use Mimic and you steal Transform as a move. So Mimic like changes that move slot to the last move used by your opponent. So that move temporarily becomes Transform. Then you use Transform on the Ditto that transformed into you. And then something happens in the back end code at that point, and basically you now have a when you catch the Ditto, it's a shiny Ditto. So it doesn't show a shiny in Gen 1, obviously, but when you trade that Ditto over to Gen 2, it's a shiny Ditto. So I don't understand the back end logic that drives that. But then with a shiny Ditto, basically if you breed with a shiny Pokemon, so if I took that red Gyarados and bred it with another water Pokemon, it would have a 1 in 60 something chance to be shiny, the egg that it produces. So with a shiny Ditto though, you can pair it up with any Pokemon that can breed. So basically, it's actually a pretty viable shiny hunting mechanic in the Gen 1 and Gen 2 games. So if you ever want to try to get a shiny starter or something like that, I was actually trying to hunt a shiny Charmander at one point, but the encounters are just pretty slow overall. So basically, like not encounters, but the hatches are really slow. But because it's 1 in 64, that's probably the best odds of any game to get a shiny. So you just have to tolerate the slow egg hatching. But yeah, I was like trying to think of what, because we're almost in August now, so the summer's wrapping up, and once the NFL season starts, I have a much harder time committing to a game. So honestly, what I do a lot of the time when the NFL is on, just because it takes up a lot of my weekend time, um, I like doing shiny hunting while I watch NFL games, just because it's something I can play without being super focused. So I've definitely I was doing the starter hunt in Soul Silver, um, just because you get you get 3 encounters, so it's actually a pretty viable. It's probably the easiest full odds hunt you can do. Never got it during the NFL season, but I finished off the hunt earlier this year and finally got a shiny Chikorita, and it was actually on my birthday, so that was pretty sweet. There's a funny video I sent to my friend and my cousin where it's like my Pokemon group chat, and vibes were high that day. I actually, so I got my shiny Chikorita. I think it was after like 400 resets, so I was well under odds. It was like 1200 or something, total encounters. And then probably 20 encounters later, I encountered a shiny Geodude. So that is just a blessed save file. And then I actually purchased a copy of Japanese Heart Gold and was able to trade over a Ditto. So I was doing some Masuda hunting and I ended up getting a shiny Ladian, so or Ladybah, and now I have the shiny Ladian. So working on that playthrough. It's been a real slow burn and like obviously spent a lot of hours with the shiny hunt, but I think I'm like 120 hours in and I haven't even beaten Johto yet. So gonna wrap that up soon. I'm trying to really just do everything before I advance the game and hoping for maybe a fourth shiny. If I get the fourth shiny, then I have the shiny Gyarados, obviously. So then I might need to just finish off the team of 6 in that game, do another Masuda hunt. But I'd have to decide what I want to hunt down because that would be pretty sweet to get just a Soul Silver Hall of Fame team, all shinies. That would just be so cool. Those games are so good. I was kind of a hater. I jumped on that bandwagon of the level curve and everything, and I think it's true because as I was playing through it, like the level curve definitely, it's just weird as you navigate it. Like you'll have like battles with level 19 Pokemon, and then there's like level 30 randomly. And they introduced the rebattling mechanic with like the teams getting better, but um, overall, I think like it's a little overstated unless you're doing a Nuzlocke. That's where it gets kind of annoying because then you like to have that natural progression of levels when you're doing a Nuzlocke, so that like makes sense. Like game like Black and White and Black and White 2, they do a great job of having that strong level curve that's good for a Nuzlocke. But uh, Heart Gold and Soul Silver aren't great for that. But all the daily stuff that comes up, like you have the daily lottery, which is in every game, obviously, but then you have the daily um, apricorns you can go and collect. There's like the weekday siblings that pop up and give you items. There's the daily drawing corner on the the top of the Goldenrod department store. There's just um, so many different daily tasks you can do that just make the game easy to come back to. Oh no, Tony Romo, he got his DUI. I watched the videos though. He looked pretty coherent, so he is from Wisconsin, so maybe he can just keep his shit together in that moment. But um, looks like CBS is putting him on leave. Yeah, I'll be interested to see the details of that because he was very compliant in all the videos, but we will see. Don't drink and drive. Very stupid. I feel more bad for him if he didn't have millions and millions of dollars. Well, I guess I wouldn't feel bad for him if he was actually guilty. Then I'm just like, yeah, you had it coming. All right, coming up on Forged Encounters. All right, I need to pull up the those smoke on odds again because I just need to see what the thresholds are for getting the increased odds with the Brilliant Aura fields. Because all right, so basically, yeah, it's every 100. So once I get to 200 battles against a species, then it goes down to 820. So we're making progress, but hold on. Did it count in that encounter? I don't know if I have Rookity set up correctly. I got everything in here. I gotta keep an eye on that. I just want to make sure we're counting all the encounters correctly. All right, and Squovit's working. I just gotta dial in on that. But yeah, do want to get some Wooloo encounters because I love my Wooloo, and that black sheep just looks so cute and cool. All right, let's make sure Rookity's working. Nope. So we haven't been getting the Rookity encounters. That's no good. All right, 1 second. And hunt. Open. Yeah, something's not totally working with this thing. Start hunt. Okay. I think we're online now. It's been getting the Nickit and Squovit encounters, but not Rookity, so we're a little more than 392, but hopefully not too far behind. Oh, wait. Now it's a 392. All right. Finally, Nickit. I think if you also battle Pokemon sequentially, the rate of their encounters increase as well, so I need to stay dialed in to like re-encountering, but that I couldn't find a lot of information on online. All right, let's make sure Rookity works now. Yep, all right. We're good, we're good. I mean, at this rate, I'm gonna have a Cinderace before I get the shiny. Although it's descending experience that we get, so That might not actually be the case, but I need to start dialing in on Nickets here so we can get over to the other route. Because we're not going after Yamper or Choodle here. So I just want to try to stack the Nicket encounters. I think we need about 30 more, and then we'll be ready to... Okay, actually, this is a good way to do it. Alright. There's one. Such a cool poke. I really was like, I don't think I used a Thievul in my first playthrough. I can't remember exactly what was on my team. Mr. Rhyme. I'm one of the weirdos that actually likes. I was never anti Mr. Mime, but I thought Mr. Rhyme, they they made the design a bit more palatable. I don't think it's like perfect, but I thought it was pretty funny. I think they did a good job with Mr. Rhyme. Walking around with his cane. It's just silly. Ooh, Brilliant Aura, Choodle. It barely has any increased odds, but Choodle does not count towards the encounters. Just a level set. Wow, still can't one-shot him. I'm surprised, like, how bulky some of these early like a level 7 versus 21 and my quick attack doesn't one-shot it. And I think Raboot has pretty good attack too, so just a little surprising. I can't remember what my nature is though. I don't know if it's minus attack or I don't think it's an optimal nature, but all right. Let's bring in another poke. We need to get somebody else in the lead so we can start. Let's send out. Marucadi. Let's go. Yeah. Don't eat those berries. It actually might be. I don't know if any of these early route pokes actually have any held items. Because I do have the Butterfree, which could actually, Compound Eyes increases the rate of the wild encounters having the held item, which I think is I love the out of battle effects for abilities. I think that was such a cool thing to add. But yeah, there's like a lot of cool ones. Like Static increases your encounter rate of all electric Pokemon. I think Magnet Pull is the same for Steel. So I think that's just such a cool element. And it's actually, especially when you're doing a Nuzlocke, it creates like a whole layer of encounter and strategy. All right, we're gonna leave the route and see, because I think if when you arrive, you check the Pokedex, it tells you, yeah, so it's Squovit and Grubbin. So I think I want to like reset this until we get Nickit, because that indicates. Okay, so it's still Squovit and Grubbin. Let me try it a couple more times to see if it actually shuffles each time I go in there. Oops. Oh yeah, we need to first let's bring Blooder up to the top here. Got some good moves, and then what do we have here? Is it still Squovit and Grubbin? Yeah, it's not resetting, so I don't think that works. But we need to find some Nickets here. Alright, I'm gonna reset. There's a big grass patch at the bottom here, so I think I'm gonna. Actually, this is a pretty good one. So Wait till they drop, and then yeah, same ones. All right, I think we'll just go back and forth between this one and this one. Need the Nickit encounter so we can get back over to Route 1. Alright. Not here. Kind of surprising because it's a 15% encounter rate and Choodle's 10%. I feel like I'm seeing Choodles left and right, but not Nickits. Would be nice to have the bike here. Maybe I hop over to the wild area to get it. Actually, I'm not exactly sure when you get the bike, so I don't know if that'd be worth it, but there we go. We'll check the count after this too. Hopefully I'm coming up on 80 soon. It's a little too bad that I don't have any cool balls to catch the first shiny in, but I think I'm gonna go classic Pokeball. I don't think there's any pokes that a Premier Ball would look particularly great in. Oh, here we go. Now we're stacking them. The auto counter's so nice. It just like I started with one where you just click plus each time, and I just kept forgetting, and it was just not sustainable. So shout out to, I can't remember the name of the person, but I'll drop it in the description after on who built out the auto counter tool. It's really cool and works well. You can do basically, there's like a multi-hunt function in the application, so you can basically, you have to screenshot the encounter message at the beginning of the battle, and then anytime that pops up in the window in OBS, it'll do +1 to your counter. So pretty nifty piece of software to make, track these hunts better. 400 encounters, baby. Yeah, we're basically full hot hunting right now, but any brilliant aura, especially after I get to 100 battle, yeah, like as we battle more of these pokes, the odds just increase more and more. So the brilliant auras will be much less than full odds. I think, let me see. So we'll be getting 1 in 1024 odds for the brilliant aura pokes encounters as they come up. So just gotta keep an eye out for those. But it'll be primarily full odds, but I'm gonna take any brilliant aura encounters. And then if we get any of these pokes up to 500, I might just start farming the brilliant aura encounters, because at that point I'll be at like over 2,000 encounters, and I will definitely be exhausted for this hunt. So hopefully we get the shiny a little quicker. But yeah, I think we're seeing the right now, like when you chain the encounters, you just like have a better chance of encountering that poke again. Because like we were seeing no Nickits, and now I'm seeing like 5 in a row. So I don't think that's totally random at 15% encounter rate. There's another one. All right, we're stacking them now. We gotta be over 80 at this point. Yeah, I'm really glad that I turned off battle animations. It was just going real slow. And, obviously this is going to take a while, but I do want to, speed things up a little bit, because this is going to be a long haul. 8 full-out shiny hunts will take a while. But what will be cool by the end of this is I will have a bunch of pokes, like whatever I don't get. So we're going to have the odds, not probably not max, but very like optimized for. Ooh, we got a Brilliant Aura. It's 1024 and no shiny, but um, it will just be a game that I can come back to and shiny hunt in a bit more easily because I'm stacking up all these battles against them. So it'll be nice for long term to just have this as my Gen 8 shiny hunting game. I don't have the DLC, but we'll see how this goes, and like I just need to take a look at like the DLC dexes to see if there's something that I specifically want to hunt in there. All right, here we go. More Nickets. Yeah, shiny Thievul would just be so cool. All right, let's get this encounter. If we can chain a few together, I think we're going to be at 100 pretty soon, and then we can jump back over to Route 1. Excited to get back over to Route 1 just because I want to... Wooloo is a pretty big target. I'd like Blipbug, but it's a random encounter one, so it doesn't show up in the overworld. So while it would probably be competing with Rookidee as my main target, but just because it's a wild encounter and you can't really, it's a little bit more difficult to consistently encounter. So I'm gonna opt out of that one, but there are plenty of other good targets. Maybe down the line I wonder if there is an overworld encounter for Blipbug or any of that line somewhere. Because the shiny is beautiful. I think it becomes blue. One of my buddies, he got a random Blipbug shiny encounter in his first playthrough of Sword. I was so jealous. And then in the same file, he gets a shiny Growlithe, which is insane. And then he was playing Brilliant Diamond a couple months later and ended up getting a shiny Ghastly encounter, which he failed because he used Curse a couple times. Yeah, he should have just been hucking his best balls at that point, but that's brutal. I would be so disappointed. That's why, like, if you're ever doing shiny hunting of a poke that has any sort of self-inflicting moves or like can escape battle or use roar, like you need to have taunt and mean look queued up. It's kind of ironic that like one of the pokes that you can fail pretty easily in Ghastly if it has Curse has a great move set for shiny hunting just because you can. I guess you can't taunt. Maybe you can learn taunt. You might be able to. But mean look is pretty important for anything that has like teleport or can escape the battle somehow. Alright, not seeing any Nickets. Let's check where we're at though for encounters. Alright. 101 for Wooloo. 87. Alright, so 13 more, and then we're going back to Route 1. I'm excited for that. Skwovet, we're also well over 100 counters, 100 battles as well. Was it this game that they introduced the like different sized Pokemon? It'd be cool to get like a large version of the shiny, but we're gonna take whatever we can get. I'm excited to see what the nature reveal will be fun too. Hopefully we get an optimal nature because the first gym might be pretty tough if if Naked ends up being the encounter because I think it's a bug type gym, so we'll have to build out some good strats, maybe over level a little bit, but I'm gonna attempt to use a level cap and just find a way to navigate that battle, but we'll have a pretty strong Thievul. The good thing is Nickit would be able to evolve before the gym, so we'd at least be getting a fully evolved poke that can hopefully get us through it. All right, here we go. Number 89. So many Squirvets. All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what else I want to add to this team. I might do a Masuda hunt for Cinder, not Cinderace, Scorbunny, because Red Boot's one of my favorite Pokemon, honestly. And that's funny. It's funny because like I didn't really think too much about the Cinderace line. I just didn't like Cinderace. It's grown on me a bit, similar to Incineroar. I didn't like Incineroar at first. I love Litten, but not Incineroar. But I like Incineroar now. I think people overhate on the more humanoid type pokes. I mean, it's a little weird, but like I don't think they're too offensive. And also Incineroar, like obviously it's a VGC dominator, but it also is like pretty sweet in the Smash games too. So I think it was hated early on just because people wanted it on all fours, but I think it's aged pretty well. People have come to accept Incineroar. How's the stream quality doing? Good. All right, there we go. Stacking them. It was kind of annoying this morning. I was so for years I used to do swim team back in the day, so I was you know, for years I've been loving the idea of just like going and swimming laps at a pool, so I finally like bought a pair of goggles on Amazon and was gonna go use the pool at the YMCA down the street from me, and the pool was closed. I took the day off with the intention of, you know, doing the open laps in the morning because nobody's there in the middle of the morning on a Friday. But lo and behold, of course, it was closed on the one day that I was going to try it out. But I think I'm just have to get there a little early. It opens at 6 a.m. So another day. Ended up going on a run instead. It was really nice weather out, so I'm glad I got some time in the sun before gaming all day. This is going to be a long stream. We're at, what, hour and a half already? Yeah, we're going to hopefully leave today with a lot of progress on the battle counts, and try to farm some of those brilliant aura spawns to get the better odds. But pretty soon, all the 4 targets for this hunt will be 1 in 1024. We got Skwovet, Wooloo, and Rookidee at that rate, and then it'll be you know, once we get to 200, I think it's 1 in 840. So yeah, we're gonna be getting some pretty good odds of those brilliant auras. I think we can probably get everything to 200 battles by the end of the day today, but 300 would be nice too. What are the odds at 300? I think it gets like less and less. Yeah, 300, we're looking at 1 in 683. At that point, it might just be worth just farming the brilliant auras, because then I can only get up to 500, 1 in 586. So worth it. I mean, every encounter roll counts, but I just don't know if it's worth the investment of battling everything 200 times over. Alright, I'm gonna need to check the counts. I feel like I'm pretty close to 100. I just really want to get back to Route 1. We'll heal up the squad, get Reboot back in front, and then head to Route 1 for some months. Honestly, let me just get a fun Zigzagoon encounter in here. No shiny, so sad. I'm pretty surprised how few Brilliant Aura encounters I've seen. It's 3%, so like 1 in every 33 encounters should have it for folks that I got the 100 battles in, but I guess that I would just expect, like, schools have been popping up everywhere, and I really haven't seen too many Brilliant Aura ones. What do we got here? Oh, nice. Another one. Perfect. Oh. I love the dog days of summer. I feel like it's days like this that I just think of when it's the middle of the winter in Boston, and all I'm thinking about is being able to go on a nice run in the morning, chill out, and just have kind of, your lazy summer dog days. It's so nice, but this is my favorite time of the year. I'm definitely a New England guy through and through, but I understand the snowbirds and retirement. Oh, what's this? Yamper. Yeah. We'll kill you. I'm sneakily just EV training every single one of these Pokemon, so they'll be battle ready if I ever want to build a team with any of these guys, but they're going in the box once we get our shiny. Yeah, so I think it's going to be Scorbunny will definitely be an encounter, but everything else is kind of like open for grabs. I have no idea who I'm going to target after this. It's been so long since I've played Gen 8. I don't remember like what the overworld encounters are, and the wild era probably opens the possibilities quite a bit. I've always wanted a shiny Galvantula, and there's some pretty solid encounter rates in the wild area. I think there's 110% that I think is available off the bat, so I might go for that, but I think later in the game you can get one. It's like 25 to 29, so I might hunt a shiny. Oh, here we go. Let's see this. Oh my god. Actually, I'm going to do something sacrilegious here. I want the shiny Umbreon. We're not evolving this guy. Sorry, Eevee. Tonight, we'll do a shiny. We'll do a shiny Umbreon encounter tonight. Sorry, folks. I got a shiny Espeon, and I think I have a shiny Umbreon somewhere, but I want the shiny Umbreon. We're not even going to use it for this playthrough. It was transferred in, so that's not part of the badge quest, unfortunately. But might make a couple celebrity appearances. Maybe a couple battles. Definitely in the post game. We'll use it. But yeah, it'll be that X Factor 9th one. And then we'll probably do some, depending on how long this run takes and how sick of Gen 8 I am, we might do, I think you can do some shiny hunts with the legendaries, so we might do some resets for that. But I would need to buy the DLC, so I actually threw it on my wish list, so I'm going to keep an eye out for any sales. But something tells me they don't put promotions on the shiny, or on the Pokemon games too much. I feel like they're just like, people are going to buy this no matter what. All right, so let's do a quick check of where I'm at for Nickit now. All right, so 139, 117, 106. Oh wow, we're way over. Okay. Time for Route 1. And we gotta heal up. Let's get the... We're gonna get Raboot back in front. But yeah, we're actually coming up on like 1/8 odds pretty soon. That's honestly like... No, I guess it's 1/16 odds, but I should have killed that. Oops. Honestly, like the hasn't been too bad on getting to close to 500. Who's that lady waving to? Just waving perpetually into the void. All right, let me just check my PC to see if there's anything else I can be working on evolving. And maybe we'll get yeah, let's get Zigzagoon in the party. I don't think we don't need Truck Heck anymore. We got you evolved. That's 11. All right. Where do you belong? Oh, this is box 2. That's why. Okay. All right. So we got the evil. We're working on my Boo the Wooloo. Now we'll keep the team as is. Let's box Scout because I don't know, when does Choodle evolve? Let's do Boltund. It's a rival with the evil, so I want to get like 2 evolved. Yeah, we can just leave you there because we'll come back for you. We gotta evolve you into Umbreon tonight. All right, back to Route 1, baby. Did I heal the team though? I can't even remember. I did. Nice. All right. Route 1's a little better because it has all the encounters I'm specifically targeting, and I can one-shot just about everybody with most of my pokes at this point in this route. I don't think there's any level 7s here, so it'll just be level 6. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, really hoping I can beat the odds here. Let me see if I can get any. I want to get some Wooloo encounters in. We haven't seen much of Wooloo today. I haven't seen any of Wooloo today. There we go. Probably the cutest Gen 8 poke right there. And we killed it. Sorry, Wooloo. It's for the greater good. So your 1 in 4,000 brethren, black sheep, can become part of my team. It's a worthy sacrifice, trust me. Oh. I was listening to Hidden Power podcast yesterday, and they they did a power rankings or a tier list of the all object Pokemon, and very entertaining. But they had the idea of a book Pokemon, which is actually shocking that we don't have a book Pokemon yet. I feel like that's kind of like prime. Um, it just makes too much sense. Like it feels like that they would have addressed that already, but I think in one of the leagues it was actually they had the idea for one, but they just they cut it. That'd be really cool. I mean, we got a teacup Pokemon, but not a book Pokemon. What's going on there? Ooh, a shiny Sinistea would be pretty cool, actually. I think I have one already, though, so not the top of the list. I got one in the Dynamax Adventures. Alright, yeah, we actually got to double check that Wooloo encounters are working too, so need to check on that, the next Wooloo encounter we have. Skwovet is probably the shiny I want least here. As a colorblind individual, Skwovet is difficult for me to identify as shiny, so I might even miss it if I were to encounter one if I'm not super dialed in, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Alright, I'm gonna get a Wooloo encounter just to make sure that that counter's working for it. I was having some issues on actually getting the auto counter set up earlier. It was like everything was set up right, but it just wasn't picking up on the window correctly, so we'll see. Yeah, we're really gonna start dialing in on Rookity though. This is like the ultimate chase, realistically. Got my San Pellegrino. As I've gotten older, I've learned to love Seltzer so much. I mean, I kind of liked it as a kid, but the spin drift things are just like, we're so good. Alright, we're dropping Peck. I don't think Power Chip is even that good, but I kind of love it, the name of it, so we're keeping it. It's one of those moves that if you told me it was the name of it, like I didn't realize that it was like an actual move that exists in these games. Alright, there's the Wooloo. Now we can check. No, not working. Alright, so let's get that fixed. 1 second. Browse. It's not this one, but let's get it. Squobit set up again. I don't know why it didn't work, but we haven't been missing too many of those because we've only encountered 3. So let's count for that. We'll give this the 3rd. So we'll want to, for the next one, we'll want to count it as 4, and then I need to update it so we can only count 1 at a time moving forward. Alright, double kick this bitch. Respectfully. Respectfully. The good thing about all the other shiny encounters in this is that they do not affect my color blindness, so I can very easily tell when a Wooloo, Rookidee, and Nickit are shiny, because those things are just blatantly obvious. Alright. And perfect. Okay, so now I just need to reset this to 1. Got credit for the encounters. Brown. Okay. We're set up on Route 1. We're in for the long haul. What else we got? Need to get some brilliant aura encounters. I'm like kind of shocked because it's 3%, 1 in 30. Like I should be coming across some brilliant aura pokes more often than I seemingly am, but we'll see. We'll see. Wooloo and Rookidee are the core targets here now. Nickit too, but they're only at a 5% clip in this route, so alright. 444. Cool number. Yeah, so at 500 we'll be at 1/8 odds. Yeah, I just really wanna start like 1/8 odds, like, you know, we're kind of in play, plus like I'm doing the with the brilliant auras we'll be getting better rates, so I'm hoping we can beat odds just because of the brilliant aura odds increase overall. Alright. Ooh, a little Nickit. Let's go. Yeah, work has been crazy for me lately though. My boss was on I'm moving into a new role, but my old boss was on vacation. We had a new guy join the team as my backfill. So I was training him up over the last few weeks. And, you know, training is obviously, you know, a necessary investment, but it does take up a lot of time, and then you still end up doing like most of the work to start at least. But the new guy's good, so he's all caught up. But then I was also ramping up on my new job, so it's just been very stressful lately. But I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm actually offloading stuff and can start doing the new job. But it's just juggling a lot to manage both my old work and new work. But it's a really cool role. You get to do a lot more data modeling, which is my thing. I think that's kind of why, like, when I was trying to figure out how to start streaming and like working with all these tools, like I love just playing around with different software and stuff like that. Like, my new role, I'll be writing SQL data models, which is right up my alley. All right. And we'll throw in a Squovid encounter, why not? Squovid's a solid Route 1 rodent Pokemon. I mean, squirrels aren't that bad. And it has a funny little ability with like Berry Pouch, so just you just kind of commit to berry farming with them. I like it as a it'll be a fun gimmicky Pokemon to use, even if that does end up being the shiny, but all the other options I would prefer. If it's Rookidee, ideally, I don't want to unnerve. I just don't know how relevant like berry holding Pokemon are with your opponents in this game. It might be helpful for online battles, but I I don't think I'll be doing a ton of those in Gen 8 at this point. Alright. So what are base odds? 1 in 4,096. So that would put... I don't feel like doing mental math right now. I work in corporate finance, but mental math, because we use Excel for literally everything. Let's see what 1/8 odds is. So 512. So basically, at 512 will be at 1/8 odds. So that's a big benchmark for us right there. And I'm like beginning to think that just Brilliant Aura Pokemon don't exist because I haven't seen one in like 20 minutes. That'll be the next thing I research. Like, I know I have the increased chances with after getting 100 battles down against all these guys, but I wonder if there's an optimal way to trigger the Brilliant Aura encounter. Because if this starts taking a real long time, then I'm going to start manipulating it, and I don't have the mental fortitude to not take advantage of in-game mechanics. Like, I feel like doing a Gen 7 one, a shiny team, I feel like it'd be a little more legitimate if you did it with um, the Sun and Moon games, because in Ultra they increase the odds with the SOS chaining method, so it feels almost a little too easy. Like I definitely got lucky and was beating odds most of the time when I was doing the SOS chains. I think I hit odds on I really wanted a shiny Politoed because that's one of my all-time favorite pokes. But Snarl, what are we dropping? So Zigzagoon. I mean, at least now it has equal attack and special attack, so let's drop Leer because tackle is stab, so that'll hit pretty hard. And yeah, Sand Attack when you're doing Nuzlocke low key is so basically if you have your poke in and it's not threatened by your opponent, I subscribe to just Sand Attacking 6 times and then getting out because I think it just like almost gives you like a very good safe switch into whatever you're trying. If there's any risk with like who you're switching in against that opponent, then just getting its accuracy down to nothing like basically makes that a pretty safe switch. Obviously, for some reason your opponents always have like better odds, and they're like I feel like the accuracy drops don't impact it as much, but you gotta trust the stats, trust the odds. Wooloo, I haven't seen you in a while. What's up, dude? I'm gonna kick you. Oh, and actually, I need to make sure that those encounters are working. I did the catch up. I don't think I've seen any since, but all right, let's see. All right, yeah, we're looking good. All the encounters are counting. I got like a good spread of just high PP attacking moves right here. Kind of a nice place to be when you're just killing things over and over again. I could probably get through 100 encounters each with this setup. Alright, we'll do a Skwovet. I don't like you, but I just need encounters, you know what I mean? This is so funny, like, if you told me 3 years ago I'd be doing, like, full odds hunts and stuff like this, I would have said, you're crazy, but it's just kind of peaceful. I feel like it scratches a little bit of a odds gambling itch in a much healthier way versus actual gambling, so it's just a fun way to play these games. And like I was trying to do a stream of a Nuzlocke and Pokemon X, or sorry, Pokemon Y, I think. Yeah, Y. No, X. I can't remember. Y. It was Y. And it like I feel like it requires too much focus to stream that, so I don't know if I'll pick that back up. I was thinking of going after you know, anytime I try to revisit the Gen 6 games, I should probably give Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, especially because I've learned to love the Hoenn games, like Gen 3, a lot more over the years, so I feel like I would have a newfound love for the Gen 6 remakes. Oh, we got one. Okay, one in 1024. Come on. Nope. But I think I would definitely like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I actually have a sealed copy of Alpha Sapphire that I bought years ago, and it's funny because like anytime I think about playing, I actually have the digital version on one of my 3DSs, so like I'll just play that version. Why would I, crack the seal on that? But the value of those games hasn't really increased too much, but I think there might be a point where that's actually worth something. So I'll keep it sealed for now. I'm not like a bit like it's actually the only sealed game I have, but it's really just because I don't have a need to open it, and I just wanted to. I have a complete collection of all the mainline games. I think the only one I don't have is Let's Go Eevee, but that's just because I barely ever played Let's Go Pikachu, which like I should probably revisit at some point because I do like the graphic style and it's like cool mechanics. I think what the issue I had with it is I was deep in my like Nuzlocke phase where I was just like basically every playthrough of a game I was doing was a Nuzlocke, and those games were so laughably easy that like it just didn't move the needle for me. But I might revisit it. I think I would just have to like maybe do a completionist run and just try to catch every poke, something like that, to have some sort of challenge with the games because the battles are just so easy. I also might need to cut the Pikachu early because that thing is like completely overpowered. I think Let's Go Eevee is even easier though because like Eevee basically gets every. I think it gives you like a special powerful move that counters the gym leader at every before every gym. So I think there's ways I could make it like decently difficult, but it also just like dumbed it down a bit more, took out abilities and stuff like that. So, and I just love the leveraging the abilities both in battle and the overworld effects. I think it's just such a fun element of the game that I was a little disappointed that that got pulled out too. Just a little too dumbed down for me. One game I do need to play that I haven't played yet is Elden Ring, and I feel like I was just I was trying playing Dark Souls 1. There's the remaster for the Xbox, so I was playing that a while back, and I got through like one of the first sections. I think that's like the first boss battle that was like on a bridge or something, and it was fun, but and I was just starting to get the mechanics, but I just never got past that skill threshold where they actually start getting fun. Um, and I died like 120 times or something. It was so bad. I think I was just trying too hard to parry and rather than just roll and dodge and block early on. So I think I would need to cater my build to basically just be able to block better. And then one tip I got from somebody that was playing through the Elden Ring games is like just dump all of your stats into your health early on so you can just survive more hits. So if you do mess up a dodge or something, then you still have a chance to survive and come back from it. But when I game, like I'm kind of looking for something relaxing, and that just isn't that relaxing for me. So I'm like not super like I love RPGs, so it's this weird conflict where I want to relax when I'm playing a game, but at the same time, I love RPGs. So I feel like once I get past that skill threshold, I'll love those games, but I just haven't put the time in yet. And like it sounds like they layer in some cool Zelda-esque puzzles into the games too. So, and I love Zelda, so I feel like on paper it's kind of the perfect game for me. But oh no, did I just miss? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Be the shiny. Nope. Quick attack you. I can't remember. I think you can buy like TRs with the Watt, but um, I think there's other thing. There's the vendors in the wild area that let you use the Watt, so I'll probably have a good chunk of Watts to work with once I advance to Wedgehurst or wherever the wild area. Hopefully, you can get a move that will help me through the first gym from one of them. I also need to like, I mean, probably do a little EV training on the actual shiny I get, but all of these guys will be EV trained to some extent, just probably not in the right stats. I'm not sure what any of these encounters are actually giving me. One thing I do like about this is a great first route because all the overworld encounters are new pokes. So I'm glad that I'll be using like a true Galar poke with whatever I get. Some of the random encounters, so if I accidentally do a random encounter and that ends up being the shiny, it'd be very unlikely, but I'll take it obviously. But there are some non-Gen 8 wild encounters within the exclamation point encounters in this route. I'm gonna make a push for 200 for Rookity. I think that's the target here. I'll take any Nickit and Wooloo encounters, but I think Rookity's the target now. We're dialing in on Rookity. It's just such a cool shiny. Nickit and Wooloo are great, but Rookity's just so cool, and it has such a cool, distinct shiny. And it's like the Skarmory that can actually attack. It's not just a defensive beast. And Skarmory, like one issue I have with actually using it is just like one electric move and it's down. So unless you're like heavily invested in special defense EVs, and you could probably do like yeah, I don't know what the minus special attack plus special defense nature is. Maybe that's I have no idea. But that might be a like that'd be a good build for it, but I found that like when I've used it in like single battles, like I just never really get it. Like I always struggle with actually getting like spikes up, right? Because that's what you want to do with it. Like get the hazards up, and then it can take hits. It's defensive beast, but yeah, I just it's so cool, but I never was able to like really use it effectively. But Corviknight, I feel like just has those attack stats that, especially for a playthrough, make it very viable. Like Skarmory is viable for a playthrough, but yeah, you just got to be very wary of any electric pokes coming in. get to 500, we'll do an encounter check. Just want to see where I'm at overall. We're getting up there. Almost 512 will be, it's 1/8 odds, but yeah, I'm thinking honestly, like I'm gonna be on pretty much all day, so we're probably gonna go for at least quarter odds today. Get to that 1024 mark. So I did a Peru trip back in May, and it was so cool. Highly recommend to everybody. Definitely go with somebody that knows Spanish or learn some Spanish yourself, because there's a lot of English speakers there, but I found that like I was a little lost in certain situations, but it was really cool just being immersed in another language for 2 weeks, because like by the end I was actually following, you know, at least the like what a conversation was about in Spanish. So that was a really cool experience though, because when I took French in high school and middle school growing up, and one thing I always struggled with was just like understanding what people were saying. I was pretty good at memorizing and speaking, but actually hearing it was tough. But with Spanish, I kind of, because I had didn't take classes on it or anything, I was um, like the way I learned for the most part was like when we took that trip, I was just like immersed in hearing it, and I feel like it was probably better for me. So now if I invest the time into actually like learning how to speak it, like I've already kind of triumphed the where I struggle with learning new languages. So I've been doing lots of Duolingo. I think I might have lost my 27-day streak yesterday. I forgot to do it, but Duolingo is pretty generous. Like it lets you unfreeze your streaks pretty easily. So my only problem with it is like it definitely teaches you conversational things, and like I'm picking up vocab, but it doesn't like do a great job of teaching you like conjugations and like what the base verb is. And I feel like that's such a foundational thing to learn early on. And like I can always learn that after, and I feel like I'm basically just, you know, farming vocab through Duolingo. But I think if it balanced a little bit more on just like going through conjugations and like I don't think I know how to say they, which is like that should be something that it like teaches you, or you know, emphasizes that a little bit more than it does. Like I know yo tango is I have, but I don't know what the like base verb is and how to say you have, she, he has, you know. I feel like that would be helpful. So if anybody works for Duolingo and has decisions on the educational material, then take notes. I want to learn my conjugations a little better. It's probably in the app somewhere, but you know, it does a great job of giving you dorky outfits to add to your character. My character is a monstrosity. I made it look so weird. Yeah, you run Squovit. We're kind of abandoning the Squovit encounters at this point, but I just really don't want to get a shiny Squovit. It's number 4 for me. It has a good ability that's its, or not a good ability, but a unique ability, which is its only saving grace. But I'd pretty much take every other encounter on this route over that. I need to do a little research on how to farm these Brilliant Aura, because I feel like I'm not getting the 3% rate. Just like I don't see them. I'm there's a chance that like I'm not seeing it with the Squovits because they're like under the grass, but everything else I feel like I feel like those tears might distract me or like the sweat when it runs away. Um, but I feel like I'm just not getting that 3% clip. I don't know why. I should have used double kick there. I'm running low on flame charge PP. Yeah, we might pull Wooloo up to the front after I'm depleted on PP for Raboot. Yeah, we gotta get the shiny Raboot. I think that's gonna be a lock on the team. That's the only that and Galvantula I think are the I don't think I might evolve it into a Cinderace. I've never used a Cinderace, but I feel like I just wanted to stay a Raboot. It kind of stinks though, because I think I like base Raboot over shiny Raboot, but when I like a poke, I kind of just want a shiny version of it, which is cool. You know, and I generally choose grass starters, so I was a Grookey guy for this gen, and I like what's he evolving to? What's that guy's name? Oh come on, Rillaboom. But at this point, I might like Cinderace and Inteleon a little bit more, design-wise. But I'm just, you know, I'm a grass guy. I like Bulbasaur early on. I definitely like. I think my original starter was a Squirtle, and but I have a more distinct memory. Actually, I remember I had I was doing a run, and I got my. Ooh, we're taking the naked encounter. It's been a bit to encounter one of these guys. Um, and I definitely had a Blastoise that I like evolved basically by the third gym, and um, but I think I got stuck in Rock Tunnel, and then I started a new game, and I more distinctly remember having the Venusaur playthrough after that. So at that point, and I got farther in the game. Ooh, Brilliant Aura. All right. Let's see. No shiny. So for those who don't know, the Brilliant Aura at this point, for me, is a 1 in 1024 odds. So anytime we see one of those, we got to encounter it, because I'm getting a quarter of the base odds from that encounter. Let me just double check that and see if it's right. Yeah, it's 1 in 4096 default, and then by 100 battles against the poke, so that means either fainting or catching the poke, you have a 1 in 1024 odds. So we're working on getting all these up to 200, at which point the odds drop to 1 in 840. Then at 300, I think it's 1 in 658, and then 1 in 512 at 500 encounters. I think at 300, I might stop defeating all of them and just go for Brilliant Aura encounters, but we'll see. Oh, another Brilliant Aura encounter. That would have been crazy. Wooloo, like, Rookidee's the overall target, but Wooloo would be so nice. Just so cute. That's the cute option. Corviknight and Thievul are the cool options, and then I think potentially Squovit and whatever it evolves into. I can't remember. I think I already have a shiny version of that, but that would be kind of the cooler strategic choice, I'd say. Just because it has that berry pouch ability. I think that's just like I would just always have a berry attached, and like imagine double dipping on getting, I think what it does is it heals you more after it consumes a berry. So just like, imagine just throwing a citrus berry on that thing, it would just, anytime it gets below half health, it's just basically going back to full health. So that's a pretty fun gimmick that I'd be on board for. All right, once we hit 1/8 odds, we're gonna do a quick check of overall encounter rates, and I'm gonna take a quick 5-10 minute break, but the stream will go on. Evil. Alright, we're getting some cool encounters now. I feel like it was just Skwovet and Rookidee for a little bit, so gonna take these Nickit and Wooloo encounters as they come. Alright, and number 500. Let's go. No shiny. Almost at quarter odds, but we knew this was going to take a while. That's why I signed up to do it. It's just relaxing, like just hanging out. I was doing some hunting last night, had some Dragon Ball Z, pulled up some YouTube videos, and was just hunting while watching some videos. Just a good time. I do think I need to get a new computer chair though, because the one I got, it was nice at first, but it's like 4 years old at this point, so I had back issues. So if I'm going to be, usually I'm a couch gamer, so I don't know if my body is equipped to sit on a chair more than I do for work already. If anyone has chair recommendations, please comment your chair recommendations in the comment section below. Like and subscribe. I'm trying to build out this channel. I got 12 subscribers right now, and I'm pushing for 13, 14, 15 would be huge. Headbutt. Yup. Alright, we're dropping tackle. It's kind of fun because I have like no idea when Rookidee or Wooloo evolve, so it'll be a nice little surprise whenever we hit that evolution. Alright. So I did get like the back-to-back Brilliant Aura encounters a couple minutes ago, so I think that 3% hit rate is starting to flow in. I think we were just on a bad stretch. I think we'll start getting some more of those to get the higher hit rate for shinies. And for those who don't know, the Brilliant Aura increases to, I think it's like 1.5% base odds, but then once you get to 100 of that species battled, it increases to 3%. So 1 out of every 33 overworld encounters should have that Brilliant Aura on them. The Nickits are rolling in now. Skwovets are always rolling in, which I'm not a fan of. I would be more okay with it if it just didn't seem like literally every grass patch was full of them every time I went by them. It feels like that is overwhelmingly the predominant encounter in these routes, in this route. It's one thing I liked about Route 2, there's a little bit more variability, but I'm really going for what we got here. I do like Dreadnought, such a cool shiny. I would like to do it, like it would be a cool hunt, but I'm more hyped about this route overall. Damn, Nickit. Just keep showing up for me. Respect. Here's the 5% encounter. There's for sure a back end encounter rate that increases as you chain the same Pokemon, because I feel like when I find Nickit, I'll battle like 5 in a row at 5% odds, and then they just don't show up for, like, there's another one. I'm no programmer, but I have a feeling that that's a thing. All right, coming up on quarter odds. Big milestone. All right, rookie, no shiny. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're hitting quarter odds today because I'm up about 160 or 70 encounters since I started the day, and we're going all day, folks. I might go till like midnight. Ooh, did I see aura over here? No, just the sweat. See, that's what I don't like about the naked or the Squovits. It's like they're just always sweating, and it makes me think there might be brilliant aura on them, but I'm over it, Squovit. Stop tricking my eyes. But yeah, for the like once I get to 300 battles against each of these pokes, like I'm probably only going to do for Rookity just because it's the higher encounter rate on this route, and like once you get to 300, you have the 1 in 658 odds for Brilliant Aura. So at that point, I feel like it's not worth going 200 more to get 1 in 512. Like that, it's not that much of an increase, and in that time, I could just farm the Brilliant Auras and still kind of start. See, like this is what happens. All of a sudden, it's just purely Squovits. Go away. 512. 1/8 odds. We did it. Big milestone right there. I think that's like the first big one, honestly, because like, I mean, getting to 100 counters is nice, but when if you're getting, that's unreal luck if you're getting your shiny in the first 100. Insane. That's basically a random encounter at that point. All right, so now that we've done that, let's see how much we've battled the encounters on this route so far. All right, so we'll start off with Naked here. 115, not bad. 122 for Squovit, not bad. 180 for Rookity. Coming up on 200 there. So once we get to 200, it is a 1 in 840 odds with the Brilliant Aura encounter. So that'll be pretty enticing anytime those come up. Butterfree. What else am I missing? Wooloo. All right. Check out that cute little shiny Eevee. We're going to be, anybody that joins the stream, once the sun goes down, I think it's like 8 o'clock, it turns to nighttime in these games, we're getting a shiny Umbreon, so tune in for that. 8 for Trudel, 129 for Wooloo. Alright, so we're doing pretty well. I'm going to take a quick break, and let me just get a save on, because I do not want to lose this progress. But I will be back in a minute. All right, we're back. We're back. Okay. All right. We have pick quarter odds, and now it is time to get the shiny. I think we're gonna beat odds for this one. This run has to reel me in early. You know what I mean? Like, I need to. If I go over odds for this one, like I don't want to lose momentum. I will be diligent and get through it, but ooh, all right, 1 in 1024. Let's get it. Nope, that would have been electric. It's my first shiny badge quest run, and it's just it's kind of funny because I've never would have thought I would have done one myself, and I feel like I'm not big on the newer gens, at least in terms of replayability. Whenever I look at replay gen, it's usually one of the older games. But for something like this, I feel like I gotta go new gens with the better odds. Um, just because like I don't I can't lead with like a full odds like lead green hunt. That just sounds brutal. There's these kind of new style of shiny team runs coming out where it's called like a route master challenge where you literally catch every shiny Pokemon in every route, and that just sounds brutal. And a lot of people will do emulators and do speed up, which like that's what I would have to do, but I something about like playing on emulators just doesn't move the needle for me. I just want everything on like an actual cartridge so I can like have that team and remember it, and like no knock on people that do emulate it, but just for the way that I like interact with these games, I like it being on the actual hardware and cartridges. But that's just me. So, but a lot of respect for the people that do those runs. That's like an insane amount of dedication. Bro Sidon has been doing a Route Master Challenge in like Heart Gold or Soul Silver. I can't remember which one, but I think it's actually like all four. I think he's like multi-hunting with like a rigged up DS, so he can basically get play 4 games at once in each route, which like you have to be doing something like that, or else it'll literally take your entire lifetime to finish that. I still think like without speed up, I still think that probably takes like 10 years because like there's just going to be so many. I hope he doesn't do the post game because that just sounds brutal. Um, and I feel like the encounters open up quite a bit in the post game too. So like, yeah, for your mental health, Rosidon, I hope you just stick with the Johto game, and then you can just pick your favorite team to play through the post game with. Maybe do a couple hunts in the in Kanto as the as like a follow up. Like there's some cool legendaries over there too, so it might be fun resetting for some of the legendaries. But and then you can basically triple odds hunt or quadruple odds hunt the legendaries too, or you just funnel it all into one game and just wrap it up on a single file at that point. Yeah, that's so cool. And it's kind of the approach I've taken to the Soul Silver playthrough I've been doing, where I'm not doing the shiny element, but I am trying to do like everything on every route. But I'm not setting hard rules for actually like catching every poke. Because it took me over a week, to encounter the 1% Snubble on the route to the left of Ekritik, and like that, I was just like, imagine just having to do the shiny hunt for that Snubble. Like that would take so long. Like it took me a week and a half just to find one, and I was way over odds. Like I probably had 300 encounters on that route before actually finding it. But like those stretches will happen. I mean, if you have 4 games running, like the odds will, you know, help you out. But yeah, crazy stuff. Love the dedication. But honestly, just watching runs like that is what kind of inspired me to kick this off and get streaming. So shout out to Poseidon for the inspiration. All right, we're gonna have to swap the lead poke out soon. Sorry, Reboot. You've done your duty. You probably have maxed out EVs at this point. After, but he hasn't been getting all the encounters, so maybe not. All right, Wooloo. Just the cutest little guy. Sheep are a little underrated. It reminds me of Catan a little bit. I had a stretch in my mid-20s where I was playing a ton of Catan. Had a couple of roommates. Had 3 roommates, so we always had 4, and we were ruthless. It was a lot of fun. I feel like we got kind of mean. I showed my family how to play, and I was like the experienced one. And that game is a lot about like socially manipulating people to like hide your hand and not tell them you're winning. And I was next time I play with my family, I need to be a little bit chiller with that, because I feel like I was just like going in with like used to playing with my roommates, and we're all just like very experienced players. And yeah. Ooh, we got the brilliant aura. Let's go. Shiny? Nope. So that's 1 in 1024 odds right now, but once I get, I think I have like maybe 15 more encounters, and then at that point I'll have battled 200, and then it's down to 1 in 840. So we're actually getting into a pretty good odd situation for um, for Rookidee. So those brilliant aura encounters are going to be really important for him as we keep going. Use my last Ember on you, Wooloo. Burn that burr. I can't remember what the ability is, Fluff. I know it's weak to fire moves, but I don't know what the advantage is. It's a pretty interesting ability, but just makes fire types like get the fuck out mode for the sheep boy or sheep girl. All right. It would be cool if I found a way to like understand how much of each individual encounter I had, but we can run some numbers. Ooh. A Squovid encounter. We'll sneak one in. I'm sorry, Squovid. I just don't like you that much. It's nothing personal. I just hate what you are. That is all. If I get the shiny Squovid, that'll be, you know, we're gonna have to do some bonding, but you know, I don't think that'll be the shiny just because I'm actively avoiding them. But you know, it is what it is, and maybe that'll make the relationship stronger. And the reason I don't like you is because I just went through all these patches, and that's all I fucking saw were 8 Squovid. And that's all that I'm seeing right now. You motherfucker. I'm just gonna leave the route. We need a reset. Alright. Yeah, look at like look at Wedgehurst Station. It has so much charm. This game for sure underrated. I really do not like my guy's outfit right now, though. Can I just like take that hat off? How do I take the hat off? We're going home. I think I can look in the mirror and change my outfit because I'd rather just roll with no hat than whatever that monstrosity is. It's not even a beanie. It's also like, I mean, people are wearing like jackets, so it's probably fall, but you don't need a beanie. Like, I wish it was just a normal beanie, and then the only other option is the sky cap, and I'm not a Bryson DeChambeau motherfucker, so sorry, it's just not happening. I don't buy his PR antics. How do I get to my room? This is the kitchen. Okay, it's over here. Do I go up here? How do I change my outfit? What do I do? Is it in the menu, or maybe I think yeah, I have no idea how to take this hat off, but maybe I go to the store. We're gonna go to the store. We'll check the encounters, and then yeah, this hat, it's got to go. I apologize if anybody likes wearing hats like this. I'm sure you pull it off much better than my character does here, but I just would not be able to pull that off. I'm not a big hat guy overall. It's weird because like whenever I see a cool hat that I like, I want to buy it, but I just don't wear hats unless I'm golfing or something. I think my head's a little too big, and then like the hats just look weird if they're not the right. Like I feel like I just have a hard time finding hats that work for my head. I gotta let my luscious locks free, you know? Alright, so 530 encounters. We're doing pretty well. I'm kind of curious where my Rookidee encounters are at because I'm pretty close to that threshold of over 200, and then we get another odds bump. The big one will be getting to 1 in 300, or sorry, 300 encounters, and then odds will have improved pretty significantly at that point. It's kind of annoying. I think I have to be in the store. I think there's a way to change your outfit. I'm just clueless to it. Maybe if I click start and then do I click select here? Is that it? No, that's the map. That's also the map. Whatever. Rookidee. Yeah, let's talk winds and waves. I have pretty high expectations for it for a couple reasons. I think that there's like they've gotten a longer dev time than they ever have, and from the trailer, what I saw, like it does not have the performance issues that any of the recent games have had. I actually thought that Legends ZA ran pretty well, but I wasn't like, look at these walls, like they're so ugly, but like they kind of do look ugly, and like just relative to what is industry standard today, there's been at least one glaring flaw in a lot of the Switch 1 games for Pokemon. So from what I saw in Winds and Waves trailer, like relative to what they were showing in trailers for all of the more recent games, it looks a lot better. And then on top of that, I think they have some legitimate competition with Palworld right now. Honestly, like the gameplay isn't that similar, but like they're kind of stealing a couple monster designs. They have some good designs that they've come up with. So it feels like kind of cheap that they did that off the start. If they just like put more investment up front on the beta release for building out designs, but I think overall I'm glad Palworld is here to challenge Pokemon because I think that's why they're putting more effort into the Switch 2 release, and they got the hardware for it. So it's like they're in a position where they should be able to have like a much higher quality game closer to industry standard than they had in the past. So I have high expectations. I would like to see like some like we're gonna have the battle gimmick. I might be I think it's gonna do something with the outfits, like those Pikachu's that had the funny outfits in the trailer. I think that will be an element of it, but I'd like to see like a gameplay mechanic, whether it's like building houses or forts or something, or just another layer of interaction with the world that you can have. And it might just be like, can they basically, with an open world game, layer in more like puzzles in the world? Because that's one thing I liked about the early games is like there were puzzles and caves and dungeons that, were kind of difficult. I remember really struggling like in that ice path in Gen 2 to get to Blackthorn City. Like that was like those like ice mazes are actually pretty difficult. Um, Even like as an adult, like sometimes I'm just like, what the hell do I do? Why isn't this working? Um, and they've lost that in a lot of the recent games. I thought Scarlet and Violet's open world was like it was fun to explore, it was fun to find the folks, but outside of like hunting down and completing the decks, there wasn't that much to do or interact with it. Like they didn't have any puzzles, and like you could go and collect those swords for the Swords of Ruin legendaries. But overall, I thought it was like they didn't really capitalize on introducing this open world as much as they would have liked. And like in fact, they kind of dialed back on what like they dialed back on like you couldn't explore buildings. I thought the cities were the most forgettable they've ever been. So I think they need to really give me more of a reason other than dex completion to explore the world. And that just means more interesting environments and you know, I thought one thing Scarlet and Violet did well is they introduced verticality to the world where like the wild area is just like an open flat area and it's kind of like the beta version of what the open world ended up in um, Scarlet and Violet. But in the Crown Tundra DLC, I thought that was a more interesting layout to a map than anything in Scarlet and Violet. I thought there were some cool environments. I like the northern region. I thought there was like a lot of kind of like biodiversity and like you have the big lake with the dragons, which is cool. They had the kind of like foresty valley area where there was a lot of bug Pokemon. I remember I caught a shiny Teddy Ursa in that area, and like I've seen one of my buddies got a shiny Heracross there, and that was just a really cool area. But they need to do more than create cool environments to explore. They need to create puzzles and like if you bring certain items and stuff like that, I think they can really um, kind of like create an open world that's interesting to explore. You think about a game like Skyrim, it doesn't even like there's puzzles in there, but that's not even like they're not good puzzles. It's just like, oh yeah, like make this snake block match the snake blocks on the wall. Like great, that's nothing crazy. But they have such cool things to find within it, and I think you have like 1,000 Pokemon to work with. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to create a puzzle to get a cool encounter. Like maybe you can get an early Dratini encounter if you know, explore a cave and then bring a certain item that is like within the same region of the map a little far away and like you talk to some NPCs that say like, hey, like I saw Dratini here when I like walked by with my dragon stick, something like that. And they just didn't do any of that. You would just like find the encounter and then it refreshes. There are rare encounters that refresh whatever after X amount of game time. Like that's not that exciting. So I think that's what they need to do with the open world, and I think they're even going further with the verticality. I remember the cave in the trailer where all the Slugma were. That looks like there's just like that looks like a your stereotypical JRPG dungeon where you have to explore and like um I have some like hope around that, and there's like magma flowing down. Like that looks really cool, but yeah, I think they need to figure out what to do with an open world, or I'm of the mentality if they can't pull it off in Winds and Waves, go back to 2D and just do classic JRPG style dungeon crawling. Because like I don't need an open world in every game I play unless you're gonna make it explorable to the point of a Skyrim or something like that. Oh, here we go. Another evolution. We're building out this dex here. Alright, Crook. Crookedy is now a Crook Esquire. Yeah, this whole line is so sick. Like, what a great middle stage. So cool. Alright, yeah, we're keeping him in the lead for a while. The lessons of many harsh battles have taught it how to accurately judge an opponent's strength. Just a bro. Absolute bro. I don't know if it's a lady, but if it's a lady, it's a bro. What are you, Crook? I can't even remember. Yep, that's a bro. Actually, probably should not be leading with Corvus Squire because it has Unnerve and it's definitely slowing encounters like a couple seconds each run with that the little banner that comes across. But we just got you, so we're gonna rip a couple with you. I need to do some stretching after today. Gonna be sitting in this chair all day. Alright, we'll do a couple more encounters with Rookedy here, but I think I'm going to put somebody else in front without an ability that triggers at the start of battle soon. We'll get to 560 with him. Get a couple honor battles in against these Rookedies. Yeah, now this battle's just not even fair. We just got an absolute stud bird here, and then you got these little pipsqueaks on the other side. I'm just imagining like NPC walking through this route and just seeing like 548 fainted Pokemon on the side and be like, what happened? Who came through here? You're low-key like kind of a horrible person in these games when you EV train or you do a hunt like this. Just cruel. Or imagine like the reality of like walking by somebody that was just SOS training like 300 encounters, and there's just like a pile of dead Poliwags sitting there. Just like, what is this person doing? Alright. 550 encounters. Corvus Squire, you've done great. We're putting Wooloo in front now. No, we'll do one more. One more. We got to get to 550. I thought we were at it. Alright, here we go. And we'll probably box Corvus Squire pretty soon. Honestly, I might end up with like a living dex by the end of this run. Just because I'm going to have so much time to just catch all these encounters. And it'll be interesting with the wild area because like I will be like targeting specific pokes, but I'm just going to be like going around and probably catching everything as we go. Alright, I don't know when you evolve, but we'll give you a little bit of run. Took him out of the lead because he was not one-shotting everything, which was a little frustrating, so I wanted to get something in front. Because I mean, I think it's more of a defensive poke, and it only has Nuzzle and Bite, so Nuzzle will one-shot here, but I was struggling with one-shotting things with my doggo here. Boltund, though, is a little underrated, I think. It is just kind of like worse Manectric, but I think it's still pretty cool, and I love seeing how fast it runs around in the DLC when you see one in the wild. It's pretty cool to see how quickly it moves around. It's just a beast. Alright, so we're one-shot Wooloo now. That's pretty good. So you can hang in the front. It must have been down at like level 15 before when I was struggling with it. Sorry, Squilvet, just not interested. We're going to do a quick dex check after this to see where we're at for number battled for everything. Because I feel like Wooloo is probably creeping up to like 120, 130 at this point. I had a stretch of Nickets earlier that I was doing pretty well with, but Rookity has got to be over 200 at this point, so I think we got the next odds. Next odds threshold, so we're at 1,840, but I haven't seen any Brilliant Aura in a while. It's a shame. That's where we get the better odds. Alright, there's Naked. Let's get this encounter, and then we can check the dex. At 555. No shiny. We'll muzzle you. Hopefully. Yeah. Oh, level 3. We should actually, and that has bad defense too, so. Doggo wasn't one-shotting that. I'd be a little disappointed at him. Alright. 145 with Wooloo, pretty good. Well, hold on. What was that? It's a weird cry from Eevee. Alright, 120 for Nickit, not bad. Squilvet 123. 201. We just passed the threshold, so we need to. Hopefully, we start seeing some more Brilliant Aura Rookies because we got some good odds with them right now. Another Nickit. Alright, yeah, we got to take these encounters because it's going to be a long haul to get him up to 200. Sorry, I have advice. These things got me good. Don't do them. They're very addicting. But they're kind of fun to pop in when you're gaming. Squilvet. Took my eye off the ball, and all of a sudden I get a Squilvet encounter. Get out of here. I'm gonna bite you. Nuzzle is a very cool move that they introduced. Just nice to like be able to like get a little chip damage while you paralyze. I'm pro Nuzzle. Pro Nuzzling in real life, pro Nuzzling in Pokemon too. Alright, here we go. Some good encounters up here. I was watching Party Arlie did a Pokemon Shield Shiny Badge quest, and she got her Shiny Wooloo at 612 encounters. Ooh, we get Spark now. It's another good move. Let's drop Roar, because the fear of accidentally roaring a shiny away would just be the most painful thing. And I think Spark's 100% accurate, because I think it's just the Thunder Fang moves, but let's just get Spark to the top so we can deal a little more damage. Yeah, 100. Perfect. Okay, so that'll one-shot everything, guaranteed. Wooloo has some pretty good defense, so. Oh, Brilliant Aura. Let's go. No shiny. Yeah, Wooloo is approaching 150 battles, so it won't be long before. Well, it'll be a little bit of time, but we'll get it up to 200 today, and then those will be 1 in 840 odds instead of 1,024. Trying to be a little more careful about identifying the brilliant aura with Skwovet, just because it's a little harder to see since they're down in the grass and those. I don't know if it's tears or sweat coming out of them, but like, just plays tricks with my eyes. Dominated. Yeah, no idea when this thing will evolve into Boltund, but that'll be a fun little evolution to get. Last night, so my fiance, she's left for the UK last night. She was visiting her friend that works over there, lives over there, works over there. Um, and before she left, we went out to this place, Greek place over in Brookline, and it is probably my favorite restaurant in the Boston area. It's just like it's really high quality food, but it feels homemade, and I feel like when a restaurant can pull that off, and like the food's also like pretty affordable relative to, like when you think about nice restaurants. So highly recommend Bar Vlaha in Brookline if you are ever in the Boston area. It's so good. It's kind of hard to get a reservation, so you want to check a few weeks out, but it is delicious. And I got some leftovers. It was like a crawfish orzo pasta dish, and it's almost like a little bit of a stew too. So I got some leftovers of that I'm really excited to eat. I'm gonna have to eat lunch soon. Take another quick break. We're getting a little bit closer to 600 encounters. It's kind of funny, like as I've started shiny hunting more over the past few years, like these types of like hunts and challenges, it's so fun because it's like my odds right now for a regular encounter are the same as the first, but it feels like I'm closer to it, even though the numbers don't say that. Like your aggregate likelihood of getting it obviously increase over time, but it's just like a funny mental game where you're like, I am closer to the odds number, therefore I should have a higher likelihood, which is just not how it works, but it's funny, just like going through that math in your brain as you encounter things over and over again and see that number go up. If I get the shiny before I hit 1,000 encounters, I saw Party Arlie do this in her run. You get to pick the jersey number on the back of your jersey. Ooh, shiny. Um, and I'll definitely choose if it's sub 1,000, I'm gonna make the number of encounters it took. Now, what we have here is not entirely accurate, but we're gonna take it as the truth. I think I'm a little bit over 567 realistically because I didn't have that counter set up perfectly to start, and I definitely missed a couple early on before I got the auto counter set up. But we're taking the count here as gospel now. Directionally, it's very close. All right, once we hit 575, I want to take a quick break and munch on some food because I'm getting hungry. I gotta eat that orzo. $569 encounters. Nice. Wooloo pulls off the weird, like, flat line eye thing going. Somehow it pulls it off and makes it cute. Little pigtails too. Adorable. Ooh. Shiny? Nope. Alright. Brilliant auras are starting to roll in. I will tolerate Squoven encounters for the Brilliant Aura. I need the shiny, but Squoven would not be ideal. It's not that I have a problem with Squoven, it's that the other encounters on this route are just so much cooler overall. What do we got up here? Take the Wooloo. We got 2 Rookies down there to go get to. Up to 8 views on the stream. That's a record for me. Exciting stuff. Alright, let's knock out these. We're gonna nuzzle these boys. Spark PP is getting low. Yeah, look up when Boltund evolves. Or when this thing evolves into Boltund, I should say. $25. Yeah, we probably won't get all the way up there, but we'll keep an eye on it. This might be a long haul, so it might be a chance that we actually get this thing to level 25, but I think the experience descends the higher the level you are above it, so that might be a real long haul. I was watching Blue Boy Finn's video where he, because like he does the Pokemon facts and like mysteries and like basically does what's it called, Mythbusters for it basically, and he basically on the first route evolved his Litten to an Incineroar to see if in the cutscene, because your Litten is in the cutscene early in the game, and he wanted to see if you evolved your starter into its final form, whether it would be an Incineroar in the cutscene and it wouldn't revert back to Litten, and it actually was the Incineroar, so that was a pretty funny myth he busted. Alright, it is time for a break. I'm going to save up and go munch on a little late lunch here, but let me just make sure there's no Brilliant Auras over here. Oh, well, we're doing one more encounter. No shiny. Oh, whoops. Alright, lunchtime. I'll see you in a bit. All right, we are back. I'm well fed. I had some fantastic leftovers from Bar Vlaha. It was an orzo crawfish stew type thing, and it's so good. Went there last night with my fiance um, before she left for a UK trip, and it's probably my favorite restaurant in the Boston area. So good. Coming up on 600 encounters. We're getting there. Hopefully the odds are in my favor. I just rewatched the second Hunger Games recently. I love those movies. It was kind of like past my time. I was trying to be cool in high school and didn't care about the new movie series coming out. And then in college at some point, I um, so I went to UVM, and as you know, in Vermont, smoking some, Mary Jane was, very popular. So I was home for my Christmas break and, the dog days of my Mary Jane phase. And I remember sitting on my bedroom I grew up in, and I put on all of the Hunger Games movies in a row, and I just grinded through Pokemon Heart Gold. And I remember that was a sick playthrough. I actually had, your standard Dragonite. You always have to have a Dragonite on a Heart Gold team, but I also caught Entei and Raikou for the first time. So I went through the E4 with Raikou, Entei, Dragonite, and I can't remember who else, maybe a Crobat or something. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I feel like I have this weird association between Hunger Games and um, Pokemon Heart Gold because of that. But yeah, that was a great time, and I was, ripping the Mary Jane all day. My eyes were like this. But I'm glad it's legalized now. I like partaking occasionally, but with just how busy work is, like, it's just, I just started giving me more anxiety and stuff, so I had to cut back on that. But good times. I do remember. So recently, I actually tried these things called cans, and they're like a 2 milligram like weed drink, and I actually really enjoy them. They're very subtle. Because like most of the time I take an edibles, I'm just like floored and like non-verbal half the time if I take too much. But these cans at 2 milligrams, and they have some CBD in them as well. Like honestly, it's the perfect amount. Like I feel like when I take an edible, I'll be like my heart will start racing once it starts kicking in, and like I have like 20 minutes where I'm kind of uncomfortable, and then I settle into it. But like I don't get that with the cans at all. And over the 4th of July weekend, I had a couple, and it was delightful. But I will say that like my I really only use weed now when I'm gaming for the most part, just because I like to be doing absolutely nothing when I put that stuff in my body, and video games aligns perfectly with as an activity to pair it with. So it's my weed rant. I'm past my hippy dippy days though. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hit the 300 Rookidee count today, and we should hit 200 for Wooloo. Nickit will be a little tougher just because 5% encounter, so like you can kind of chain them together once they start popping up. But um, I'd like to hit 200 with it, but we'll see where we end up. It's just hard to monitor how many an hour I'm actually encountering. I haven't ran the numbers to see what rate I'm encountering them at. I'll take this Rookidee encounter. But yeah, we are, I haven't seen a Naked in a while. I don't know where those fuckers are. Well, we're well above quarter odds now, so we're getting there. Or no, well above 1/8 odds. But we'll get the quarter odds today. I'm confident in it. I got nothing going on all day. Yeah, I'm really excited for the Ocarina of Time remake. That game is going to be unreal. It's been a little bit since I played Breath of the Wild last year. I finally finished it. I had started a playthrough like when the first Switch first came out, but then I got like through two temples and then fell off. But then once the Switch 2 came out and they had the upgrade pack, I was like, well, perfect time to get back into it. So finished Breath of the Wild, and then similar story with Tears of the Kingdom. I played through. I think I got to the Water Temple, and I beat the Air Temple, but um, basically, um, yeah, I just ended up falling off it. I put in like 60 hours, and I was like barely through the second temple, but I need to give that a playthrough at some point. I just wanted to give a break after Breath of the Wild because I feel like the games are pretty similar. So I think the Ocarina of Time remake is definitely going to take priority over actually playing. Ooh, old Blick Bug. Didn't mean to encounter that, but yeah. I don't know what they're gonna change with it. I'll be really because like the trailer didn't show much at all, but it'll be interesting to see how like they gotta modernize it in some ways, but I really hope they don't go Breath of the Wild route and like keep it as a more linear experience because Ocarina of Time like kind of had it like for the time it was open world, but I don't think they like I feel like it would stop feeling like Ocarina of Time if they gave it like the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom um, design layout. So that'll be really fun to see what they do with it though, because like they can definitely have the opportunity to add a lot and like flesh some stuff out more. But I hope it still feels like Ocarina of Time. That's what all I'm worried about. But I feel like it's too precious of an IP for them to fuck it up, and it's too bad that they that it leaked beforehand. I feel like that would have been like the biggest gaming news in like a decade if it hadn't leaked. But that's how the internet works now. I feel like it's like for that leak, I feel like it was unintentional, but I feel like there's a lot of leaks that are like on purpose to drive a hype on the internet, but and they can control what gets out to the people if you're digging for it. Oh, we got 600 encounters. Look at that. We're getting there. If this goes over odds, it's gonna be brutal. I hope not. All right, we can one-shot this. The bite, I bet. Somehow the level 5s still don't go down to one hit to my level 19 dog. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I was just watching those like Tommy Wiseau clips of what is it called? The Room. Those things are that movie is absolutely ridiculous. Just so unintentionally bad, but I honestly like I'll definitely never sit down and watch that movie, but because like you basically get all you need on like the 20-minute highlight reel on YouTube of just like all the best scenes, best bad scenes. We got some viewers coming in. Are those the boys? I just sent you a link. I am shiny hunting Rookity, Wooloo. We got a couple targets here. You can see them on the screen, but the one thing I don't want is that fucking squirrel. As a colorblind individual, I can barely tell the difference. And they are fucking all I'm seeing on this fucking round. Those fucking squirrels, and they have a little like sweat or tears, whatever the fuck that is. I don't know. But see, it's all squirrels. It's bullshit. More squirrels. There we go. Here are the encounters I'm looking for. I'm a little disappointed that the Fallout 3 remake is not coming out this year. I thought there was like an edge chance that we'd get it this year, but it sounds like with Bethesda's announcement, Todd Howard came out and did an interview and basically confirmed it's coming in like the next year or two. But I was hoping it would shadow drop this year just because Bethesda doesn't like to fucking put out games, which is annoying. But Elder Scrolls probably not coming in 2027, or Elder Scrolls 6 isn't coming in 2027, I don't think. But especially after they fired like 40% of the staff. But it would be, yeah, 2028, I think, is possible. So that's my hope. And I think the Fallout, because Fallout New Vegas is also getting a remake, and I tried playing through that recently, but it just let, I always feel like it's like a little too much. I actually have a pretty heavily modded version set up on my PC, so, but it makes it more difficult and like brought my carry weight down to 100 instead of like 150, and I don't know how to remove it after I did like a mod tutorial. There's like a guide online, and I installed like 100 mods, and it looks a lot better, and like the character models, everything was like it's definitely improved, but um, yeah, it's just I. Everyone says New Vegas is better, but I think I like Fallout 3 better. And I still have never beat Fallout 4. I like it. It's also set in Boston, so I feel like I should love it, but I just don't really. Oh, nice. My Zigzagoon has the move pickup, so I can farm some items with him on my team. Oh, we got a Wooloo versus Wooloo honor battle happening right now. Sick. Yeah, honestly, for Elder Scrolls 6, I'm very excited for it, but I am worried. Let me just take this item first. I'm worried they're gonna try to do too much like Fallout, like house building and fort building, because like that's not what I want out of an Elder Scrolls game. I feel like Skyrim had it perfect with like you could build the three houses with that DLC, but I specifically don't want to be like. I feel like with Fallout 4, I would just get derailed by trying to build up my home base, and then it would just like take way too much of my time. And I always felt like I need like, and I would start setting up like the electrical power systems so I could have lights on, and I would like I'd end up spending like 45 minutes trying to like get my house in order, and then not actually play the game. So I do need to beat that game at some point, but the ending got spoiled to me. Where like your son is now an old man and leads the institute, and I was like, well, that's the big plot twist, and it kind of soured me on actually finishing it. We're getting double kick up front because I'm going to be using that move primarily. Where are Brilliant Aura Pokemon? I was told if I kept killing these things, I would get more of them, but I'm really not seeing too many. That probably won't go. Maybe it will. Nope. One of the rare Route 1 birds that is not also normal type, which I respect, but that would have killed if it were normal type, so right now I'm mad. More Squovit. It's not a bad Pokemon, it's just the worst here, and I don't want it. Alright. I might need to do a dex check to see where the battle counts are. So I feel like Wooloo. Ooh, yeah, let's take out these Wooloo. We got a little chain going, but I think it should be getting a bit closer to 200 where the odds increase. I want that Black Sheep. Wow. I can't believe double kick doesn't like just that almost didn't kill a level 5. That's insane. I don't think I would one shot a level 6, which is kind of crazy to think about. Baby doll eyes. Yeah. What are we dropping? Maybe we're not. It's baby doll eyes. Yeah, it has priority, so let's drop sand attack. Priority moves are always useful, just because when you're slower, you can always do something before Faint, even if it's completely underleveled. We'll see. Did that? Yeah, that just had a good defense EV. That was crazy. Maybe it had a defense nature, but because that was a level 6 and the level 5, I almost didn't kill. And they did more damage to the level 6 than the level 5. A little crazy. Any items? Yep, we got a mushroom. Oh yeah. Zigzag. Oh, realistically, what I should do is catch 6 Zigzagoon and just lap it with Zigzagoon, but this is gonna be a long haul anyways, so I'm sure I will have plenty of opportunity to collect as many items as my heart desires. Yeah, but for Elder Scrolls, they don't know exactly. Elder Scrolls 6, we don't know what region it's in. I heard that it might be like the High Elves country or the Redguard country, so it'll be interesting to see as we learn more about that. Hopefully next year, if it does drop in 2027, or sorry, 2028, that we'll actually get some trailers next year. The new that new head of Xbox, Asha or whatever, she's like forcing Bethesda to give us more info, so I'm hoping we get at least another trailer, but it's kind of crazy. I think they gave us the first trailer in like 2018 or 2019, so it's literally been 7 or 8 years since we got the announcement trailer of the game, and we're sitting here without the game still. Pandemic definitely messed up all the timelines, but Starfield was a slightly better game. I think it would have held us over a little bit better, but not the case. Who we got in chat? See somebody lurking there. For whoever joined, I'm doing a... Hey, Alec. What's up, buddy? We need a hang soon. It's literally like been such a busy summer, and like I didn't have any plans, and then all of a sudden my entire August was like full, July and August. But we should go out in downtown Boston before you and Doug are gone. Yeah, Eric, totally agree. Starfield, like, it's so bad because like I feel like I didn't realize it was not that good of a game until I had spent 50 hours playing it. Because it felt cozy like a Bethesda game, but then you just like sit there and you're like level 30 and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why isn't this good? They did do that update where like you can like basically hang out in your ship as you travel, so it's not all fast travel. So you can kind of like set course and then like talk to your companions, but it's just I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. I was like, all right, I want to go to this place, and then I still just wasn't advancing to like the next star system. So I was just like, all right, I give up. I gave that game so many tries. I did do all the faction quests except for the main story, and I heard the main story actually is a pretty cool ending, but yeah, I've given enough to that game. So what I'm doing here, boys, is this is a shiny badge quest. So basically, I have to catch a shiny, and that's the only Pokemon I can use, and then beat the first gym, and then before the second gym, I have to catch another shiny. So basically, right now I'm kind of full on something, but did some research, and to get a to increase my odds of getting a shiny, there's like brilliant aura Pokemon encounters, and basically, if you see the aura, then I've been just like murdering these Wooloo and Rookies for like these first 600 encounters, and as I kill more, I increase the shiny odds of those brilliant aura ones. So those only show up at a 3% clip. So I'm basically just getting like full odds encounters with these, but then once there's a brilliant aura, it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting a shiny. So um, hopefully, like the full odds is 1 in 4,096, but you get much better odds as you kill more and more. So it gets down to like 1 in 500 for the brilliant aura as I go through. So hopefully it won't take 4,000. I'd probably give up. But I've done all this work creating the overlays for my stream, and I did a thumbnail, so I can't give up now. You can see the deleted comments. Some guy wrote the N word in like 4 comments, so I had to block him. So I had one viewer until I chatted you guys, and then all he did was just throw slurs around. So that was a little disappointing. But yeah, are you guys hyped for Ocarina of Time remake? I like they're not gonna fuck it up, but I'm really curious to see like what they're gonna change because they got like I just don't want them to go full Breath of the Wild on it and like Tears of the Kingdom. Like those were fun, the open world was cool, but I just don't want them to. I want it to be like linear temple. Like I feel like you're kind of losing what Ocarina of Time is um by like making it a Breath of the Wild. All right, so you see this little like aura outside of it. When I encountered this, this is a 1 in 1,024 chance rather than a 1 in 4,000 chance, and no shiny. I really didn't want that fucking squirrel anyways, but that's like the one encounter I don't want. That's why it's not in the picture. All right, we'll double kick it. But yeah, Ocarina of Time remake is gonna be sick. And I heard there was a leak that they're gonna have a Zelda Switch 2 come out, and as much as I want it, I'm definitely not buying another Switch 2. But they are gonna come out with a Zelda themed Pro controller, which I'll probably buy because I mean, there's no issues with having an extra Pro controller. I really like the Switch 2 Pro controller. I think it's a lot better than the Switch 1. It just like feels premium, the matte. It's just like nice. It feels good in your hands. But I remember seeing Doug got like the Switch, or sorry, the I think it was Tears of the Kingdom console and that Pro controller, and I really wish I got that Pro controller, so I will not miss out this time. Switch 2 has been ramping up on the releases lately. I feel like they actually have some good games out now that um like that nothing that's really like I want that I'm like dying to play, but the Final Fantasy VII remakes are on there now. And I want to try that. Have you heard of Mina the Hollower? That game looks pretty cool. It looks like a Game Boy Color game, just made modern day. Um, I want to try that. It's like almost like Zelda meets Dark Souls kind of, but it's easier than an actual Dark Souls game. Yep, Eric, I cannot wait to play Expedition 33. I've just been like waiting for like a time that I can actually like dedicate because I feel like that's a game I'm gonna want to 100%. It's right up my alley. Like turn-based RPG, but they kind of have a unique spin on like the timing mechanics of the battling. And I played the first 30 minutes of it, and the world building is some of the best I've ever seen. Like you like the whole story is insane, and there's just so many crazy, interesting monsters in that game. So I'm so excited to play that game, but I should probably try to finish that before the NFL season starts, because once the NFL starts, I'm like not, I can't play any games like dedicate any time to it because that fucking football takes up all my free time. And once again, it's all squirrels here. They're just always all squirrels. Yep, Mario Galaxy. I watched the first Mario movie in theaters with Natalie, and it was pretty good. I want them to get to like Pixar level or like Shrek or something, but they had a lot of fan service in it that I liked. I thought it was pretty good, but I haven't even looked at the reviews in the Galaxy movie. The Zelda movie will be interesting. I I, it's just gonna be weird because Link's gonna talk. Oh, it's on Peacock for free. All right, I may watch that this weekend, maybe tonight after I'm done with this. What was it? I want to watch that movie Obsession, like the horror movie uh, that came out recently. I've been hearing a lot of good things about that, and it sounds like kind of a funny thriller movie. But I think that's also on Peacock or maybe Apple TV, but I think you have to pay for it. That movie looks great though. I just watched that show Widow's Bay, and it was so good. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. It's on Apple TV, and it's a horror show, but it's also very funny at the same time. It's kind of like if Stephen King did a season of Fargo almost. Also, Natalie and I went to Bar Vlaha last night, and um, it's this Greek place in Brookline, and it's so good. I highly recommend it. I had this leftovers I just ate. It was like an orzo crawfish like stew, and it's so good. Highly recommend it. And then dropped Natalie off at the airport, so she's off to the UK, or she's in the UK right now visiting her friend, which means I get to play video games and stream all weekend. I'm excited for the party tomorrow, though. I need to check when I should arrive because I haven't. I'll go on that particle thing that you guys set up. Isn't Doug in England right now? I think he's Texas. He was in starts at 4. Perfect. But yeah, Doug's in the UK. I wonder if he's in London, then he and Natalie could link up. Yeah, imagine they just like walk into the same pub. That'd be so funny. So I set up this like auto counter. It was kind of complicated, but basically anytime that like I took a screenshot of when the encounter prompt that comes up when you run into a Pokemon, and it like basically counts the number every time that you get that encounter. But that was a brilliant aura right there, so we had pretty good odds for that. I'm in deep on the shiny hunting, Eric. I'm done. Like I just love doing it so much. Eric, you should stream a Ironmon Nuzlocke run. I watched this one guy like General Court, and he did he's been doing all the Ironmon Nuzlockes. Um, those look fun. It's definitely like very luck based, but when you get a run going, it looks pretty exciting. So like I have a hard time getting through mods, but that's one I think I can get on board with just because like you can just lap runs, and I feel like it gets addicting just trying over and over again. I just like getting stuff on actual hardware. That like when I play a Pokemon game, if I get a shiny, I'll just feel like if it's on an emulator, I'm just gonna be like, ah, but it's not a real shiny. And I also I'm hoarding all of my like Pokemon from over the years in home, so I wouldn't be able to transfer them in. Pseudo shiny, yeah. I also like have my modded 3DS so I could like gen a poke that is like same nature and everything and just bring it in that way. But then it just feels, I guess it would, that's about as legitimate as it will feel since it came from an emulator. But I do want to play, there's that Zelda game on the 3DS, Link Between Worlds, and it's like a spiritual follow-up to Link to the Past, which is that Super Nintendo game. But the gimmick in it is like you can basically merge with the walls and go into like a 2D mode, and it makes like and you can also rent instead of like just getting the items in the dungeons, you can rent different ones. Like you have access to all 8 at the start, and you basically like can in multiple ways using different items like solve the all the temples. So it's pretty interesting, like where you can get a little more creative with how you get through a dungeon. But the 2D mechanic where you like turn into like a drawing on the wall is really interesting too, and like makes the puzzles really difficult. I was like banging my head against the wall for one of them. Did you ever play the new Metroid Prime game? I never got around to buying it, but I saw it got an 8 out of 10, and I was like, ah, I feel like it's not a priority anymore. Oh, brilliant aura. So shiny. Yep. Dread was really good. I thought um, it's like the best 2D Metroid game they've had since like I think Super Metroid is consensus the fan favorite online, but Dread was really good. Um, I 100% of that game. That was a lot of fun. It was the first Metroid game where it felt achievable to actually get the 100%. because like I played Metroid Zero Mission for the Game Boy Advance, and some of the like the ways to get the all of the items is so ridiculously difficult. Um, like more so than Dread. So I like how they made it a little more accessible to 100%. And it was legitimately scary when those white robot things were chasing you down. I feel like I would like start panicking. What we really need is a new Mario game on the Switch too, though. I'm su I'm surprised they didn't have one locked and loaded because it's like Odyssey's the last. I guess they had Super Mario Wonder. That was really good. I never beat it, but I guess they had DK, which was basically their like big platformer at the start. But I'd be surprised if next year we don't get a Mario game. They got to be cooking on something. All right, we're gonna check the Pokedex and like it'll tell us how many we've encountered, and that determines what the overall odds are for the shinies. So if you go into the Dex, you can see I've battled 241 Rookies. Once it gets to 300, the odds go from 1 in 840 to 1 in 685, I think, for those Brilliant Orange Pokemon. But I don't think I have that many encounters on everything else. Raboot. Raboot's cool. Also just has a great name. 127 on Skwovet, 123 on Nickit, 185 on Wooloo. So we're getting pretty close to 200. So right now, between 100 and 200, it's for those Brilliant Auras, it's 1 in 1024 odds. Once you get to 200, it's 1 in 840 odds. And once you get to 300, it's 1 in 685 odds. So after that, you can technically get another odds bump at 500 defeated, but I don't know if it's worth it at that point because it only goes up by like 100. So I feel like I could just encounter 100 rather than killing 200 more. Yeah, get a quick save in so I don't lose any progress. Yeah, I finally thought I would put my PC to work, Eric, since I got this expensive piece of hardware. I might as well try to stream or do something on it. And maybe I'll go viral, and then I can quit my corporate finance job. I'm like finally transitioning to a new role. Basically, in February, they told me that I would be moving into a new role, and it was like basically 6 months of transition. We just finally got the backfill in July, so I can finally offload some stuff, which is nice, but it'll be a lot more data modeling and SQL stuff, which is fun. And I'm learning a lot more about the forecast process. I was kind of just doing workstream management before, but now it'll be a lot more focused on just like building out reporting automations for COGS. And we're pushing AI for everything, so that's been fun. Although I will say it writes like most of my code for me now. It makes it so easy. I just prompt it with like all the databases and data sets, and it just like will write 500 lines of code in 2 seconds. I'm probably going to be streaming into the night, but I transferred in a shiny Eevee and was like doing the encounters with that to start. But because it came from another game, it stopped obeying me at level 20. But it was about to evolve into an Espeon, but I want an Umbreon because that's way sicker. So I'm gonna evolve that tonight, and then I'll have a cool shiny Umbreon in this game. kind of need to get the Wooloo encounter so we can get that up to 200 defeated and get the odds bump. So I'm going to focus on those. Plus Rookidees, because the Rookidee, like when it evolves, it's like this cool steel looking Corviknight. So I really want one of those, but the Black Sheep is also pretty sweet. And Wooloo is just so cute. All right, we'll get the Rookidee encounters. Might need to crack a Bruchacho pretty soon. It's 4 o'clock now. I feel like that's the move. I might pop an edible too, because I actually took today off. Just because I felt like having a day off after my boss was, or my old boss was on vacation, so I was just like covering all of this stuff for the past like 3 weeks, and it's been very busy, and wanted to fuck off for a whole Friday. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be really interesting. It'll be nice and smoky. I wonder if they'll be like those cocktails like are I feel like they're really good, but like you can't drink them all the time. But for signature cocktail, that's gonna be awesome. Wow, that's sick. I like I haven't really been making cocktails. Actually, Natalie's been making spritzes a lot, so mainly like Campari and Aperol, but she there's like so many different spritz recipes. She did this grapefruit juice one recently, and it was really tasty. Um, I can't remember what else is in it. And then she has this like liqueur. I think it's like a lemon base or something, but it's also really tasty. But that's primarily what we've been drinking. Haven't been ripping the dirty martinis as much. Those just like go to your head so quickly. It's just straight vodka. What I do is I'll do whiskey on the rocks when I'm late night gaming. Gets you nice and relaxed. And I got those one of those ice cube trays that makes it a sphere, so you can get the cool ice cube in there, which makes it even better. You got any vacations planned for this year? All right, I'll be right back. Pretty low key. Yep. Natalie and I did Peru this year, but we got the wedding next year, and then we're gonna try to buy a house, so we're gonna hold off on big vacations for a little bit. So it'll be, um, yeah, Peru was a lot of fun though. It was 2 weeks, and like I learned some Spanish. I've been doing my Duolingo since then, just so I am able to talk to her family from Peru. Yeah, I think for the honeymoon, we're thinking Greece because neither of us have been there, and I want to be on the Mediterranean and just like rot on a beach somewhere. So that's the plan for the honeymoon so far. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a cold one. Natalie's gone, which means I get to slurp down some beers. I mean, I do that anyways, but got a week alone, so it's gonna, that just invites solo degenerate time. Oh yeah, Eric, like and subscribe. That's what you're supposed to say on these things, right? I don't know how often I'll actually be doing this, but I got the setup now, so I can, anytime I want to do this challenge. I feel like this might be a fun thing to do while the NFL's happening, and I can just like watch the NFL while I do the hunts. You should check out there's this channel called Brosidon, and he's doing this insane shiny challenge where you like catch every single shiny on every route before advancing to the next route. Pretty psychotic stuff. But he's got like a Nintendo DS rigged, so one controls all four. So he literally does the hunts on four different cartridges, four different DSs at the same time, and it's like full odds 1 in 8,000. So that sounds kind of psychotic, but gotta respect the hustle, I guess. I want to get this Wooloo evolved. I don't know when it evolves. Let me see. 24. I don't even know if I'll get there. Like, what ha the higher level, the higher your level is above the opponent, the less experience you get. So it's like a descending amount of experience I get. So every level after this just gets harder and harder to um, actually like gain experience to get to the next one. All right, we're gonna get another lead. I've had enough of this Wooloo. Get the Raboot in the lead. Let's go. Ooh, I think I just saw a Nickit spawn. I haven't seen one of those in a while. It's 5% odds, but I just have not been seeing any of them. Back on my lonesome. That was fun though, actually chatting with people. So back to like Bethesda's roadmap seems pretty strong now, but it's about time that they actually have some main series entries on. Like Oblivion Remastered was good, but I still didn't get too far in it. I got decently far. The game just like it kind of takes a while, especially with like the Mages Guild doing all the individual um like local guild quests. I like how you earn your way in, but I feel like I got caught up uh doing all of those missions, and then it just slowed everything down. But I guess you can't knock the game for taking too long. Oblivion's one of my favorites of all time. But we're coming up on the Devil's Encounter, so if that's the shiny I get, we're gonna have to do a hell-themed name. It was like the Black Sheep. If we get a shiny Wooloo on encounter 666, that would be legendary. An evil sheep. Like the bunny from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It'll rip your eyes out. Excuse me. Sorry, that was just my beverage. I apologize to the empty void that is on my stream right now. I regret nothing. But yeah, I should try to live tier rank my favorite gens. I think number one is it's got to be Gen 3. I think Gen 3 is just like my most nostalgic gen, and I feel like mentally it's almost like going down in the rankings lately. But I think it's just because I've played it so much recently, and like I've never really taken a break from like playing it once every 2 years or something. I remember in college I hadn't played it because I lost my leaf green cartridge, and my fire one, red one for that matter. But I remember I revisited it in college, playing on an emulator, and had a ton of fun with it. But because I played so frequently, I feel like I don't give it the respect it's due. So that's number one, just out of nostalgia and loyalty. But then it probably goes Gen 5 and then Gen 4. I think Gen 5 and Gen 4 are neck and neck for just being the best overall. Gen 4 is better at like kind of just living in the world a little bit. Oh, 666 powders. No shiny. When are we gonna get more brilliant aura? But yeah, Gen 4 and Gen 5 are neck and neck for I think the best overall gens. Gen 5 I think has like the cleanest, the best pacing of the games. It has an interesting story. It um it was really bold for Black and White 1 to like only let you use the new Pokemon, which was like it's funny how that was people were hating on that at the beginning, and then when the gen first came out, and then now everybody praises it because of that. And like, I think it just like you don't have those favorite pokes that you just add to your team inevitably. Like you're not just adding Arcanine and Gengar to your team like you do in every game. So I think it forced your hand on actually trying some new things. And I think that really helped the like make the game better. Um, But like Gen 4, what it does best is just living in the world. Like I feel like there's just so many daily like it gives you a reason to go on every single day and like do your kind of daily tasks, pick from the apricorn trees, and then even in um, Sinnoh, it has the like berry farming and honey trees. So I feel like there's just like I think it's really good when a game like kind of lures you in to do like your daily tasks, similar to like Animal Crossing and those kind of farming simulator type games. So Gen 4 is the best at that. So right now it's Gen 3 1, Gen 5 2, Gen 4 at 3, and then this is where it gets tough for me. It'll be interesting to see how I feel about Gen 8 after going through this um, challenge, but I think probably like next up was it's funny because like Gens 1 and 2, if you'd asked me a couple years ago, I would those would definitely be next up, maybe even higher on the list. But the mechanics just like didn't age that well, but like the mechanics like flaws, I think it makes up to like with the graphics and the sprites. I just love the look of those old games. Um, so it's kind of between Gen 7 and Gen 1 right now. I feel like I'm gonna put Gen 1, just respect on its name for being the OG. So that's number 4. And then Gen 7 will be 5. And Gen 7 climbed up the list. Like I had a negative perception on it for a long time, just because all of the story and it's just really slow paced. But I had a lot of fun. I like the graphics in it a lot. I think it's better than Gen 6 by a lot, honestly. I think it just has a it's linear, but I think it does a good job of like structuring all the encounters so you have like a lot to catch, but you're not like debilitated by choice. That was my biggest trouble. Anytime I go back to X and Y, there's a new Pokemon in every route that I want to add to the team, maybe even like two or three. So it just becomes hard, and I start shuffling too many guys in and out on the team. So I feel like Gen 6 might be at the bottom. So basically, we have Gen 1 at 4, Gen 7 at 5. Then we'll do Gen 2. No knock on it. I feel like Gen 1 and 2 should be back to back, but I really liked Gen 7 the last time I played it. So Gen 2 is great. I just think Heart Gold and Soul Silver did it better. So that's all I need now. I went back to Crystal earlier this year and it was good. But you just don't have to worry about your save data getting lost on the original cartridges. So um, no knock on Gen 2, but just by default, it kind of ends up at 6. And then from there, it's probably Gen 8, Gen 9, and then Gen 6. I think that's my order. I'll have to revisit Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby just to see how I feel about the other side of Gen 6 because I feel like X and Y just really bring it down. I just don't love those games. It's actually a cool ROM hack getting made right now by Smith Blaze, X and Y Legacy, and I'm excited to play that because I think it's just going to fix a lot of the issues that I have with it. And I think that the Nuzlocke I started, I'll probably just pick up playing Legacy, and it'll have like the Nuzlocke. Actually, I don't know if it'll have Nuzlocke rules baked into it because I know that was one of the excuse me difficult parts. Is like it's really hard to change the code on it, but they have been cooking on it for a while, so it wouldn't surprise me if like they were gonna. I know their focus was like getting the encounter um, roster right for the routes because it's just I like Gen 1, but it is overwhelmingly Gen 1 oriented in X and Y. And they just made the battles better. So I think that's the main focus. But if they were gonna put in the effort to change the mechanics, I feel like they would go after like implementing some challenge rules because they've had those on all the previous ones. So hopefully that's not something that's like that difficult, but I could see it. becoming pretty tough. But if the natural level curve is like high enough where all it takes is like a not unreasonable amount of grinding, then I think it'll um, like you might not need to implement challenge rules if you set up the level curve correctly. And it'll be because it's already like a pretty good game to Nuzlocke just because it has the experience share. Like that's everyone always complains about the experience share, and it's just kind of funny because that type of experience sharing is present in most JRPGs, where usually all your party gets credit, even if they unless they die during the battle. But um, so I never really had an issue with that, but it does become a problem when the level curve isn't right because then you're just like over leveled for everything. So um, and it makes like a Nuzlocke. It's actually like a pretty good game to Nuzlocke because it has like the generous XP share, um, and it does give you the option to. Ooh, here we go, shiny. Nope. We'll ember you. I think that should kill. Yep. It's a frail fox. And it's been a while since I got a brilliant aura. Funny that was the 5%er. Oh yeah, we're getting to 1,000. I can't believe we're almost at 700 encounters. It's crazy. The passage of time. Quick attack should do it. Alright, we gotta be above 200 for Wooloo, and then we get the odds bump for Wooloo. I'll check the Pokedex after this battle. Yeah, we got plenty of flame charges. $203. All right, past the threshold. All right, so honestly, I'm okay. We're gonna ignore Squovitz. We got the brilliant aura. Encounter brilliant aura bump, so we'll take those 1 in 1,000 odds. I don't even want it anyways. I can't be the face of this team. That'd be crazy. Because I'd ideally like to keep this shiny on the team the whole time. After that, I'm down to hunt something that might not be long for the team, but I kind of want to start off with something that's going to be my mainstay. Also, I think like Rookidee would just be the best for the actual first gym, so that's going to be the ideal strategic shiny to get. Wooloo, I must learn rollout. Like I bet I can teach a rollout before the gym because that would make it pretty easy to just like roll out or just go straight to Dynamax and then Max Rockfall with a Sandstorm active. Here, you sheep. I haven't seen a Rookity in a while. I don't know where they're at. All right, so I think I have my finalized list of Gen rankings. We got Gen 3, then Gen 5, then Gen 4. Then we're bringing in, what did I have here? Gen 1, then Gen 7, then Gen 2, then Gen 8, Gen 9, and Gen 6. Certified tier rankings by level 99 Lady M. Yep. Gen 9 is kind of funny because when I played through it, it was like one of my favorite gens, but going back to it just wasn't nearly as good. The open world just wasn't that great. That's its problem. And it felt pretty hard. I just remember I loved it, played through all of it, and then when I went back to it months later, I was gaming on my PC for a couple months, and then I tried going back to it, and I was getting like the crispy frame rates and everything playing on PC. And then going back to that, and they were doing the robot in the background. I was just like, this game's broken. So, while they fixed it with the Switch 2, I'll give them credit for that. But they shouldn't have launched that game in that state. Unacceptable. Alright, we need to ramp up these Rookity encounters. I think I'm getting decently close to... Ooh, make it. Always take a naked encounter. That one, I don't think we'll get... Okay, here we go. Now we can start chaining them together. Oh, I need to do TV show. I finished Widow's Bay, and I feel like I've been... And I'm caught up on Silo, at least through season 2. I haven't watched any of the new season yet, but that's a show that I like, but it kind of frustrates me at the same time, so that's why I haven't been super excited to jump back into it. But I actually just recently read the Foundation series. I'm on the second book right now, because I was just looking for sci-fi books to read, and I saw that was there was an Apple TV show that had some pretty good reviews, so I hope it's as good as the book, because I haven't really been enjoying the book so far. But that might be a winter show to watch. And I just heard that they only just began filming Severance season 3, which is a little disappointing. I would hope that they are a little bit farther along. All right, here we go. We got the Rookity encounters now. Oh yeah, we'll sprinkle in some Blipbug. just want that shiny Rookity so bad. It'd be so cool to do this playthrough with that. And then you get the steel type thing. Corvus Squire is cool too. Seeing that evolve earlier, it's just the whole line is kind of perfect. I'm not even gonna look up what shiny Corvus Squire looks like, just in case I get it, because I want to be surprised by what it looks like when it evolves. But that would be perfect for the second gym too, or for the first gym, I should say. Then we'll be cooking. Oh yeah, Tinkaton's probably my favorite Gen 9 poke. I love Tinkaton. That was on my team. Actually, Gen 9 kind of cooked on designs. Gen 8 has really good ones. I think Gen 8 and Gen 9 got so much criticism, but some of the pokes they put out were great. The Grafii, or whatever it's called, that's a great one. What's that weird, like, no, we don't want agility. That doesn't help us with killing, genociding these Route 1 pokes. But what was I going to say? Grafii, and then it's that like poison rock poke. That guy is cool. I think the champion has it. I really like that design too. So many good designs in Gen 9. Dondozo, and then that little shrimp guy that jumps into its mouth. Coming up on 700. Big threshold. Let's speed on that. Alright, yeah, we're gonna get this to 300 encounters tonight, and then we'll have the near perfect shiny odds with the brilliant auras. They come up so infrequently, though. It's pretty, like, this is basically a full odds hunt, so I think I gotta wrestle with the idea that we're not really getting any shortcuts through this challenge run. But 700, baby. We made it. Wooloo! That used to not be an easy one shot, now it is. We've come so far. Ooh, shiny? My god. Every time I see one of those, I'm gonna get excited and then be slightly disappointed after, but that was improved odds though. It's been a while since we've landed a double kick. Let's get a double kick on this guy. What else is going on in the gaming world? Grand Theft Auto's coming out. Honestly, like, I want to buy it, but it's gonna be like $80 to $100 depending on what version we get. But my trouble with the Grand Theft Auto series is I always just get distracted on wreaking havoc and causing mayhem rather than doing the actual story. So I always miss out on what are probably these incredible stories in these games. But then I just like love just going around and murdering people. And the I still in San Andreas I still have the all of the cheats like burned into my brain, so I know exactly how to like get a flying cars and like get the weapons. It's like R1, R2, L1, R2, left, right, down, up, left, right, down, up. It's silly. Ooh, shiny Squilbit? Nope. Just gonna say shiny Squilbit anytime I see the Brilliant Aura. I mean, it does have an incredible impact on the odds, so I feel like that's how I'll end up getting it, but it'd be pretty cool if I got a true full odds. Excuse me. Apologies. I know I'm in public. We're gonna be streaming all tomorrow morning too. I need to record some footage on Gen 7 as well because I got a cool theory that I put together. I can give you those listening a sneak preview of my Gen 7 theory. Okay, so basically in Gen 7 we have the 1% Bagon encounter at the top of that cliff on the first island, right? So you basically there's this one patch of grass, like basically when you almost complete the full circle around the island, and you can encounter the 1% Bagon. And what you don't realize is like, funny enough, the grass patch is actually next to a cliff. So, all right, let me start over here. So basically, in Gen 7 there is a 1% encounter rate for a Bagon on one island, and that grass patch just so happens to be right next to a cliff. And if you know anything about Bagon lore, Bagon like to throw themselves off of the cliffs to try to fly. So basically, this is playing into that lore for Bagon. But what you don't know is there's actually another Bagon encounter on one island. So if you go through the meadow and down through the cave, you can go into this like ocean area, and then there you can find another grass patch once you surf over to this other island, and you get a 10% Bagon encounter. But what's funny is it actually is a grass patch that falls directly below where the other grass patch is. So basically, what the game encounter uh, chart is telling us is that Bagon are throwing themselves off the cliff, and they're more common at the bottom because that's where all the Bagon are falling. And then if you go one step further, when you're doing the SOS chains at the top of the cliff, you can have a 1% chance to encounter a Salamence. However, on the grass patch at the bottom of the cliff, it's not a Salamence, it's a Shelgon. So basically, what it's saying is that when these Bagon are throwing themselves off the cliff, and until they can fly and they evolve into a Salamence, they'll get the Shelgon, and then once they're Salamence, they can fly back up to the top of the cliff. So some great unwritten storytelling that you can find in Gen 7. And I think that's really what made Gen 7 kind of climb up my rankings charts when I'm thinking about what gens I love best. I think it has fair criticisms about the pace of the game, but I think it does so many things so well, and that depth that they have just hidden in plain sight is just awesome. Just murked that Rookity. We gotta hit the shiny frame. I feel like we're getting close. All right, yeah. Let's get a Wooloo in here. Yeah, Gen 7 is pretty sick. And it's not quite at Gen 4's level of like daily things you can do, but it does have berry trees. It does it has I like the mini games it throws in there, like the Mantine surfing, and I think that's just in the Ultra games, but that's a lot of fun. And the the Royale thing wasn't quite for me because I feel like it's hard for me to build strategies around it. Like I feel like you should be able to go in with a decent move set and do well, but it's a little bit random if you get the bad encounters then, or yeah, like bad die roll on who you're facing against. It's can be really tough to actually do well. But Gen 7 underrated. All right, after this encounter, gonna take a quick break and grab a tasty treat. I'm thinking about doing like a tier list video on what Pokemon would be the most fun to get drunk with. I just think that'd be funny. I've seen so many tier list videos, but nothing like that. So keep an eye out for that. And I don't know, yeah, be interesting to prompt my brain with that question because it's something I was watching or I was listening to Pardon My Take, and they were like animals that would be the most fun to get drunk with, and it kind of like gave me the idea like, what about Pokemon? I feel like you could go through every gen and that could just be a series. I like it more than like what Pokemon would you eat because like half of them don't apply, and it's just kind of weird. Like I like to disassociate when I'm eating meat with like what the actual animal looks like because they're just a lot of the time really cute. Like I love steak, but cows are just adorable. Miltank, Miltank probably a good time to get drunk with. I'd say Tauros would not be fun. Tauros would be getting into fights. So like Charmander, yeah, that'd be a fun line. Although Ash's Charizard's kind of a prick, so it's like they're not all good hangs. You know what I mean? They all have their own personalities. All right, I'll be right back. All right, back on track. Yeah, we're hitting 1,000. So we started at 340-ish encounters, so more than doubled that. So we've made a ton of progress here today, but have not hit the shiny frame yet. I wonder how the Red Sox are doing. I feel like they've been on a tear lately. They had that like 15 game win streak, which I was hoping they would make a run for the record, but it's just a I don't I only pay for the sports package or like get YouTube TV during the NFL season. It's just so expensive and like I'm not a big enough baseball fan to justify paying that throughout the year. But it's a sport I've been wanting to get into for a long time. It just everything's so expensive now, and like I haven't had a cable package in years, so at some point, whenever I feel like I have the disposable income, I feel like just getting Xfinity or something is worth it because then you just get everything. I also like when you can just turn on the TV and not decide what you want to watch. Like I really enjoy Netflix and everything, but the subscriptions always just keep going up, and I find that I just end up watching the same shows like that I've watched a million times over and over again. So like I'm actually finishing the show New Girl for the first time. That show is great. It's so funny. I think it will go down as one of the better sitcoms of all time. Um, I think they just did like the cast has so much chemistry, and I like that they didn't have a like it had a good like mainly new faces. Like Zoe Deschanel is obviously famous to that point and well known, but um, I feel like it was just like a bunch of new actors that were up and coming, and they all just had great chemistry together. Winston is just like the best character. All right, shiny? Nope. Well, this so far is my most successful stream, so that's I got that going for me. I feel like I figured out the basics at this point. All right, we're gonna sprinkle in some squirrel bits. It's about time. Give some respect to the squirrel. At this point, I can't be picky anymore. Bye bye squirrel bit. Yeah, we were talking about Expedition 33 earlier, and that's a game that I need to play. Like, it's right up my alley. I love JRPGs, and there's a reason that it just like cleaned house at the Game Awards last year. It was just a very inspired game. It felt like a passion project with funding. You know what I mean? And I also want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance. That game has been on my radar for a while. I feel like when I think about an RPG with like swords, like set in the past medieval times, I want some sort of magic element, and so I wasn't totally in on it. But then my friend started playing it, and he said it's like Game of Thrones basically. So I think it's right up my alley, realistically. So I need to give that a try at some point. I just have a tough time with like big RPGs like that because like I feel like to dedicate hundreds of hours to something that's not in handheld mode, that's where I struggle. I like having a handheld so I can sit on my couch and like, you know, hang out with my partner rather than doing what I'm doing right now. But she is in England right now, so I can just sit at my desk all day and do some gaming. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance. I just played Final Fantasy VII for the first time this year. That was an instant top 10er all time for me. I tried a couple times playing it, but I just like wasn't get I didn't get past like the first like hour or so. But that game is awesome, and I have such a fun time because I've growing up I primarily played Pokemon for JRPGs, but I feel like I didn't realize how good other JRPGs are, and it's just so much fun. Like all the characters are good, the music is great, the art style is awesome. I just remember like that is burned into my brain. Like it has such a vibe, and it's so unique, and it's just so of the PS1 era. And the way it's almost like a drawing in the background, and you get to like interact with the different um interact within this just beautiful, almost painted world. They did such a good job with that game, and I can't believe I didn't play it until this year. They've re-released it a million times, so it's very accessible game. And then whenever it goes on sale, it's very cheap to get the original. And I'm really excited to play the remakes at some point because now I can. I was really looking at those games and interested in them, but I just knew I had to play the original first so I could understand the inspiration and all the characters within it. So that's definitely on the list as well, and those go on sale a lot too. So I'll probably get. They just released it for the Switch too, and I think it runs pretty well. But I think I might play that on Xbox just so I can get the 60 FPS bump. Um, and I think it would just be funny to play a Final Fantasy game on Xbox. I feel like it's just Final Fantasy is associated with Nintendo and PlayStation so much more than Xbox, and now they're finally getting the releases. So, but Square Enix, they're kind of being shisty with these. It's not even remakes, but they're just porting over games to the Switch 2 and not giving you an upgrade pass. So I have Octopath Traveler 1 and 2, and I would love to play it at 60 FPS, but I'm not paying $60 for a game key card to just get an FPS bump. And it probably looks a little better, but just ridiculous. I guarantee that those games don't sell well, and they end up doing like deep discount on it, at which point you can buy it. And I'm sure it'll go on deep discount at the retailers too, because who's going to be buying? Maybe if it's your first time, but these games have been out for a while. If somebody was interested in it, they're probably have already bought it. I don't think they're going to sell very well. Meanwhile, I'd probably buy an upgrade pack for like $15. I wouldn't. It's probably worth $5, but to buy $15 to get 60 FPS, it's steep, but sure. Maybe I get gift cards through work a lot, so I can just like load that onto my Nintendo account and basically get it for free. It's fake money, but that just it's so silly because I think that's something that people would buy, but by just re-releasing as a game with no upgrade path is ridiculous. Especially when you're just a lot of people, especially adults, but have more than one console. So why wouldn't I just go buy that on Xbox deep discount and get the 60 FPS rather than, um, or I could even do it on buy it on PC on Steam at discount and play it on my iPhone so I could play it on the go. So I just don't think that there's a good case for what they did, and I just don't know what they're thinking. And there's crazy fans like me that'll rebuy a game like a million times. The number of copies of I'm a little ashamed to tell you how many copies of Skyrim I have, but to like charge full price and like every single extra one I bought has just been on sale. So and honestly, like I don't like Octopath enough to justify it. Skyrim's like that kind of holy grail, like once in a decade game where you're okay buying it a bunch of times if you love the games, but I just don't think they have the I don't understand what the product strategy is there to like actually get people to take out their credit card and purchase that. The word I was looking for is value proposition. Like, what's what's making you can convince me to spend $15 on something like that, but to say I need to spend 60 just to get 60 FPS is ridiculous. And it's not even on cartridge. It's a game key card, which I don't fully understand it, but I just know that it's not technically something that you can use for, a lifetime. Alrighty. We got it? Oh, that would have been legendary. We're quick attacking you, fool. Should probably start battling a few more Squobits, but We'll see, we'll see. Oh yeah, I gotta check. Doggo might actually get to 24. We're gonna put him in the lead after this. We're almost at a PP for Reboot here, so we'll put Squillet up front and maybe we'll pick up the new level after this. Got these low impact fat tires. It's great. Can sip on a brewski, stay sharp. We actually might be able to hit 200 for Nickit today. I didn't think we would, but starting to rack up some encounters here. Oh man, I cannot wait to hit the shiny frame. This has been fun so far. It's kind of therapeutic, and it's also something that I can just do this while I'm watching a show or something. So this is honestly kind of nice. I do gotta have it on recording so I don't miss out on any like if I got the shiny and it wasn't on stream or recording, I would be so mad because trying to get this YouTube channel off the ground a little bit and I need the content. That's what we're here for though, right? Yeah, I honestly, after doing this, I have so much respect for the people that do streams of more challenge runs that require more brain power, a Nuzlocke or even a speed run. I've watched streams of that, and Gunner Maniac has some. He's pretty consistently speed running all the time, so and his ability to interact with people while he's hyper focused on, and like there's so many details, and like you have to like hit these frames, you have to use your bicycle perfectly, and just his ability to interact with chat while he is executing what is a very difficult like challenge run is impressive. Same with Nuzlocke. I tried doing the Pokemon Y Nuzlocke and I feel like I was just getting sidetracked and like blabbering, and then would all accidentally go into a battle and be like, I didn't check if I needed heals or anything. But I guess you get to a point where that is your main focus, or you just become second nature where you can just read the chat and focus on what you're doing. But I'm not there yet. Maybe I'll develop the skill over the next few months, but one thing that like the ground graphics here are pretty bad. It's funny because the grass in the background doesn't bother me, and the backdrop is pretty beautiful, but the ground does look janky in the battle. They could have done a little bit better of a job there. All right. Oh, let's go. It ran away. I tried to encounter it. That was the first one I went for in a while, and it just ran away. I can't believe I had battle animations on for the first 200 encounters or so. But things are definitely speeding up now. I feel like I'm churning through encounters a lot faster. We got about 400 on the day. Pretty good. So 400 encounters in like 5 hours with a little bit of sidetracking. So we're talking about 400, a little under 100 an hour, maybe 90 per hour. I think we can go a little faster than that even too. We do need to get, it's funny, I feel like the Brilliant Auras, every naked encounter seems to be a Brilliant Aura, but I'm not really getting much on anything else. Squova comes up a decent amount too. I love the Switch 2 Pro controller. It's just super comfortable to use. Probably gonna get some Five Guys for dinner. Every couple of months, I just have a craving for Five Guys and only Five Guys. And there's other good smash burger spots out there, but Five Guys is just consistent, and it does make you feel like crap after, which is why I only get it every couple of months. But it's delicious. Their burgers are something else, and the Cajun fries, absolutely unreal. But there was this one time where I ordered a small fry or whatever it is, and obviously it came with so many fries, and I ate all the fries, and I felt like such crap after. I'd had like a couple beers, and then drank, and then ate my entire Five Guys meal, and it just destroyed my stomach. I was in a rough place. All right, Scova's back on the menu. I'll try to get the um, up to 200. It's worth the odds at this point. It's such a big jump from 840 to well, I guess no, this is going from 1000 to 840, but probably won't get to 300. I'm just nervous that'll end up being the shiny I get. But I do gotta deplete these double kick PPs, so I'm going to destroy some Squirrels with it. One thing these games could do a lot better of, and they did it in the Gen 9 DLC, the disc or whatever, with the double battles, which I still have yet to play. I think I bought it for Violet and then just never actually played through it. But that's a good question. I'm thinking so Ladian is my top choice. Surprise, it's the name of my channel. But I think Ladian is such a cool design. I don't know if you have seen any of the old TCG cards, but there's this old card called Light Ladian, and it's so cool, and that's why it became one of my favorite pokes. But I think it's a Pokemon that deserves to get a buff, and I think it like with the way it's designed too, if you just gave it a defense boost and then a little bit of special attack, I think it could actually be you could find a way to use it. If there's one I could take away, that's a tough one. Um, Honestly, Salamence doesn't do that much for me, and I love Salamence, and it's good on its own. and I think it's cool, but I don't think that's my choice. But that's one where I didn't see it and was like, yes, I need to use Mega Salamence. I feel like it got it, just, it like it was good as is. I honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Pyro one. I feel like it didn't really Pyro. I saw it and it just made it bigger, and I was like, that just looks like a Gigantamax form. It doesn't feel like it was what a Mega should be. It's probably just because I'm not a big fan of Pyroar overall, but that's probably my choice. But what about you? What Pokemon would you want to give a Mega to? Yeah, and what else? Like, I really liked that they gave Chimecho one. That that Mega got me like that made me want to buy the DLC a little bit. I was like, that's cool, and I love Chimecho. I remember hunting for it in Pokemon Sapphire. My friend told me that there's like a rare chance you can get Chimecho, so when they gave that some shine in the DLC, I was really hyped. But I actually never purchased the DLC for ZA. Yeah, Starmie's legs are uncomfortable. I honestly, that one just made me laugh so hard when I saw it. I was okay with it, but I was just like, what are they thinking with that? But Flygon is a great choice. Has such a great shiny too. Flygon just deserves something. Oh, geez, I'm struggling here. Still killed it. But yeah, Flygon just deserves something, and it's so annoying because especially if you play online, Flygon is just like under the tier of where it can be like used effectively, and there's just so many other better dragon options that giving Flygon a Mega would just really elevate it, I think. Oh, I need to get Red Boot out of the top spot here. Maybe they should give Charizard another. I'm surprised they didn't give Charizard another Mega. That was like I was fully expecting Charizard Z or whatever. Well, yeah, Charizard Z. Um, but they didn't do it. They held back their compulsion um, to give Charizard another viable competitive form. But it would have been cool if they gave the other Kanto starters. Oh, Melodic. That's a great call. Yep, totally agree. And Melodic is another one where I'm not sure about singles, but in doubles, it's it's like viable, and I think the solo water type helps it a little bit just because it doesn't have too many weaknesses. But I think it could use a little something, and there's so many cool things you could do with that design. Like it's already so beautiful. I feel like you could just like make it either you could go make it more beautiful, you can make it a little more monstrous. I think there's just so many paths you could take with it to make it a cool design. But I'm a little worried that we're not going to get new megas at this point because we're kind of like ZA was the opportunity to give a lot of new megas. I actually need to like go back and look at the DLC megas because I almost 100% at ZA. I didn't do the DLC, but I caught it. I got a living dex in that game, and I just started grinding for the shiny charm in it, and then I lost steam quickly. I got to let 500 battles won, and then I just couldn't do it. But I got a couple shinies through my playthrough. I got a shiny Pidgey. I got a shiny. Oh, what else? Not Excadrill, but the one before. So my final team had a shiny Excadrill on it. What else did I get? Fletchling, shiny Fletchling. That one I got right as I was wrapping up the game, but um, Melodic's a great call. Honestly, I'm trying to think. Duraludon got the Mega. That was pretty cool. I'm wondering if there's any Gen 8 pokes I would give a Mega to. Hmm. Honestly, Grimmsnarl. I'm surprised. I think it's such a cool design and unique. And I think, I guess it got the Gigantamax form, so maybe they thought, oh, it doesn't need another form in Mega. But I thought it was one of the premier Pokemon of Gen 8, and that just would have been really cool to see it get something even just like a new form. I think you could make that thing terrifying if you gave it like an even more badass form. Yeah, Mega Gyarados is pretty cool. That's one of the ones I remember I was kind of out of Pokemon when Gen 6 came out. I was at the tail end of, I was in college, so I was just busy with life and uh, hanging out with friends and stuff. So I was kind of off Pokemon for a bit, at least the new games. I played through Gen 4, Heart Gold when I was in college, and then at the tail end of my senior year, I started playing Leaf Green on an emulator. But I feel like I missed out on all the mega hype. I was just out of the loop. And then when I graduated, I was like, what's going on with Pokemon? I need to get back into this. And finally got a 3DS, and I was just looking at all these forums, and it was such. I'm so disappointed I missed that generation and just all of the hype around the megas. Even it's kind of funny because when you listen to Wolfie and some of the competitive players, they actually don't like the mega mechanic that much because it just you had to use one and it was given to a lot of Pokemon that were already good. Um, One Pokemon I would love, and they did give it some shine in Gen 7, but it's Marowak. Kanto Marowak is probably my favorite Pokemon of all time. If they gave that a Mega, I would be ecstatic. It's hard to answer which Megas I would take away, though, because I feel like I like them all. And like I'm always about a Pokemon getting a new form, so I don't want to like take any away necessarily. The Latios and Latios Megas, it was kind of necessary because they were doing the Omega Ruby and Apple Sapphire. It made a lot of sense to give them something new, but they don't do too much for me, and I like their original forms a little bit better. Also, when you get them in the game, it makes the game so easy. Just getting the Mega Latias before Gen the sixth gym just makes the games like a cakewalk from there on out. Also, the Mega Lucario, the new Mega Lucario that we got was cool, but I feel like it didn't need it. Overall, I liked the original design a little bit better, but I think it's kind of cool. I think they flipped it and made it more of like a special attacker. They made it play differently, so I think they were creative with it. But um, you always got to be given the mascot something. Oh, actually, I think my final answer is Togekiss. Togekiss would be a great candidate to get a new Mega because I love or maybe even like Togetic. I wish they did stuff like that where they made the not final evolve form get a Mega, so you could maybe, yeah, I guess you couldn't pair an Eviolite with it, but I think that would be a creative way uh, to even expand like where you can apply the Mega mechanic. That was what was really interesting about the what are the forms called in Gen 9? The Paradox Pokemon. I loved how Jigglypuff and Magneton were getting new forms, and they weren't even the final forms of Pokes. And that's something that I think would be really cool if they were able to implement, just to breathe new life into not even the final version uh, of one of the Pokemon. But yeah, Megas, it's a little. I'm really glad they brought it back, and I thought it fit the gameplay of Legend ZA perfectly. Just because I don't think it fits well into the competitive scene, and I think they learned a lot from Megas because that was the first time they had a true mechanic. In Gen 5, they had the gems that was the quote unquote gimmick, and but it was basically as the precursor to Z moves to some extent, where you could just get that extra 50% boost on certain types. But basically, I think they realized that with Megas, like because not every Pokemon gets it, then you just with the metagame, all of a sudden you have everybody using the same pokes, and especially once they figure out which ones are the best, like Mega Kangaskhan, that really limited what the usage was across the meta. And I think Gigantamax and like Z moves, they're kind of forgettable. I think it's fun at first, but then the animation to get through all of the Z moves and like, the actual attack is just like all right. But it's kind of a fun thing to say. I have this basically one hit KO move in my back pocket if I'm getting cornered in a battle. Um, but I do like that every Pokemon could use it, and it made every Pokemon viable, and they were still able to sprinkle in some unique Z moves to individual pokes just to basically like what was it? Snorlax had that funny like pancake Z move that was pretty funny, and you also got to just see the Pokemon almost interact in a battle differently because of like the Z move. Like it's a special animation, so I felt kind of cool that your Pokemon was doing something cool. And then Dynamax, I that's Gen 8 was really the only gen that I did competitive battling. I tried a little bit in Gen 9, but I kept losing, so I gave up. But in Gen 8, I put together a team, and Dynamax was a really fun mechanic to play with. But honestly, I need to do some Gen 6 battles just so I can see how Mega Pokemon feel in battle, because I really never got an opportunity to battle my friends and really see what it's like to just like level up your poke and evolve them mid battle to see what happens. And I also like that they maintain the mega even when you switch out. So you basically like for the battle have this crazy good, crazy good poke that you can navigate the battle differently. And if you have something like Salamence with the Mega, you are honestly motivated to maybe not Mega evolve it right away because it has Intimidate, and maybe you want to like give an Intimidate to the opponent later in the battle, so you hold off on the Mega. So I feel like it does create cool layers of strategy, but because it was only a select roster of Pokemon that got the Megas, it made it a little bit worse. And then the Terra types I thought was really interesting, even though it looks like a silly hat, but I thought it was fun to battle with and just to basically flip the battle on its head, and what was a major weakness all of a sudden was an advantage was pretty cool. Like you're a water ground type, and all of a sudden you can change to a fire type, so you're not scared of uh, grass type moves coming in anymore. So, but ZA did a great job of taking. First off, they gave Megas to so many more pokes, which is obviously a good thing. But then the mechanics made it so interesting. It was really fun to basically do those battles, and I did some online battling just so I could get more of the uh, Mega Stones. I think I got the Greninja Mega Stone and those Gen 6 pokes, getting all the Delphox. Um, Delphox, I really liked that Mega Evolution actually, because I always liked Fennekin. It was so cute, but I wasn't a big fan of Delphox. But honestly, through the Mega, it's grown on me, and it's just this cool witch. Like I want to do a playthrough of Pokemon X and Y around Halloween, just so I can have a Delphox team and maybe just have a haunted, spooky theme to the whole team. Yeah, that's one thing I actually need to try doing more is just do themed teams. I actually had this idea for doing a rocket themed team in Fire Red. I have a Meowth on a cartridge as my starter, and then I lost to Brock, so I just stopped playing. Um, because my Nuzlocke instinct kicked in, and I was just disappointed that I'd lost the battle. Ideally, I'm going through my games without losing a single battle. That's kind of my goal anytime that I try to do a playthrough of something. All right, we're at 783 encounters, coming up on 800. That'll be a big landmark. Yeah, what Megas do? It was a good question. What I am excited for is figuring out what the mechanic is going to be on the in Gen 10. Gen 10, if they do the clothing thing or just like accessories to and they you finally have a use for all of those silly like accessories that were used for the contest in the past. I think that would, it's just kind of funny that they're like that might be the gimmick for Gen 10, and all of a sudden you're going to care about getting like a little pink bow or something. But I think what would be cool is if you put on like some sort of accessory and then it changes the form of a Pokemon in a way and has it interact differently with the battle. So instead of a Mega where you give it the item and then you can activate the gimmick at any point, it just goes into the battle with the gimmick active, and maybe it changes its ability, maybe it changes its type. I think there's so many possibilities and different ways they could frame up that mechanic and make it just really interesting. Yeah, I know. I haven't really thought to like I've been thinking so much about the gameplay and what we're expecting out of Gen 10, but I really haven't thought too much about how it's going to like the gimmick that it's gonna bring to the table. It'll be really interesting to see what they do because they always have some ace up their sleeve and something cool that they can flip the game on its head with. But I was listening to a Hidden Power podcast earlier this week, and they were talking about just how like there's supposed to be 300 new Pokemon coming with this gen, with Gen 10, which is insane. That would be unreal. But I think the caveat is that there would be different forms of existing pokes on different islands and maybe sky islands. They'd better have sky islands, at least one, where a legendary is or something, because maybe there's a cloud world or something like Mario. And I think that would be so cool if there were different forms just based off the environment of existing pokes. So you basically get a paradox poke or a regional form just by the location in the world that it's in. And it would be like just to say, all right, this is the lava version of Dreadnought, and it becomes a magma monster and it's fire and ground type instead of rock water type or fire steel. That'd be so cool. They give a Heatran some competition for the fire steel typing. But yeah, Gen 10 it'll be really interesting to learn more. I don't think we're gonna hear anything. I think they're gonna let Ocarina of Time drop and then maybe we'll get it. Honestly, maybe around then. I don't know when the Pokemon Day, or the Pokemon Direct schedule is, but it'll be really interesting once we get any sort of new information. I hope we get a couple new Pokemon revealed during that, and I would like to see what they're going to do with the gameplay and how we'll interact with the world, because it seems like from what we've seen, the open world looks a whole lot more interesting than Scarlet and Violet. So that's really exciting. Damn, I haven't got a Brilliant Aura poke in a while. That's where the shiny odds are sitting too. but every encounter, one step closer. Let's get to 800 and we'll check the decks to see where we're at for battles. Not all these. Don't think I've seen a Wooloo in a while. I really do like the region in Gen 10 is themed after Indonesia, I think, and just Southeast Asia. And that's so cool. It's a really cool area because there's so many different, there's mountains, volcanoes, there's a bunch of water. I wonder if it'll end up feeling like the Wind Waker version of Pokemon. And, there's a chance that honestly, it might be Tears of the Kingdom-esque. And I'm kind of excited to see what they do with that verticality because we got a little bit of that in Scarlet and Violet, but it'd be really interesting to see how, like, clearly we're going to be going under the water, underwater caves. That'll be really cool. And it'll be interesting to see how you battle underwater. Can you only bring water Pokemon? I'm not totally sure, but it'll be interesting to see how they fill, because they're clearly going to give us a big map with a lot of verticality, and it'll be interesting to see how they populate it. In Scarlet and Violet, I won't say that it was an empty world because there was like new Pokemon to find in all the different areas, but they didn't really, beyond finding different Pokemon, there really wasn't that much to explore. You had the swords to get the Swords of Ruin, but there really wasn't a lot to find within the world. So I think they have an opportunity to really upgrade what to really upgrade just the interaction with the world because like with a Zelda game, when you think about the core mechanics, like puzzles are obviously part of it. So I'd like to get some percentage of Zelda-esque puzzles in the game. A kid can play a Zelda game and get through it. I don't like that shouldn't be a blocker for Pokemon to implement at least basic puzzles. Even Skyrim, they have easy puzzles and that's more of an adult-oriented game. There's no reason Pokemon shouldn't be doing that to just make the open world more interesting. And they kind of have to because that's one thing that's been totally lost in the series. I used to love the Seafoam Islands puzzles where you push all the boulders to stop the current so you can go get Articuno. Like that was so cool. And I guess they had the only thing they had in Scarlet and Violet for that was the Swords of Ruin and just exploring the world to find those. But even that was just a collectathon of picking up these things and then eventually you get it. But you get it was a cool reward, but there's nothing super interesting about where you found them either. You just find them on a random ledge, but it wasn't like there was a dungeon advancing to it. I almost wish they lessened the number of swords you had to find and then instead focused on making them more difficult to find with puzzles in the way, and then you got to do it that way. Like maybe bring it down to four per, or I can't remember how many there were, but like make it fewer but more interesting missions to actually collect them. Oh, number 800 there. We did it. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. All right, now that we've hit 800, let's check the decks. Where are we at? I feel like I've made some good progress on not just Rookidee. 314, pretty good. We're at the final odd stage for that, basically. Okay. 14, 146, doing pretty well there. I don't think we'll get, I don't think we'll get, oh, 235, pretty good with Wooloo too. Yeah, we're not going to be getting to 200 with Nickit today, unless I went to the other route, but I don't really feel like doing that. Got good enough odds with it as it stands. I thought this thing would level up way faster, but it is taking forever, especially with it in the lead. I thought it would just body everything, but not really. I think that's 140 for Nickit. 60 more and we get the shiny tier jump. Alright. Got him. Almost got a win. Five and a half hours have been going. We're gonna keep going. I'm getting to 1,000 at least. We're getting 1,024. I want to get to quarter odds on stream today, but this has been a long haul. We're doing a good chunk of the work right now, though. Once we get to the 300 mark for just about everything, then we can start. I'm gonna go for 500 for Rookity, just because that's the main goal, but his odds are down to, we need to find some Brilliant Aura ones, because I think it's down to 1 in 685 now for the Brilliant Aura encounters. I cannot wait to see a shine. It's going to be great. Highly recommend watching the Hidden Power podcast if you don't, or listening to it. I put that on work all the time. They always have some funny prompts and discussions, and it keeps you up to date on all the leaks that are happening. Which sometimes I don't want to know too much, and I don't think there's that much information out in Gen 10 right now, but sometimes I avoid clicking those videos once we get closer to a release date, because early on in the leak cycle, you're really not learning too much about what's happening with the games, just because like they're still probably making decisions and implementing everything, so you're not going to get like true leaks at that point. But once you get close to the game, then you might just like, somebody might have just like gotten access to the game and know way too much about it and spoil some stuff for you. Oh. All right. Almost got to make a lead change. Might need to go swap around the party a little bit too, because I want to try to level up some more pokes so we can evolve as much as possible during this phase of the shiny hunt, shiny badge quest. I'm gonna go grab a beverage. Be right back. how many? I can't remember how many Wooloo encounters I had, but we got to get that to 300 too. Because that might be a hunt we do later on too. I would love a Wooloo on the team. Wow, we're still not one-shotting level 5 Wooloos. It's a little embarrassing. Come on, Doggo, you're better than that. Ooh, we got a Brilliant Aura. Shiny? I get, like, my heart, like, skips a beat every time that I get the Brilliant Aura encounters, just because they've been happening so infrequently that I feel like that's my only real chance when one comes up. I'm gonna have so many watts by the end of this. It'd be incredible. I probably will have a much higher count of watts than I've ever had, especially early in the game. I'm so excited to just like advance once we get to the next part in the open area, the wild area opens up. There's just going to be so many encounter options, and I can just, depending on my mood, I'll definitely do hunting like this, but just farm up as many Brilliant Aura encounters to 100, and then like it'll kind of be almost more randomized, whereas this is very gated because we have access to so few, and I definitely will do targeted hunts on different routes specifically, but I'm definitely going to try to just maximize odds everywhere with the Brilliant Aura, so we're just going to be battling a lot of different folks. What do we got here? Spoiled it. I haven't gotten a random encounter in quite some time, so I was hoping that I would get one of the bugs or something like that, but not today. Let's check for some items. I wonder what the pickup encounter. Oh, we got a super potion. Not bad. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm gonna look it up. What pickup Gen 8 can offer me between 10. Because in Gen 3 it was awesome before Emerald, where you can basically get the best encounter table off the bat for pickup, and you could get so many good items right away. Like getting an early King's Rock and just farming rare candies and nuggets. Like getting a nugget in the early game when you have like 4 Zigzagoon in your party, it's fantastic. All right, so wait, where is Sun and Moon? Do they not have Scarlet and Violet? Or sorry, Sword and Shield? Huh. Must be, I guess, would have to be Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. So between 11 and 22. I can get some stones actually at a low rate. Yeah, that looks about right. Because I've been getting a ton of repels. Alright. That's pretty cool. Alright, so we get Dusk, Shiny, or Dawnstone, which might, if we do get one, that might gear what we end up hunting for. If I can get an Evo, maybe a Shiny Blade, that'd be so cool. Because then it would just be a little disappointing if it was a male or a female, but Gardevoir is good enough shiny where I wouldn't be too disappointed with that. All right, we're making the push for Squirrel, even though I don't want it, but I just gotta take encounters, get them quickly. I'm just gonna up the rate a little bit. Trying to think of what game I want to play next, because this will be my streaming game, but I've been playing, I need to finish off my Soul Silver playthrough. I have a really cool Soul Silver playthrough going on right now. It I shiny hunted for a shiny starter, and I ended up getting Chikorita, which was kind of my third choice for what I wanted, but you gotta take the shinies given to you. And it's so I got the shiny Chikorita, and then I got a shiny Geodude like 20 encounters later in Dark Cave, so that was incredible. I was floored that I was able to get one. But then Masuda hunted a shiny Ladian, which is actually on the channel, so if you want to see those encounters, I got a janky. Take a video of my DS video, but I don't have a capture card, and I think I'd have to. Ooh, shiny? Nope. That was 1 in 685. It's the best odds we've had all day. Alright, we're gonna need a new lead soon. More watts. Give me the watts. I want all the watts. I can't believe Doggo is not level 23. I feel like it was at 22 when I started using it. It just must be getting so little experience. That was like 11. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. So we're gonna be doing this stream at least until it turns nighttime in this game, because I have a shiny reveal that we're gonna be doing. There's shiny Eevee, but that's actually at level 23, so I don't even know if I'll be able to get it. Might need a rare candy from my Zigzagoon pickup. But we might, actually, I think Zigzagoon evolves at level 20, not 18, so I don't know if we'll get that Evo just yet, but I think we'll give Zigzagoon the nod next and let it take the lead. Try to make the push for 20. Alright, we get one more battle with you. And then your time is done. You've worked hard, Doggo. Good job. Need to change the order of your moves though, so I can get Nuzzle a little bit. Get that in the second slot, so I can get to it a bit quicker. Corvisquire is so cool. Alright, you are our lead now. Let's see how you do. Such a cool design. One of the better regional forms out there. I like that it was a rodent, so it was they single-handedly made Zigzagoon very viable. Pin missile, alright, I like that. We'll drop a lick, because that's not going to be able to hit half this route. Nice pickup. Assume I can one-shot with this. Maybe not. But when you get the third one in there, then it's easy money. I'm going to have one of the highest level Route 1 teams that there ever lived. Yeah, Headbutt's going to wipe the floor with this route. Wonder how they can make bug type more viable. It's kind of funny because like the most viable it's been was probably Gen 9 when the solution was just to change it from not being a bug type anymore. Alright. Well, sickly school, let's find something new. So Wooloo back there. Did I see an aura around it? No, but we'll get the encounter and come back to that Rookity. Wooloo's getting pretty close to that 300 mark, so we gotta grind those up a bit more. It's actually a good Snarlmon because it's low special defense. I think we get good HP or good experience out of the oops. What's up, Caterpie? I think you're on the encounter table, right? Maybe not today. Whatever. Won't count it. It's the first Caterpie encounter of the day. If that was a shiny, that would have been insane. My cat's coming to say hi to me. Morty, you want to get on stream? Yeah. Oh, she's happy on my lap. Let's see if I can get her more in the shot. Yeah. We'll give you a little attention. You're going to be the moneymaker here, Morty. This is my cat, Morty. I was never a cat guy, and then we wanted a puppy, but our landlord said no pets, so we ended up getting a cat instead, and it was the best thing we ever did. She's so sweet. Sits on my lap, like she is right now. This is great. Streaming with my cat on my lap. Morty, you're gonna become famous. But yeah, getting a cat has definitely made me appreciate all of the cat Pokemon over the years. So, like, I have a newfound love for Skitty. Um, I've always loved Litten. That probably was what inspired the eventual Black Cat. Because when I saw her, I just knew that she was the one. She came right up to us. She was so cute. It's just a very different pet than a dog. Dogs are very interactive, and you can play with them a lot. And it's like they're really good for like parties, right? So you invite people over, and the dog's happy to see everybody. But with cats, they're much more of a personal pet, which has been interesting to learn. Oh yeah, she's getting some chin scratches right now. Yeah, all the cat Pokemon are much higher up on the list now. I always did love a Spur and Meowstic too. Cool to just give anytime that there's a true distinct form for the same Pokemon, I think that's awesome. And they had the ideas in the beginning with Nidoking and Nidoqueen, but that's something I wish they did more often. I guess they do have like the gender differences for all pokes. It's fun to try to like learn what the difference is so you can tell. Yeah, I should honestly know it for all the Pokemon I'm encountering now, but there's still plenty of time. We're not even at quarter odds yet. Morty, you're so cute. Yep, it's a Morty stream now. Oh. Do you like being on the TV? You're on the internet now. Oh, she's a little shy. I was on the Hidden Pod Power podcast a while back. We did a I think we were scattered with our discussions, but basically the host Dusty Go Goat, his dog was sitting next to me, and I was just petting that dog for the 3 hour, 2 hour podcast that we did. See, this is why cats are great. If you're not a cat owner, consider that they will just sit on your lap for hours on end, snuggle with you. It's just so sweet. Yep. Now she's gonna try to scratch me a little bit. Yeah, what other cat Pokemon there? Let's think about Gen 4. You got Purugly. Not a big fan of that. Purloin's fine, but Purugly's just exactly that. You're live on the internet, Morty. You're kind of falling off my lap right now. That's probably why you're holding onto my sleeve. Cats are the best. Jeez, you're falling off, Marty. Oh. Hey, don't bite me. You're really slowing down my encounter rate here, Morty. Funny story though. We got Morty and adopted her under the impression that she was a guy. That's what all the papers said. And then when we brought her in for her first vet appointment, we found out that she was actually a girl. And then a lot of things started making more sense after that. We were like, oh, this makes sense. But it's so funny how my perception changed for like a week. I was like, this whole time I thought you were a guy. And built you up into a bro. For those who are just joining, my cat is on my lap right now, and she's kind of falling off right now. I don't want her to. My legs are getting tired.
Morty, you might need to get down now.
I'm sorry, buddy.
You're a cutie. Yes, you are.
All right, back to focus. Snuggle tonight, Morty. Gotta get to 1024. That's the goal for tonight. Let's see if we can get him with a pin missile. All right, yeah, we're getting stronger. One more. All right, let's see if we got any pickup items. Yeah, we'll take a look at the Pokedex right now too. All right, so 247, not bad. 144, getting there. 158. 329. All right. Those are crazy numbers. I remember when I was reading up on this mechanic back when I was playing through this game for the first time, I just decided right away, I'm never going to do that. Here I am. Racking up encounters like a psycho. Ooh, we got Wooloo. We do need to get you up to 300, so I think it's a 10% encounter on this route, which is not ideal, but they still pop up. It's my second most encountered poke on this. No, I think it's 24 for Wooloo, so I don't think we're going to be getting the lost my train of thought there. I think my edible is kicking in. Yep, I'm going to use my cat for likes on stream. Alright, look, I'm going to see if I can identify the gender differences without looking anything up. So it's got like pretty big spikes on its ears, and that I feel like that's a pretty common element that they'll change between them. So we'll see if and that's the male, okay. Yep, we're gonna figure this out organically. I'm not looking it up. Alright, little spikes. I don't know if that's on, well, it definitely is because double, like, that's the main thing. Maybe it's the hair? I don't know, so that's the male. Oh. Want you to be a beast, Kiss, and then finish it off. But yeah, I need to think through my draft strategy for fantasy this year. And got the nice thing is once this, actually I don't know if when it evolves if it loses its ability. That'd be a bummer. Because pickup is so useful. But you do need to get it up to a high level so you can really get into those good tables for the item pickups. Ooh, we got a brilliant aura over there. I'm not sure what it is, but we gotta go get that. I think it was Squovit. Alright, so I don't really know the distinguishing features of the male just yet. Alright, Squovit it is. And no shiny. That was a crit? Jeez, this thing is bulky. That's crazy. I don't even know if this is a two-shot. Yeah, it is. That crit seemed not that effective. I guess it's 1.5. I've been playing a lot of earlier gens where you get, what is it, twice as much damage from a crit. It's insanely overpowered. Oh, I just hope it's Rookity. That's the goal here. Rookity's just such a cool shiny. That's just a cool line in general. I think it's the best line on this because I think my problem with Wooloo's a really good shiny, but I don't love Dubwool that much. I think Wooloo does it way better. Nickit, on the other hand, I don't think I'm gonna get that. I mean, who knows, but that is low-key probably the coolest one. Now it's still Corviknight. So I'm glad it has good encounter chances on this route. Might have to pop over to Route 2 to switch it up a little bit. Because they still have Rookity over there, and I'm going to need to do some heals on the team and switch up the party a little bit. So then I could really get Nickit up to 200. Probably have a better chance. But then I don't get the Wooloo encounter, so I don't really know. Did I see Aura over here? Oh. Always got to be checking for Brilliant Aura. So far this summer, I've only gotten 2 beach days in, but it's been really busy. I did get a boat day in, so we'll count that. So I got 3 on the summer, but I would like to get some more in before the end of the summer. I gotta find a weekend. It just gets busy so quickly. I feel like the shiny's close. It's coming. Getting it sub-quarter odds would be great. We've had a couple rolls on the Brilliant Auras, but they have been elusive, even with the 3% encounter rate, which is doubled. I feel like I'm getting just as many as before. And all of these pokes on this route have the Brilliant Aura chance. Oh, nice. Can finally get a super effective on missile. It missed? No way. That's crazy. I didn't even know that had a chance to miss. Does Bug really need more limitations? Just make that 100% move. It's not going to make Beedrill OP. Although, maybe Shiny Beedrill. Stab, loaded die. I think could probably take out a decent amount of pokes. Alright, that's doing a lot more damage than it did before. I don't know why though. I guess it was level 6, but still. I think I would need a 4 or 5 to knock it out. Okay, let's do an item check. Ooh, I think that's an elixir. Oh, ether. Not bad. I love having PP recovery items. Battle some birds right now. Alright, I need to get a female Rookidee so I can try to figure out the gender differences. That's the game we're playing today. Can you spot the gender difference without looking it up? Because I have not put the time in to actually discover what they are for this route yet. And is that a girl? Yeah. I have no idea what it is. Alright, let's try missile. Not very effective, but low defense for Rookidee. I think this should still kill. We're gonna need some help. Let's get 4. Come on. Yeah, honestly, what we're gonna do next is I bet this thing can learn Swift, and then we're gonna give it Swift so it has a 4th move to use, because I want to get this thing evolved into a cool little Linoon. Alright, let's check what items we got. I feel like I got a lot. So we got an Ether, Super Potion, nice. Got some repels. Let's use Swift. And yes, you can. Sorry, baby doll eyes. Only 10 PP. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Alright, so we are going to pull this up top. Yeah, I like that order. And I got all the options kind of available. Headbutt we won't need as much with Swift up front. Swift was a good decision for this guy. Six, 7. Can you tell I'm not a Gen Zer? I still don't totally understand what 6-7 is, but I heard a funny quote from a teacher that he just started saying 6-7, and then all the students stopped because it wasn't cool anymore. All right, we got one here. Nope. Let's do a quick item check. Nope. I haven't seen a Wooloo in a bit. Alright, so maybe it's the nose? So, I don't see any differences right off the bat. I need to pay attention to the nose, so it looks like a little pink. And... but I don't know if the hair is any different. Yep, hard to tell. Maybe we'll get another encounter here. Yeah, we got one up there, so... now, is this a girl? Nope. Yeah, I have no idea what the gender. Maybe the hair is a little longer. Because it goes down to like almost the bottom of his body. We'll have to check that the next time another one comes out. A lady. Alright. This one. Ooh, nice damage. Doggo's almost at level 23. It's insane it's taking that long. Now is this the... I have no idea what the difference is. Maybe they don't have a prominent one, who knows? Alright, well now we're just smashing Swifts the rest of the way here. Alright, let's see. Just gotta check my phone. Oh, nice. Alright. Yeah, we'll take you all day. I think we're going to do a switch over to Route 2. We'll get to 900 and then we'll switch over. We got a little more juice on the squad. Yeah, it's so interesting how the like that encounter rate definitely is manipulated by how many you beat in a row. It's interesting. It probably just is more likely to spawn in that zone because I think this patch gets 2. So I wonder if like there's a chance it rolls forward every time you battle one in that area. So that seems to be like what happens. Yep. We will take these all day. I should be checking out these EV yields. I could probably do like a Wooloo. I'm gonna guess HP. No, it's defense. And what about Rickety is a speed, so we got some fast boys on this team. That's for sure. And then Nickit. Nickit is a special defense. Interesting. So I'm getting bulk there. And Squall, but where are you? HP. So this is a pretty diverse pool of EVs you can farm. Probably heavy on the defense and speed, just from the Wooloos and Rookities up and knocking out. Yeah, we'll just jump over to the next route after Zigzagoon's out of PP, because I don't really have any reason to chain Corvus Squire or not much of a reason to train Corvus Squire or Red Boot at this point, or no Butterfree, because they're already basically, like, I'm not going to evolve Corvus Squire in Route 1. That would take an eternity. I better find the shiny before the Corvus Squire is ready to evolve. But, and Butterfree. I'm staying on the team for Sleep Powder, just so whenever I do encounter this thing, I'll be able to try to Premier Ball it. I think I might go Pokeball for, I feel like Nickit and Rookity, I would try to get in a Premier Ball, but I think the other ones I would go straight Pokeball. I thought I could escape the Squills, but here it is. All right. I need to get the shiny soon. Come on. I feel like in the 900s. I want to get it before 1,000 so I can make my jersey number that of the encounter I got my first shiny. 888s would be unreal. That's actually, if you've ever heard of Cisco Brewery, that they have a liquor line that's called 888, and it's all right. I'm more of a like whiskey guy when it comes to hard liquor, and I like some vodka drinks, but overall, I'm just not making a ton of different cocktails. I like what I like. I like 30 martinis and spritzes, and I like an old fashioned, but I just don't usually have oranges on hand to make the orange peel. Glad my cat got to make it on the stream. She's so cute. She's sitting there a little bit next to me. That's the best thing. The dogs hang out too. Cats are just, all they do is hang out, so it's a really nice gaming buddy. Especially when I'm on the couch playing something. That's just so much fun to sit and have your cat sit on your lap while you're gaming. It's the best. Alright. Last one of Route 1 for a while. We're going to jump over to Route 2 and try to get the quarter odds. we have a special reveal tonight that will take a little bit, but I guess we're playing until we get a shiny Umbreon on this squad. And we got Payback to teach it too, so we'll be able to give it a dark move. Alright, let's get out of here. Check for items. What do we got? Mushroom. I'll take it. I'm sure there's some Mushroom Maniac that we'll pay top dollar for that thing. Alright, first let's heal up. What a squad. Haven't even hit the first gym yet, and we got, I think the level cap's like 25, so we still couldn't just walk in and win that gym right now, which is funny. Alright, so let's drop you out. So you're 22, which would be here. We're gonna add Singer back in, and I think this is a squad. Everyone else I'm still trying to evolve. So let's not put Singer up front, just we'll keep it with the Zigzagoon for a bit because I want to try to evolve him if I can. And we should get some more Nickit encounters. So before we do this, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's get into the area. And immediately a Brilliant Aura. No shiny. I do need to get the Squirrels up just because I gotta take those rolls. Even Squirrel wouldn't be a bad. Oh, actually, we're gonna pick up some more levels over here. That's actually a good point. So we should actually get some more progress on evolving folks over here. Yeah, that's a lot more XP. Alright, let's check where we're at. So we got Rookidee, 352. Wow. 150 more. Okay, we'll get that up. Nickit, we just need 50 more, so we're gonna spend a decent amount of time here, but 255 on Wooloo. Taking a pause for you. We'll get you there though. We'll try to do that tonight as well. I think we just take all the encounters we get on this one. Including Skwovet, because we can actually, we gotta increase the odds there. Gotcha. Triple eights, let's go. It's actually probably a better route for farming the Brilliant Auras too. So we'll have to see. If just having more encounters available actually gives us some better odds. Headbutt you. Spread the PP around a little bit. Hit 6 hours. This has been a banger of a stream. This has been fun. Took the day off just so I could stream all day. Any items? Yes. Sorry, my camera's right over the screen that I'm using to check. Show us your worth, Zigzagoon. Oh, you can finish it off. Come on. You're better than that. I know you. Alright, what do we got over here? Just a school bit. Pass on you for now. That's what we're looking for. Alright. Nice one shots. Coming up on 900. This has been a haul of a day. There it is. I'll add a Nickit. Let's check down here. Let's go get the Rookity. We'll get the Squovitz too. We're coming up on 200 for those. Give him a headbutt. I'm so excited to see some more new pokes get revealed. I feel like I'm starved. The starters are all good, but the game definitely looks better, but it so doesn't feel like old Pokemon, so I'm curious to see what they evolve into though. Because it's just that it's definitely more of a like there are obviously many generations into 3D and they build the designs around it, but the pokes almost look so like smooth. Like we'll see how I feel about it once we see the evolutions, but Team Gecko all the way. Grout has a chance to take over if it has a sick final evolution, because just a big ass angry bird. Maybe it turns into a turkey. That'd be hilarious. I've had a chicken starter at Evo, so nice. The rare random encounter, Rookity. Item check. Nothing. We're going top shelf until I start feeling ill. Alright, 2 more encounters to the big 900. Alright, 1 more, and we've achieved full 900. We did a team. Couldn't have done without you all all of you out there. All right. And we headbutt in honor of the 900th death we have contributed. Oh, we got a Brilliant Aura Rookity. This was coming in at 1 in 685 odds. Best odds we've had all day. It's gotta be the one, come on. And no. I thought it was the one. One in 685, pretty good odds. Alright, one more level until we get a Linoon too, which is fun. Got a Pokédoll, that's fun. Pickup's such a fun ability. What I really should be doing, I should probably catch another Zigzagoon so I can stack the party with Pickup. If this thing evolves too, I might lose Pickup, so we might need to just backfill altogether. I should probably do some catches too, just to get the living decks situated with all the encounters here. Alright, we'll catch 3 of you. No, we'll catch 2, because 3rd of the living decks will be Shiny Rookity. I'm sure of it. Alright, let's just throw a ball. You know what? We got our Butterfree for a reason. Let's sleep this guy. Butterfree is underrated. We're gonna name you Smack. Let's just keep this chain going. Give me all the Rookies. I'd like to see a Zigzagoon encounter so we can get a little honor battle going. We'll get one squirrel, but for good luck. Then we're heading back up. Alright. Finally using some Pin Missile PP. Yeah, I was trying to play Fallout New Vegas last week, and it's really fun, but I have a heavily modded version of the game on my PC. I installed a ton of mods. It was actually a lot of fun, but I love tinkering with games like that and learning how all the files work. But installed all these mods, but for some reason that game just, I have a hard time, it doesn't hook me. I'm one of the few that actually likes Fallout 3 a little bit better. I think it's just a cleaner, more direct experience overall, but obviously credit where credit's due. The plot and just all the factions and your interactions with them and getting in their good graces or like becoming enemies, I think it's really cool. I just Caesar's Legion is the one thing where there's just no, you have to be like deep role playing a psycho to want to have Caesar's Legion on your, as your like be affiliated with them. Just like crazy and torture people. I do want to do a run where I'm heavily in the cons. I feel like they're a pretty cool faction, and I've never associated with them. I think they're like drug dealers and just like a big gang, but I would like to get to the point where I can join them. We are chugging away on encounters, well over 900. Let's go. Alright, this is where I want to be. Let's get some Nickit chains going. Yeah, you get so many more Nickit encounters on this route. You can just tell right away. Alright, so let's rank the best shinies. We'll do a top 6. So I think Porygon 2 is unreal. I really need a shiny hunt a Porygon at some point. That'd be so cool. And then Politoed. Shiny Politoed is one of the coolest shinies. That's just the holy grail for me. Especially with like so I finally hunted one and got one in Pokemon Ultra Sun, and it was on my team. It didn't have Drizzle though because I didn't get the hidden ability for it, but that was a little unfortunate. That would have made it the ultimate shiny catch, but no hidden ability, but it was a great cool poke to have throughout my playthrough. And then I also got Lycanroc, shiny Lycanroc in that game. I got shiny Lycanroc. I got a shiny Slowpoke by accident and evolved it into a Slowbro. Shiny Slowbro is a great one, even though you can't really tell the difference between, like, shiny Slowpoke is very subtle. All right. Wrapping up the Nickits. That's what we're looking for. And we're trying to level up a bit. There it is. I really want to know what the encounter mechanics are in this game, because it seems like at least a 50% roll to get the same exact encounter after you defeat it in a patch. Somebody's got to have a video on that, although it seems like people did not have a good understanding of the mechanics for this one when I was doing my research on how to shine hunt in it. It seemed very convoluted, and there aren't, like, Austin John usually has a million mechanics videos, but he actually was pretty light on Sword and Shield, so I couldn't really, I'm sure he actually has some good videos on it, but I didn't find a definitive mechanics list, or at least for shinies at least, but he probably did other elements of the game as well. Revive. Not bad. Early revives are always a blessing. It would be insane to get a full odds shiny Nickit. Have not been able to hunt him too much compared to the other pokes. We got a streak going. It's pretty good. Nice. Wasn't sure if that would kill, because it actually has, I think it has good special defense, because that's the EV that gives, but that's just what I'm guessing. Alright, let's get some Rookies here. It's a Rookity patch now. Will we get it before 1,000? I was hoping we would, but haven't really been getting the brilliant aura encounters I was hoping, so I think we might be closer to a full odds hunt than being able to take advantage of that. So we'll see. Full 7, that's got to give us some good experience, right? Yeah, not bad. Thinking some Five Guys for dinner. I'm gonna do some Uber Eats. Gonna be bad. Oh, here we go. Is this the one? Nah. 921, that would have been a good number. Whatever, we'll take it. That's a 1 in 685 right there, so it's our best chance as of right now, Rookity. All bets are on you. I don't think they have like prominent gender differences for at least these pokes. I wonder if when they evolve they gain some difference, but I'm really not seeing it for any of the main encounters on these routes. Yeah, it might be more of a final stage thing to do, because I know Alakazam's mustache gets shorter for a lady. They should have just given it pigtails, that would have been funny instead of the mustache. Look ridiculous. Alright, next encounter, we're 100 encounters from quarter odds, so we're really grinding out here. Yeah, I think we're going to be getting to 500 KOs on Rookity before the end of the night at this rate. Good encounter rate on both routes too, so even if we switch back over, then we are looking at like good chance to be able to get the max odds for Rookity by the end of the night, which is huge. Then we are gonna be real close anytime with those encounters. Alright, we got the Nickit chaining. This is good stuff. I'm gonna probably take a quick check at where we're at for encounters against all these guys after this. Is there a cat Pokemon in Galar? I'm gonna pull up a Galar Pokedex list just to see. They usually have one cat poke each gen, which I'm in full support of now as a proud cat owner. Alright. Looking for Galar cat poke. I don't know if there is one. Might be a rare miss. Oh, my edible's starting to kick in right now. Feeling pretty good. I could shiny hunt a Meowth. That would be pretty fun. Oh, actually, Berserker. Yeah, what's the shiny Berserker look like? Ooh, this is gonna happen. I love that with the yellow. All right. Yeah, that looks so cool. Yep, that's happening. And it has, let's see, Galarian forms and Tough Claws, two good abilities. Yeah, so Pickup and Tough Claws. That is a great ability. I either get utility or I get utility for a poke that I'm going to be keeping on the team, or I just get raw power. That's sick. All right, let's see. Yeah, then it's Tough Claws and Battle Armor, so it doesn't take crits. So that's just a great asset in battle, regardless of what ability it gets. And it gets Taunt, so it's got some utility. Payday as well. Yeah, we're gonna be. That's so cool. All right, I think that's locked in. Meowth is happening. Oh, it's gonna be fun to decide what I'm hunting down in these games. It's just gonna be so cool to see this team evolve over the next year, 2 years. All right, yeah. So once we hit 9:30, I'm gonna see where we're at with the battles, because we might be able to jump back over to. Actually, no, I think I'm gonna stick on Route 2 for a little bit, just so I can rack up a bit more experience and try to get some evos in. But let's just check where we're at. $255. Yeah, that hasn't moved. We know that. 167. We're getting there. 68. We're gonna pass school, but 373. Pretty good. All right. I'm getting excited just thinking about that Galarian Meowth. And I think that's relatively early in the game, so that might be the second hunt, realistically. I do want to get a Galvantula as well, and potentially a Raboot. So Galvantula, come. Let's get a Squovid in. But yeah, Galvantula is definitely happening too, but you get an easier counter later and it'll be closer to evolving, so I feel like that's the more natural time to add it to the team. So that might be a fifth or sixth target. I like fifth because that's when you kind of encounter it for the in Gen 5. Be true to its original encounter chart. Zigzagoon has been crushing it for us. I wonder what Pokemon can money. Honestly, Meowth with a payday too. Like that's gonna be just a good money making machine for these hunts. You're gonna max out money and just be able to buy whatever I want. Because then I could probably get good EVs on it and just buy a bunch of proteins and like the vitamins at the end. Just get everybody completely up to speed on the right EVs and have like a good build going into E4. Thinking way down the line, but we just might have to do some legendary hunting before the E4. Honestly, that'd be a lot of fun. Just some full out hunts. I'll target one shiny legendary in Crown Tundra. Yeah, if we get all the way through this, I'm gonna purchase Crown Tundra. Hopefully, I can find it on sale at some point before then. But then that'll be a really cool way to just like add a shiny legendary before the E4, and then we can do some bonus hunts after. Maybe the Dynamax then too. That would be a little bit more entertaining than doing resets on something, but I feel like it would feel a little less true to the nature of this challenge. You know, you want it to be difficult. And what else? Sports pretty boring. It's kind of wild that there actually might be a lockout in baseball next year. Because, I mean, it's long overdue that a salary cap is implemented. And it doesn't mean that they don't make more money, but I think it, like, when you're mega rich, if you're a really good player, then it benefits you more, and they probably have the biggest sway when it comes to the Players Association. But for the lower like end of the roster players, I feel like they have more upside and like guaranteed raises every couple of years. So I think it's better overall. But I don't know how the players actually feel about it. I should not use Snarl there, but we did. Let's do an item check. Full heal? Or is that like, it's hard to see on the tiny screen. Nice, full heal. I love my full heals. So useful. And we got a Choodle, that's why I can see it. Tiny little head. Alright, yeah, this is where we want to be. Discord, see if anything's going on in there. I don't have a Discord, but I'm a part of a couple. All right. There it is. This might actually be the spot to farm the Brilliant Aura encounters, just because you get 3 here and then 3 up top, so you can just circle, getting in and out of range to see. All right. Is this the one? Nope. I need to watch like, oh, here we go. Here we go. We got the evolution. I think we lose pickup here, so we have to go find another Zigzagoon encounter. Oh, it's so sick. Alright, what do we got here? This very aggressive Pokemon will recklessly challenge opponents stronger than itself. Night Slash, yeah. We're taking Night Slash. Let's drop Snarl. Alright, so what are the stats? Yeah, we're becoming an attack piece, so let's just drop Snarl. I like the utility of it, but we're not using this as an actual team, so this is just a Murder Wild Pokemon. Perfect time on that. We can use it a couple times, and then we can put something else in the front here. Oh yeah, that's nice. And we'll finish off the rest of the PP with Night Slash. That's just gonna one-shot fools, so we probably should pull that up to the front of the move order. Yeah, this is gonna one-shot everything now. It's pretty powerful. All right. I like that order, yep. If I get Rookidee, maybe I name it after my favorite rookie NFL player. I don't even know who that would be. Jeremiah Love's probably the most exciting, but I don't think he's gonna really be that good this year, just because of the state of the Cardinals. He's gonna waste away, like Saquon did on the Giants for so many years. Hopefully they have a grass field there so he doesn't get injured. That would be a shame. Yeah, we're pulling Boltund up front after this. That'll be a sweet lead. It was real hot earlier today, and I've had the AC running today, but I'm feeling a little chilly now. I might even be able to switch into some pants. Let's get some Squovits in here. Yeah, there was a really rough stretch at the beginning of the summer where it was real hot and humid, but then I think earlier in July too, but it's actually been pretty good temperatures the past couple weeks. This morning it was real humid and I went on a run and lost like 2 pounds of water weight. It was crazy. Damn, we've been going for 7 hours. We're gonna hit 8. We gotta get to quarter odds, and then we'll probably do a little some more after that, just because we want to hit all of the benchmarks for number of encounters on each poke. We're chilling in Route 2 right now, but I might make my way back to Route 1 to get Wooloo up to 300 so we can start getting the 1 in 600 odds for that. Quickly gotta check the ability on Linoon right now. Do we still have pickup? Yep, that's sweet. Okay. And now we're in the level 20 counter chart. So let me see what we get for 21 through 30. Leftovers is in play. Rare candies, Destiny Knot. Alright, so we got some really good ones. And the herbs. Yeah, this is going to be quite a bit better. Oh, we got to get up one more level, though, before we get there. So you're staying in the party. This is just going to be such a cool file to come back to and have kind of the shiny hunts set up for future hunts. I'm excited to have that. We'll have so many routes completely. Like, you want to get everything up to 100 just so you have the better odds of the Brilliant Aura, but Choodle's not in play right now just because we have not been hunting it, and there's one. Is this the one? Nope. We're gonna do one more encounter, and then I gotta go get some agua, and maybe a little low impact beer. I'm liking the low impacts just because I find that when I drink actual alcohol, it just makes me drink more than I really need, whereas the low impacts, you can catch a little bit of a buzz, but you're not. Alright, well, we got 2 Yampers here. We'll pick up a couple of Yamper encounters. This has static though, so it might be problematic. Let's use Swift on it. Perfect. One more. Honorary Yamper encounter, just in case. I'm not opposed to Yamper, but it's such a low encounter rate, even on this route. It just would be a slog to get through. They did such a god. Linoon might be the star of this line here. It looks so devious and evil. Let's see if we can get any Brilliant Auras. Oh, there's Nickit. That was the ultimate reason for coming here, so let's get some encounters strung together for Nickit. Now, I bet a Night Slash can take it out. Yep. This thing's a beast. Nice. Alright, we got to get to 10:24, but then I might take a little bit of a break after that. I might just record the stream offline, get the footage for everybody, but we are getting close. This has been a long haul. I was at 340 encounters today, so we're at about 600 on the day, so almost doubling what I did yesterday, and we're not stopping. I'm trying to get this today. Hopefully this weekend. We're going to be streaming all weekend, so stay tuned. I'll be on tomorrow morning too. So that will be, I can stream until about 4, then I got to go to a 3-year-old's birthday party. I don't know exactly what to bring as a gift to a 3-year-old's birthday party. I think I'm just gonna bring some booze for the parents because they probably need it. It's very funny. I'm entering the phase of life where a lot of my friends are trying to have kids. Went through the wedding phase. I went to like 15 weddings in 3 years. It was super chaotic. But now everybody's married. They're starting to have kids, so it's really fun to interact with babies. And I'm a uncle. Ooh, we gotta get you. So we're gonna be rolling with 2 pickup pokes pretty soon, so we can double our chances of getting some good items. Let's bring out Butterfree. Fortunately, this guy has compound eyes, so I bet we still hit. Oh, it worked. Little shit. Well, this is unfortunate. Come on. There we go. Oh, it looks so cute with its eyes closed and it's just stars. They knew what they were doing with that. They're like, this is gonna look so cool when you put to sleep. And this one we are going to call. This feels like Yakuza. Oh, that's cool. You can use any. Yeah, actually, we will add to the party. Let's drop. Boo. Sorry, Boo. But we need items. Let's just double check it's got pickup. Otherwise, we might need to go back and swap in. Gluttony. Not exactly what I wanted, but let's go box this because I do not need to. Alright, no, take the naked. Yeah, we gotta stay in this route so we can get some Evos in as soon as possible. Trying to complete the decks here. Alright, we'll actually catch you because we need to get another Nickit on the team. Oh, and it's a lady. Yeah, I want that. Sleep powder, that's why we brought you in. And that's an easy regular Pokeball. Oops, I meant to nickname it. Oh well. Trying to nickname most of the pokes, but I might even. I think it'll be worth keeping. We don't need scope encounters, but we're open to anything else. Yeah, we gotta take every Nickit we see on the way back, and then we'll drop the Zigzagoon from the party. XP could be used elsewhere, you know? I don't know who the second level up was there. Yeah, I need more from Winds and Waves. I feel like I'm just left in the dark right now, and it's kind of bothering me. I just really want to see what they're able to conjure up for the I just feel like I have this perception of it, but it just, ooh, we got a sunstone. That's huge. All right, so I don't think there's some flora in this game, but Blossom, that'd be kind of an, I don't think I have a shiny Blossom, but that is a nice pull. So sunstone is that? I don't think I have the right. Yeah, so there's no sunstone in this at all. All right, so let me find. Cerebi failed me. Oh, never mind. It just has its own page. All right, so I'm in 11 through 20, which means I also have a chance for a moonstone. Rare candy's very rare, so that must be like 1%. And then, yeah, once we get to 21, that's when the real good item pool opens up. We still get the stones, but we also get chance for leftovers, balm mushroom, a big nugget. All of those would be great. Okay, and then super potion becomes the default, so that's even better. Nice. All right, we'll catch the Lotad. Cute little guy. If we got like out of left field a shiny random Lotad, I would be pretty hyped because I am a big fan of the Lotad line. What's the final Evo name? It's just like slightly disturbing almost, and I love it. Ludicolo. I love Ludicolo. Yeah, Ludicolo. I feel it's one of those things you love it or you hate it. It's like I feel like a lot of people with olives and what else? Like just like divisive taste. Like I feel like a Bloody Mary as a cocktail, you either love those or hate those. I feel there's no in between. Oh, it's grass type. That's why it's not working. What is going on here? All right, let's just throw a ball. Should probably pick up a couple extra Premier Balls too. I don't know how much money I have though. I have some stuff I could sell though, so we'll find funding. But I want to get up to around 10 Premier Balls just so I'm ready for whatever shiny eventually comes. Cute little guy. All right. Nothing there. I will take any. Ooh, is this the one? No. It's a bummer. All right, we are gonna go grab some water. we're back. 960 encounters. Not too far from odds. Happy Friday, everybody. Oh, it is great to be in the weekend. I took a long weekend this weekend. I took Friday off just so I could stream and game all day. Really just get knee deep in this weekend. I'm hoping we can just power through this first encounter. I'm just going to be playing all day, so there will be lots of content coming for me over the next 3 days. Time to get this light going. I kind of like blue. We gotta go blue. All right. And we take every naked encounter we see, as are the rules. Oh, struggle. Okay, let's get somebody else leading. Who do we want to evolve next? Yeah. You're almost ready to evolve, so we'll get the Boltund Evo pretty soon. This is like slowly turning into a Professor Oak challenge. We actually, we're not getting Cinderace though. Unless this takes freaking forever, which it might. Alright, so you come over here. You, what do we got? Minus special attack plus speed. Nice little timid nature. That's ideal. That's a pretty cool. Yeah, we'll put you up here. 3, 4. So you belong here. Kind of like that nature better, so we'll put you up front. Let's add Lotad to the party. We'll be able to get a. Oh, you belong right there. Perfect. All right, so we need to catch another Zigzagoon, Lotad. Let me double check the Route 2 encounters. All right, what do we got? Cerebee's the best for the encounter charts. All right, so I know about all those overworlds. So Purloin, Seedot. All right, so no Seedot, but I need to get a Purloin and I need to get a Hoot Hoot. And I got a good Blipbug encounter rate, so I'm gonna do a couple random encounters. Are we healed up? No. I'm excited to get a Lombre on the team. Alright, quick dex check. We'll probably stay on Route 2 for a little bit just to get those encounters and 387. It's really getting up there. 174 for Squirrelbit, 180 for Nickit. Yeah. And we're not counting the non-Rune 1 encounters, but if we get the shiny, we're taking it. That's for sure. I will not be picky. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna gobble up all these. Yamper, you beast. I'm excited for this Boltund. Might stay on the team. Gotta catch another one of you, so let's get some damage on you. I bet if we nuzzle you down, this won't kill. Okay, do one more of those. 1 HP, you beast. Alright, that should be enough. I don't want to crit either. And then we can bring in Miss Blutter. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna use one of my berries on that, honestly. Back to back. Hacks. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. Alright, there we go. And if this doesn't catch, then I think it'll still pick it up even though it's asleep. But I'd be very surprised if it doesn't catch. Alright, Lotad. I'm probably gonna... I'm gonna name this one Kaya. My fiance's got a... what's it called? A... oh my god. It's a husky mix with like a little fluffy dog. I just am blanking on the name right now. Pomsky, Pomeranian husky mix, and she is so cute. So, in honor of Kaya, I named Yamper Kaya. She's a very good dog. She loves to play. Very good attitude. And then she has this other dog named Luna, and she's a pit bull mutt. Like there's a lot of different dogs in there, but she is just terrified of everything. But it took her like 3 years just so she would actually recognize me when I came to the house, because she is just afraid of literally everyone that walks in the door and just starts barking. She's so cute, but she has some serious anxiety issues. Check for items, and we will still catch a Zigzagoon because technically we need 3. And let's get a little heal on the butter. I don't want you suffering needlessly. Got the endorsement. That's cool. Sunstone, huge pickup. We don't have any. Oh, we do have paralyzed heals. Good. I wasn't sure if we did. Come here, you little rascal. We gotta get your encounters up. I am excited to learn more about Winds and Waves, though. I feel like we've been deprived. It's been brutal. I do want to see some more. If they can just take 25% of the puzzle elements of Zelda and layer those into the open world for Winds and Waves, I'll be so happy. Alright. We're getting the naked encounters. This is what we're here for. Lotad keeps leveling up like a G. Alright, let's get you. Oh. It's too fast for me. It's embarrassing. Couldn't catch a squirrel. Catch this Oh, how the day flies. This has been a productive challenge day. Alright, what do we got down here? This is so fun. I'm so glad I'm doing this. It's just... over the years, I've really ramped up the level of challenge. It started with me just wanting to get through a game without losing a battle, and then I started doing Nuzlockes, and now I'm getting deeper into the shiny. I think I just love the idea of playing a game with a self-imposed challenge just to get more out of it. So much fun. Alright, how many... Let me see what we're doing at XP. Alright, so it's still going to take a while, but we got the higher level pokes over here, so I think we'll have Bolton pretty soon, actually. This is basically becoming a Professor Oak challenge. We'll get some... Let's get a random encounter here. I think that'd be a little fun. We might be able to get missed. That's actually helpful. Yeah, we'll take a wood growl. We're never going to be growling. Haze is the one that eliminates the stat effects, but that we'll be able to... Alright, I think we can get good random encounters over here, so let's just chill in this little patch for a bit. But yeah, we just need more with Winds and Waves. I'm getting a little fed up. My cousin and my good friend from high school, we'll throw in a Choodle encounter. I think we need another one of these anyway, so we'll just capture it. Let me check when Choodle evolves. We gotta be getting decently close with him as well. But yeah, I'll keep it a little close to my vest on who I'll be hunting later in this, but I got a couple things in mind. What was I looking for with Choodle? Oh, the level of evolving. 22? Alright, yeah, we'll get that soon. Alright, so let's get out of here. And we want to bring in Bludder. Triangle Choodle's probably worth just like racking up some encounters. It won't count towards the total because we're only counting root ones, but we'll sprinkle them in here and there when we see one. Two, three. Yeah, I mean, Shiny Choodle's like the only reason why I kind of wish I was hunting on this route, but we'll be okay without it. This is Mr. I was going to call it Mr. French, but Mr's kind of funnier, honestly. What's your name? Mr. It's Mr. You're Mr.? No. I'm just Mr. Mr. who? Mr.? Ooh, we got one. Oh no. That sucks. Jesus Christ. First brilliant aura I've seen in a long time, and I just fail it instantly. Alright, yeah, you're gonna get added to this crew. This ragtag group of champions. You ever listen to Wizard People? That when I was in high school, that made me laugh harder than anything. My buddy put it in the headphone and made me listen to it during an English class, and I was just geeking laughing in the corner of the class. Sometimes when I work, I'll just throw on a stand-up set, and I'll just like find myself laughing my ass off at dumb stand-up jokes, and I just probably sound like a psycho, but hey, you got to get through the workday somehow. I'm staring at Excel sheets literally all day, so if that keeps me sane, then I'm all for it. All right, and this is a girl, so my cat's name is Morty, whom we thought was a girl or a guy for several months. Then we took her to the vet. All the papers said it was a guy, and then we went on to find out that she was a girl. So Morty was a guy's name, but now she's our beautiful Morticia, and she's sitting here next to me. If you rewind in the stream a bit, you'll be able to see her sitting on my lap, and she's the most adorable little thing ever. All right, so who are we gonna drop? Honestly, sorry, Messi. We gotta get this. We gotta get this cute little cat up to speed. All right, so let's take away the item here. All right, and hopefully pretty soon we are at level 21 for Linoon, because then we get a much cooler item encounter table for pickup. We want to use Bite here. We're run a little heavy on that PP. All right, we're just about 50 out from the quarter odds. That'll be a big landmark here. Can't believe I missed that Brilliant Aura. Skwovet. But if that was the shiny, it'd be a little disappointing. I'd rather get no shiny and get my Rookidee or Wooloo or Nickit over a Skwovet, at least right now. I say that now, and I'm sure 1,000 encounters from now I'll just be like, why did I wish that upon myself? No. Purloin is going to be an asset, I can already tell. Alright, who is the final piece to this route? And we want some more blip bugs for random encounters, so yeah, we're gonna be hunting some random encounters soon, but shinies remain the priority. Yeah, we're coming up on 400 defeats on Rookidee, which means we'll only be 100 out from getting the. All right, let's check down here for Brilliant Aura, but we'll be very close for actually getting the 500 full odds, or not full odds, best odds for Rookidee. I think we can do that before the end of the night. 7.5 hours in, we're still chugging along. Full day stream. This is fun. It feels like I'm being productive while I game reckless amounts, because I would just be on my DS finishing Soul Silver, and I've been intentionally made that a slow burn playthrough, but I got to tell you about my Soul Silver file. So I've gone through it a couple times, but basically I got a shiny Chikorita, soft reset for the starter for, oh, I think it was like 400 or 500 resets, so I was well below odds, but I was coming up on like 1,200, or I was a little, I think it was like 1,400 or 1,300 all-in encounters. And then finally got the shiny. And then, alright, well, let's get a Skwovet encounter here. And then I caught a shiny Geodude 20 encounters later in Dark Cave that was just electric because I was just trying to get Dunsparce, and before I got the 1% Dunsparce, I got a full odds Geodude. And it's funny because my first full odds shiny in Gen 4 was actually when I was playing Platinum, maybe 3 years before, so like 3 years ago. And it was during a Platinum Nuzlocke. And the scary thing about encountering a Graveler, shiny Graveler, is that it can. Oh no. Yes, got it this time. No shiny. But it no self-destruct, so I was like, I could fail this. But fortunately, I had Quagsire with Damp in my party, so it was a non-issue. But that was pretty freaky, knowing that I could have just like failed my first full odds shiny. I'd never gotten a 1 in 892, and I've played these games so many times. The fact that I have so few full odds shinies, like, up until the last few years, I got a shiny Clang in Gen 5. Maybe like a year and a half ago. That was awesome. And then I Masuda Hunt Met Chu shiny. That would have been such an unreal pull because it would have been slightly better odds, but like not by a lot. Yeah, let me see. If I have like, I think if you have 10, or no, it's 20. So I probably have, yeah, just a 1 and 2 on 2048 for this one. Oh no, it's in the 300s. Okay. I might be reading this wrong, but no, I think this has got to be the brilliant only chance. Okay. Smogon has the best guides to how like the shiny methods work. You can always trust them. Somebody will get it updated. All right, we'll give you a little muzzle. Those encounters don't count, unfortunately, but I do need to catch a Hoot and another Purloin, so I think I'm gonna try to get a little random encounter here. Yep, we'll catch you, because we need 3 of you. What a wonderful Friday this has been. Started my day off a little bit annoyed because I basically took this Friday off and I just bought a pair of swim goggles. I haven't swam since middle school swim team. And I've just been thinking about getting some exercise that way for a long time. And we did a boat day up on Lake Winnipesaukee maybe 3 weeks ago, and I was swimming around in the lake water, and it was just so nice. It just kind of inspired me to try swimming again. So I bought the goggles, and I finally was able to do it because you have to go first thing in the morning, like 6 a.m., and I just have not been motivated and been getting enough sleep overall to get up better at least the last few weeks. But then I went this morning, and then the pool was closed on the one Friday I was going to try to do this. So that was a little bit of a bummer. But then I went out, did a 5 mile run. I might sign up for a marathon this year. I just want to do it before I'm too old and my body starts breaking down because I have genetically a bad back. All right, this is gonna be what do we got? This is a guy, Mr. Pub. I like that. I was getting confused by the keyboard for a second because in Heart Gold and Soul Silver it is in just alphabetical order, so I was trying to figure out where I should go. Alright, so let's get this Yamper too. Don't need it anymore, but I'm just gonna like, if I can get all of these to 20, then I get decent shiny odds. So yeah, let's fight this guy. Gotta get him a little closer. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, but that doggo will evolve eventually. Let's check this. I've been thinking about finally biting the bullet and trying out Pal World, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I have Game Pass on my Xbox right now, so. And another low tide? Yeah, we'll catch this guy. Let's do it. Yeah, not entirely sure how I feel about Pal World, but my friends want to try it, and you can do multiplayer, so it sounds pretty fun. I think it's just a very different game than this. I don't remember what game it is, but everyone was saying it's a Pokemon clone because they definitely were very inspired by a couple Pokemon designs, but I saw a couple of the PAL designs, and they're pretty cool. Some of them, at least. Oh, it should have done Puddles, but Puddle's cute too. Alright, let's just do a couple of you. I just want to see, like, all I care to do is get him to level, or get the number of battles defeated. I'm looking at probably, actually, I don't think I have a Squirtle, so I need to catch one of these. Catch two of these, actually. I think we have a Brilliant Aura up there. Maybe it'll be the shiny. That'd be insane. If I did get the green, I think it would be a Premier Ball catch I would go for. I'm going to be like, put my controller down once we get the encounter, because like I do not want to misclick. That would be horrifying. Either practice, press down to sleep powder. Don't press it too fast. Yeah, we gotta evolve one of these. This is becoming a slight Professor Oak's challenge. That would be an interesting combo challenge run. You do a shiny badge quest plus a Professor Oak's challenge. And I guess in the context of this, any shiny you found while grinding for the Professor Oak challenge would basically, you could dual hunt like shiny and grind everybody up at the same time. So we give Squirtle a nickname. Let's say, is this Pip? Is it a guy or a girl? Guy, yeah. Pippin. Is there anybody I can cut? I kind of want to get this guy leveling up. No, we got to keep everybody here, so let's just send this to the box. We'll come back to you once we got some Elos in the works. I don't think that was Brilliant Aura. I think I missaw, unfortunately. My eyes failed me. The biggest crime of the open world generation is Nuzlocke. It's like all of the new games are not Nuzlockable, really, which is just a shame, but it is what it is. I tried doing it in this game and in what's it called? In Pokemon Violet, and it just, you can't really do it, so I think like maybe just rolling it like adding a new team member after each gym might be a good way to do it, but like you do a Nuzlocke, but you get access to a full team after completing 6 gyms, but you have to like match your dex You have to match your badge number to the party size. So then you get 6 at the 6th gym. And then you start off, as you beat each gym, you just kind of like die roll on what the actual encounter will be. That'd be kind of interesting. I'd be down to try that at some point. But now, Professor Oak Challenge plus Shiny Badge Quest, I would need to find a name for that. It would be brutal, but like, I'm pretty sure there's decent encounters in the sorry, just grabbing the item. My edible's kicking in, my brain's working slow. My brother-in-law, so my sister's husband, he has a garden in the backyard, and he produced some brownies with the plants from that garden, and I've just had a bag of those brownies in the freezer for the last year, and they're extremely powerful and potent. I love them. Alright. Choodle's so cute. Alright, what do we got here? Anything good? Rookidee. Like a Rookidee. Any day of the week. We are just under 40 encounters away from quarter odds. Will the clock ticking? If can we beat quarter odds? I don't know. It's pretty late in the game. Who's gonna come up clutch for us? That's the question. It could be any of these folks. I'm drinking these low impact beverages and they're delightful. Helps me stay clear in the head a little bit. Alright. Let's head back up. Oh, that's such a Choodle station down there. I like that. Alright. Honor battle. We're getting close to the evolution, so that would actually be a pretty cool way to that'd be a pretty cool way to get the Evo, is beating another Yamper. I do need to catch a Hoot, another Purloin, anything else? I think I have the Lotads now. But what else will there be? I don't know. It'd be fun to do a video on the. Actually, I think Smith Plays did this. Maybe this is where I'm getting the idea. But just the random trainers throughout the game, all the NPCs, which one is the hardest that's not a rival or a gym leader. That'd be a pretty interesting breakdown to do, because basically any NPC with a Gyarados, that should just be immediate. This is a run killer. But there was one trainer Smith Plays missed, and if you see the Smith Plays, you need to go replay. It's the route south of Mount Pyre that leads over to the berry farm area, but that little route to the right of that area has 2 ace trainers, one with a team of 5, with like including a Magneton. It's just a really well-rounded team, and it destroyed my Ruby run. I was like I went in a little under leveled because I was trying to grind up some pokes, but I just felt invincible. And then I think it's like the levels are flirting around 30, so you've just beaten the 6th gym, so you should be in the 30s, but I was trying to level guys up and I just got caught into the hardest battle ever. So be careful with that route if you're ever doing a Hoenn Nuzlocke. There are some tough trainers over there. At work, I I had a day where I was listening to some stand-up and I just went through all of the John Mulaney stand-ups. I still need to listen to the most recent one. That one got a little dark, but it's funny, like knowing the context of what he said in his most recent special. He was doing so many drugs, it was crazy. And it's just like an unsuspecting guy, but then you watch the last special before all that big fallout, and you could tell something was he was on something. He was like all over the place, looked kind of skinny. But John Mulaney's probably my favorite comedian. I need to listen to that final one. Ooh, Mega Drain. We love that. Part of me wants to like. I should just get rid of Absorb. You don't need two moves dedicated to draining HP. Actually, I mean that's not a bad idea overall, but I revoke my statement immediately. This has been so much fun. I could just keep going and going and going. Love hanging with the fans. Anyone that's a fan of Pokemon, I just want to hang out with. So, maybe not all of you. Some of you might be weird. Weird in the bad way. We like good weird. Anybody that is in their 30s and isn't a little bit weird is hiding their true self. So, that is my wisdom for the day. It's been kind of a little rough stretch for New England fans, which is kind of a silly thing to say considering how much success we've had. But we lost Jaylen Brown recently. The Bruins are still going to be good, but like they're just kind of floundering. I feel like they just always make it to the first round of the playoffs and then disappoint you, or they'll make it to the Stanley Cup and disappoint you there. But they did get the ship back in whatever 2013, I think, and that was a sick Stanley Cup. I remember watching. I was not a hockey fan growing up, but obviously hop on the bandwagon for that. Those were like such exciting games. Yeah, we lost Jaylen Brown. The Red Sox have been doing really well lately, though, and the Patriots should be better, but we did just get dominated in the Super Bowl. So oh no, that's Blooder, not the doggo. It's almost time for a, all right, nice. We always take a Zigzagoon encounter. All right, yeah, we're gonna put this guy to sleep. Yeah, I've been thinking about this Hoenn run though, where I only use bad Pokemon, and I'm having a hard time decide which exact Pokemon I want. There's a couple locks already, which is Tropius. Skitty's my pseudo starter, so I need to figure out how to get past the first gym with that. Maybe you get access to Rock Smash. If you can Rock Smash, then there's a path for it. But I'm only using bad Pokemon, so I guess I could go in with an unevolved, maybe just like Silcoon and not even evolve it. I feel like the essence of the run will kind of depend on, like, I could use like, technically Dustox and Beautifly are bad Pokemon, but for the first early phase of the game, they're very good. Like you can sweep, what's his name, the fighting gym leader, Brody, whatever his name is. You can sweep him very easily if you have Beautifly or Dustox. So I don't see it as a bad Pokemon. Skitty's bad because it will get dominated by the first two gyms and then really does nothing through the rest of the game. So you have to like figure out the way to make it good. So I would need to figure out which. Surskit would actually be a good one because then you have to hunt for it. And 1% encounter makes it kind of bad and inaccessible, so it kind of fits that theme. And the Surskit before it evolves really isn't that good, so that might be a good. And it's also weak to the gym leader while it still has a strength against it. So I feel like the 1% Surskit and Skitty, both annoyingly rare and not that good, at least until Surskit. So like Masquerain actually might be the pseudo starter now that I think about it a little more. And then Skitty is maybe Skitty's the ace. Well, Masquerain will definitely be the ace because it gets Intimidate. So, and then what I like about that is like just definitely take away Nuzlocke rules on encounters. So if there is another ability that it has, actually Gen 3 really only gave folks one ability for the most part. Alright, let's try to get a random encounter here. I want to see if I can clear up the decks a little bit. Alright, beautiful. And we'll catch you. Blipbug is sick. It's like such a nerd. And then I love, was it Dottle? Whatever the second one is. I'm so bad with names. I know, like, I feel like if I was just trying to think of it in my head, I'd be able to, but whenever I'm talking with people, I lose all ability to remember the names of Pokemon. I don't know why. It's like, I'm just. I feel like I just space, even though I totally know the names of, like, all of them. Gen 6 is probably where I'd just at this point, like, a lot of the Gen 6 books have been in the newer games, so I feel like I know a lot of them. I get worried where it's like, when you're watching the anime, it's like, guess that Pokemon. And I feel like obviously it's always easy because whatever the Pokemon is, it's in that episode, but I see those videos of people at conventions. At those conventions, and they're basically just asking people like really difficult guess that Pokemon things, and I'm like, I would totally fail that realistically. 999. All right. Encounter 1000 would be insane, but now we can pick our jersey number at least, because I was gonna have it match my jersey number if I got it before 1000, but we officially did it. One more encounter there. We got it. Honestly, for number 1000, we gotta find a Brilliant Aura in the circle until we get one. Yep, we're lapping. 1000's gotta be special. First Brilliant Aura Pokemon we see, but it might be, oh. Is that one? I whistled instead of. What is it? Oh, even better. Nope. Number 1000. We did it though. We did it, damn. Took just about 8 hours to get there, but here we are. $1,000. Isn't that beautiful? Now I'm glad I didn't get that Squovit because we ended up getting an even cooler one in the. Here it comes again. I'm forgetting the name. Not Thievul. What's your name? Nickit. Nickit was a much better 1000 to counter than Squovit would have been, so I'm glad I missed it. I'm glad I accidentally whistled next to the Pokemon that runs away scared every single time. Oh my god. Is this it? Nope. We're getting real close to insane odds with Rookity. We're gonna do a dex count pretty soon. Let me see where we're sitting. But yeah, I got a pretty sweet Dynasty Fantasy Football team, and I know you all want to hear about it, but I got Jamar Chase, Saquon, Devon Achane, Gibbs, AJ Brown, Lamar Jackson, so I'm in championship mode, so I'm really hoping I can bring home another trophy. I won the 2 years ago I won, and this last year I lost in the championship, so Dynasty League has been strong, but I'm really excited for football to start back up. It takes up all my time, but I love it so much. My fiance tolerates it. You just gotta pick your battles. There's a really funny. So I listened to this podcast on The Ringer. That's the fantasy football podcast on there, and they got some really funny guys. I highly recommend it. But what was my point? I can't remember. But yeah, fantasy. Oh no, they did a tier list ranking of basically the games that you definitely need to watch and the games that you can like go on apple picking with your partner, so to appease them while you're completely obsessed with fantasy football. It was really funny. And it was a good way to like learn what the schedule of the season was too through that. All right. Oops a daisy. Yeah, we gotta be getting real close to Doggo evolving. Is this the level? That would be legendary against another Doggo. Oh, at level 24. Maybe it's 25. Jesus. Takes forever. There he is. Oh yeah, we gotta do death count soon. Can't believe we're at 1,000. We're coming up on quarter odds. This is just the most relaxing little activity. For sure, kind of a waste of time, however. I'm already doing this in my games already, so getting to do it while hanging out with people is just so much better. I don't think I would have had this level of diligence to go. I'm at 8 hours now, but this is what we're here for. Just going to be streaming with the bystanders swinging in and out every now and then. It's a great time. Sun is setting. Time is, I don't even know. 8:05. Yep, I've been going since noon. Wow, that Nuzzle didn't kill? Crazy. Alright, so we're going to be depleting Daigo's PP, because I thought he was going to evolve, but apparently we still got a whole nother level to go. That is brutal. Oh, I got to do an item check. Noise. Are you level 21 yet? No, not yet. Then we have the chance for a... Oh wait, let me see. Did we get the... Let me make it up here. Nope. Okay. Encounter check. Alright, still need to get some more Nickets, so that's the part we're doing. 184. Alright, we can wrap them up. Wow. Over 400 for Rookity. Crazy. So much progress. Alright, we're gonna clear this school bits. Wonder what the later encounter tables are for pickup. That. Now leftovers bottle caps. And you just get way more evolution stones. With what looks like a full restore as the main one. That's level 100. That would be cool. I definitely have some Meowths I can transfer up that will level quickly. Might be a fun poke to transfer in when we play Winds and Waves for the first time. I'm so excited for Winds and Waves. It's gonna be a blast. I need to start doing some mock drafts for fantasy just to get sharp. I need to see who I like when they fall. I've been in the lab listening to all the content, but I need to get some reps in before the actual draft day comes. I'm in a very competitive league and would like to win if possible. I made it to the championship last year in both of my leagues with my friends that are pretty good and lost both. It was brutal. Bad weekend. Bad weekend, but I still got all the second place winnings, so I broke even on sports for the year, so that's good. I just got this new TV and I'll get to use it through the season, which will be fun. I got it like towards the end of the NFL season last year, but I'm excited to get a full season on the big screen. What do we got down here? Anything good? Oh, all right. Is this the one? Come on, it's gotta be. Nope. Rookity's getting very close to having the perfect odds, which is exciting. We gotta go get that Nickit. That's actually the target here. So we just got 7 more encounters, and then it is over 200 with 1 in 840 odds. I'm becoming an odds pro in this game. You know, I feel like through this I'm getting to know the designs for these pokes so much better than I ever have. Just because I'm seeing them over and over again. But Nicket's really growing on me. I think I like it more than Thievul, but Thievul is a good natural progression for it. But it's similar to Lyn, where Lyn's my favorite. Lyn's my favorite version of the line, and I think I feel the same way about Nickit. RIP. Alright, I think it's 6 more now. Oh, now it's a 6 again? There's a Nickit over there before. Well, I'll take it. We'll cut one more just so we can have another pickup poke when the time comes. We are gonna have everything evolved and can just farm pickups with this. Fill out the living decks a little bit too. But we're gonna get it before that. 7 away from quarter odds. It's gotta come soon. No. X. This is crazy. Already at quarter odds. Almost there. Oh, I should have given it a nickname. Oh well. I don't know when I'll get access to that. Alright, we'll get through these Ricketies and then because we still need to rack up the counters there, and then we can actually stop at countering them, which is, that's interesting. So then we only need to target certain ones. And we just wait for the Brilliant Auras. It's actually going to be a fun late game. Later hunt strategy I can implement, probably later this weekend even. Your time is almost done, doggo. You've done very well. You're one-shotting literally everything. It's a powerful pup. And then it'll become a really powerful pup once the thing evolves. Alright, I think I got one more. Alright. There he is. That's what we want. Alright. 3 away. This is getting crazy. We're getting so close. And I forgot to change the lead. Let's get, no, let's get Singer in there. You're gonna be the lead. So we need to get you evolved. I think that's 25, so that'll be a long haul. Probably won't be one-shotting everything with Choodle here, but we gotta start getting him some levels. We got the Zigzagoon behind us, so we'll take that. Come here, Squirrelbit. I have some beef with you. We gotta get a Brilliant Aura for quarter odds. That'd be insane. Just get the Rookity first, right at quarter odds. I would be ecstatic. Alright. Let's check for items. Nope. Alright, now we need to get the Brilliant Aura, come on. Don't take too long, I hope. And be careful with those squirrels. I need to start doing some mock drafts though. I was talking about that earlier. I think need to figure out what my draft pick's gonna be. I think there's like a physical challenge or something that we have to do to decide the draft order. And then I'll be able to figure out where I'm picking. But I really want the top 2 picks or be the back of the first round. So I need to see what I'm gonna do. All right. And no shiny. Too bad. We tried. Would have been legendary, but it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, I'm really comfortable. Honestly, the top 5 picks aren't that bad, but I just want one of the running backs so badly. But I'll take Jamar Chase. That's never a bad thing to have on your team. He at any point could just go and have the break the 2000 record, beat Cooper Kupp's record. Cooper Kupp that year was insanely good. We're over quarter odds. Yeah, I'm really excited to get this to 500, and then I can just stop wasting my time killing them. And now I see the strategy. Over time, you get it to 500, and then it becomes only aura hunting. Aura hunting. That's pretty sweet name, if I do say myself. So much aura. Took an edible about an hour ago, and it is kicking right in right now. I'm feeling good. Might be able to get some. Oh, I didn't know. Now we'll definitely get some Lotad action going. It's gonna be pretty powerful. What a weird looking guy. He's got a sick mustache though. Alright, here we go. We got a good patch going. Oops, misclick. I'm aura farming with my aura hunting. What have I become? Alright. Items. You gotta be real close with. Here though, I think we're right about at 200. Yeah, it'll be fun to see how this hunt evolves as I get more Pokemon up to 500. Because the odds will increase at that point, and I'll get more flexibility into targeting just the Brilliant Auras, which will be fun. 199, one away. I'm pretty close with Squirrelbit. 200's a big benchmark. I think we can get it in this Scratch Patch though. Hopefully keep this little Hive Mind alive. I cannot wait to learn more about Winds and Waves, though. It's going to be so interesting to see what they reveal in the trailers. I need to know about the gameplay. Chat, give me your biggest expectations out of Winds and Waves and what you want to see and what you don't want to see. I know for me, I want more puzzles because I feel like the lack of they just need to like take the concept of like Zelda, Skyrim. It doesn't need to be anything complicated, but just little puzzles you can scatter throughout the world to make the gameplay a little bit more interactive. It's kind of funny because outside of Pokemon, the Bethesda games are probably my favorite, and for a while I always was adamant that Oblivion was better than Skyrim, but honestly, I think after playing the remaster, I might be more on board with Skyrim at this point. I think it's a little more accessible, but I need to give the Oblivion remastered another try. That game was a lot of fun. Oblivion just has better role playing overall. Skyrim has the really good dungeons. I've not encountered an RPG that's really gotten me as excited about like the random stuff you find in dungeons, and but at this point I know where a lot of the secrets are, so it's not as surprising, which is a little disappointing. Oblivion just has less of that, where you don't get the coolest loot in dungeons. There's not like unique swords all over the place like there are in other games. 418, so we're making some good progress on Rook D2. Yeah, I think Skyrim is a little more fun to revisit than Oblivion, but you can really get into the role playing in Oblivion a bit better because you can just pivot your character way too easily. In Skyrim, where it doesn't feel like you're actually building something unique. But one game I haven't tried yet, and I really should, is Morrowind. I've just that should be higher on my list. I think there's a cool modded version you put together. I might just play the original on my Xbox though. Anytime you have to mod something, I feel like I want to play see the original experience and then see then I'll appreciate how much the mods improve the game. And I feel like that's where I'm struggling with the modded version of New Vegas I put together on my PC is I don't know the original game well enough to know what is really changing, even though I can tell it's a cleaner experience overall. So those remasters will be really fun to come out. Come here, you bird. Stupid bird. I've been neglecting tackle. We got so much PP with this guy. Jeez. I am on hour 8 and minute 21 of today's stream, and I've had 2 energy drinks, so that's kind of been keeping me going here, but this is like maybe my 5th stream, and this is real long, but I'm just having too much fun. Alright, let's get this guy. I do think we might have something here, though, in the idea of a Professor Oak's challenge where you have to evolve every single Pokemon before available before the first gym, so you just max out the dex as much as you can before each gym. Wild Arrow would make that really tough, but I think that would be, and then you mix in a Shiny Badge challenge. I feel like that would be a pretty unique, cool run to put together. Alright. There he is. I do love the doggo though. We should try to get a couple more encounters of that. That would just take so much time, but you kind of overlap with the priorities where you're trying to level up your whole team and you get so many encounters through that. So I feel like it would actually, you're combining two similar challenges that require a lot of grinding, so you can kind of build progress on both throughout the entire time. That's what I've been doing here, but I definitely am not going to target doing that because I would be getting shinies faster than it would take to level up literally every Pokemon. How's my cat doing? I can't see her. She's a black cat, so she's really hard to find in the dark, and this room's getting a little dark. I might need to get a light on. I'll do that now. Whoever's watching, give me your. Are you Zelda fan? I'm trying to figure out what my expectations are for Ocarina of Time, but I don't know exactly what I want out of it, but I just want it to be similarly good to the original, because that's for sure top 5, probably top 3 game of all time. Zelda games are just, I usually try to go for a semi 100%, and usually would take a lap at the end of the game and try to like get as much as I can, but I wouldn't grind too hard to get every single item and every single heart, just because that takes forever. I did 100% Breath of the Wild though, and except I didn't do the Korok seed, so I did a completionist minus Korok seeds because that sounds miserable. And I guess I could use the Switch 2 edition has the app you can download, so you can find where all the Korok seeds are, but I don't care enough to do that. It sounds tedious at best. I think Minish Cap's one of the few games that I've 100%ed. Actually, I think I was missing a couple heart containers, but I got every item. And then Link to the Past, I've almost 100%ed. I've just done a bunch of almost. I feel like I rarely. Actually, no, I definitely did get all the heart containers in Minish Cap, because I got that mirror shield at the end, which I think you need to have all the containers to do. Happens like basically in the post game. I love me a 2D Zelda. I really need to actually play Link Between Worlds soon, because I think that'll be my the next Zelda game's got to be Ocarina of Time, and I don't want to play one leading up to it, or else I might lose steam when I play for it. I gotta starve myself a little bit here. But yeah, Ocarina of Time remake is gonna be unreal. Here we go. Oh, no, that's not an aura. It's just a Choodle behind you. Alright, we've almost maxed out Rookidee. Well, we're getting there at least. And I'll probably just try to evolve everybody and then head back to Route 1 at that point, because then levels don't matter at that one. I'm just doing this route for experience. But we're missing our precious Wooloo encounters while we're over here, so can't stay for too long. Do need to get a couple more encounters on this route for the random encounters. I haven't gotten many of those. I think I need to catch a few more. We're doing Professor Oak's challenge through Route 1 and 2 just because we have the time to. If I'd gotten the shiny a little bit earlier, then it would have been out of the question, but might as well go for it at this point. There's nothing else to do. Yeah. What's my favorite Zelda game? That's a tough one right there. Because Link to the Past is the first one I played, so that holds a special place in my heart. But I'd say it's probably tied with Ocarina, but I really like the handheld ones too. So it's probably Link to the Past and Ocarina tied. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, I failed it. Oops. The strategy is just to sprint over to the school bit when they're got the brilliant aura, because I've failed 2 of those now, and I need to be getting all of those. Yeah, I really like Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. Those games are really fun too, but I I think they're probably tied with the Minish Cap. Actually, I put them just above the Minish Cap. I think that them as a package and the Water Temple in Oracle of Ages is one of my favorite dungeons in the whole series. I haven't played too many of the 3D ones though. I need to get up to that. I beat the first temple in what's the GameCube one? Twilight Princess, and that one was a lot of fun. I think that might could potentially beat out Ocarina of Time, but we're gonna be playing the remake pretty soon. I'm so excited. And then I probably will want to play the original Majora's Mask on my analog 3D. I haven't gotten enough use out of that thing, but that'd be a really fun playthrough to stream once I'm looking for something a little different after this run. Or maybe I'll plop it in the middle, because you can sprint through a Zelda game. I feel like if you're not trying to 100%, then it's pretty achievable to get through a Zelda game relatively quickly. Majora's Mask is kind of a tough one, though. I feel like it's a confusing one. That one I'm definitely not going to try to 100%. That sounds like a little bit too much. Just remembering all the patterns of where everybody is. I wouldn't start looking stuff up, and then I feel like I lose the fun out of it, and then it just feels like a checklist once I'm looking up where to go for certain things. The only games that I kind of like doing that with is like when you get to the end of an RPG, figuring out where you should go for certain items is I find it a bit more fun rather than getting lost, but it depends on how big the game is and whether you're getting burnt out from the game or not. One thing I just don't like, can't really get into anymore is, ooh, here we go. Be the one. Be the one. Nah. That would have been legendary. I think we're at 200 now though, so let's do a quick dex check. I think I need to get a few more um, Squovits, but then I can just go full all in on Rookidee for a little bit. $432, pretty good. 192. All right, we're over for Nickard, so now we should just finish up Squovit. All right, need 8 more there, so let's just wrap that up, and then we can start targeting Rookidee only. I wonder when the shiny will come. This is going to be a battle of attrition, that's for sure, because I'm at just over quarter odds, and Just imagining doing this 8 times. It's going to be a long haul. Oh. Oh, nice. I needed one of these. Perfect. 5% counter right there. If I got like the sneaky purloin for the shiny, that would be pretty sweet. I got a cat now, so running through this with a cat as my starter slash ace be unreal. Feels weird to all of a sudden be a cat guy. Oops, nicely powdered twice. Yep, I was always a dog guy growing up. Had 3 dogs, 2 dogs growing up, and then my mom just got a 3rd dog, but it kind of feels like my dog. His name's Gus, and he's a horrible dog. He's loving and caring, but he has a demon mode and will torment you horribly. He just let anything available he will take and steal and chew up. The good thing is he doesn't swallow things like our last dog did, Max. He was a black lab, and he would literally eat socks anytime he got his hands on it. He would. We'll name the. Let's do. I don't know. Oh, actually, my fiance's best friend from college has a. Or her roommate has a cat named Oatmeal, so we'll do that. That's a cute name. But yeah, Max would just literally eat anything that is possible to eat, he would eat. He ate a necktie one time, and we had to bring him to the vet. It was this whole deal. And then he ate like corn on the cob, which dogs cannot eat, and he had to get taken to the vet. He was just the best, sweetest dog, but he was so stupid with what he ate, and we had to bring him to the vet way too much. So Gus, while he is a demon, he does not hurt himself nearly as much as our last dog. Yeah, Gus, when he was a puppy, was this insane little demon. He would, like, 50% of the time, he'd just be in absolute destruction mode, and we'd be making these, like, guttural dog yelps, and it was just like, we brought him on a ferry one time when we were going to Long Island, and he was just losing his mind the entire ferry, and people were just laughing at him because he was making these inexplicable noises that did not sound like a dog. And other dog owners would walk by and were just chuckling, like entertained by him. But he was something else, and now he's a tamer version of that, but still kind of a little psycho. No, we don't need to evolve. Actually, Dottler's probably the reason I'm not gonna do the Route 1. That's such a good patch, but I need to get the Squovitz out of the way now. We're just doing a little brilliant aura farming. Nope. Sorry, Emperor, not today. Here we go. Alright. Come here. This is crazy. I can't even do the math for odds anymore. It's easy to count, like, divvy it up across 1024, but I'm gonna start forgetting or being able to do the mental calcs for percentage done. I guess I'll be able to tell like halfway to half odds. think it is time for another beverage, if you'll excuse me. While I was away, I actually mapped out what kind of dog I want to get. Because we got the cat right now, and Morty is wonderful, but I would love to get an English Springer Spaniel puppy to go along with Morty and see them become best friends. And then I was thinking down the line, I would want to just get like 2 dogs at once and get a beagle and a lab together, and they would be hilarious. Hopefully at that point I can maybe afford a house to buy or something so I don't have to continue to rent, but I kind of want to have my own space long term if I'm going to get a dog where I know it's easy to walk and like let them out. But an English Springer Spaniel puppy would be so cute, and I think that our cat would, maintain dominance over it because it's the veteran in the household. The elder, the wise one. Pets are the best though. I think having a pet after playing these games my whole life, I feel like it's like I got my own little animal. It's my own little fucking Pokemon. It's crazy. I wonder what the shiny will be. It will be very interesting to see what ends up being the first team member of this squad. It's funny, when you're doing a challenge run like this, you just get a time to lament on who it's actually going to be. Alright, and then we actually want to, okay, 3 more. Then it's Rookity time. We are going to commit mass murder of Rookity. Normally I wouldn't turn down a naked encounter, however, we're past where we need to be, and this is where I want to be. Alright, got one, and we got an aura. Could it be the one? Might be. We got, let's use the bites, we can clean house with that thing. Alright, this might be the one. Nope. It was Yamp. I didn't even realize. This is a little precarious. I don't think you can do anything to us, but it might nuzzle us. That'd be annoying. Let's see if Water Gun can knock it out. Oh, we got it. No, that wasn't even a brilliant aura. It was pro. They tricked me. I got no watts. I thought I was gonna get some fucking watts. One game I do need to actually beat though is Octopath Traveler 2, and I never fully completed Octopath Traveler 1 because like the ultimate boss at the end is very frustratingly hidden. Oh, what do we got? Alright, we'll kill you, but you don't count. Not on our encounter table. Hey, another one. Oh no, that's the one I was chasing. Okay, calm down. Alright, we might be... This might be the last one. And then it's Rookity time. At this point, we're going to hit 10 hours on the stream. That's just happening. I love how the Yamper went up too. This is one, like, you can say that the games are better in 2D, but I think the different behaviors of the different species is such a cool change that finally gets realized once they move to 3D. So I will accept it as as one pro of the open world, but I'm a 2D guy through and through. If they had had following Pokemon in this entire game rather than just in Crown Tundra, I think I would have been more engaged with it. Alright, I think this is actually the last school of it, and we can go full Rookity now. Do the check. Alright, 201. Alright, we did one for good luck. Alright. Oh, we got the Brilliant Aura over there. It's got the one in... What is it? Is it 840 odds? It could be the one. Statistically is more likely. That would be kind of disappointing as the first shiny, but if one's presented a shiny, they take a shiny. And it is not the shiny. Alright, so now we're aura farming for them, and then just getting all the Rookities that we possibly can. Gotta finish it up. I should probably check where we're at with these guys, and then, but no, we'll finish Troodle's PP, and then we'll do a quick check. Gonna have to head back to Route 1 at some point to start getting the Wooloo encounters again. I actually don't care too much about evolving everybody, especially if we have the pickup Zigzagoon. I'm just gonna get that in the party and just rotate. They'll get less experience, but we can lead with them too. Lombre we can actually box now too, because we can't evolve it, so. Should probably go back after this just to get an active team in here that we can level up. I feel like there's not many movies or shows I'm excited about right now because Severance is so far out, and I should go see The Odyssey. I mean, I feel like there's no way it's worse than an 8 out of 10, and it's gotten really good reviews. Okay, here we go. Ah, missed it, motherfucker. I keep missing them. All right. Consolation. I just didn't trust my eyes and I should have run straight at it, but I missed it. God damn it. All right, now that is what I want to see for what we're going for here. Triple rookie D's, baby. Love triples. Triples are the best. Triples is the best. Bob Odenkirk is so good in that. Honestly, I was rewatching Breaking Bad a couple years ago, and that show is so good. I mean, obviously, it's, that's a Magic Johnson take right there. But, man, Breaking Bad is the best. Best show ever. But the clips come up on my YouTube all the time, and I feel like I've rewatched the entire series through YouTube clips. But that show is so good. Just, I love getting like little snippets of it because it is kind of a long commitment, and it's worth it. But I love just being reminded of all the insane scenes and episodes just through YouTube. YouTube is addicting just because of that alone, where you just get every like 3 weeks, it'll rotate a new show in that you basically rewatch all through YouTube shorts and the scenes. I feel like I've watched that show Suits. I've never even watched the show, but I've seen so much through the I've seen so much of that show just through YouTube Shorts. I feel like I know most of it. I should probably watch it at some point. I think it's a little cheesy, but like it just looks entertaining, and it's hard not to get behind like the genius or this person has a unique like special like ability to remember things or something like that. Those types of shows where there's just like, an exceptional human being. I mean, it's always fun to watch. I mean, that's why we love Good Will Hunting, and it takes place in Boston. But yeah, I wonder what show it will be next. It's been trying to push the sitcom on me, and it's just so cringy, and I swipe through it so quickly. All right, we'll do a quick encounter check on Rookity real quick because I want to see how much more we got to do. All right, it's nighttime. We can actually get the Eevee back in here. That'll be fun. And we have a special 443. All right, 57 away. We got this. But I have a special evolution plan, so we're gonna have to stay on stream till then. That might be another hour, but we'll go get it. Hopefully we can get a level up in the next reasonable amount of time at least. We'll be seeing a shiny Umbreon evolve tonight. I'm going to evolve it. Shiny Umbreon. So basically I transferred in a shiny Eevee from Pokemon Silver, and I was hunting with it for a bit, but it stopped obeying me because it's over level 20 and it's from another game, so had to box it. And the shiny animation that just adds up over time, so I can churn out a few extra encounters per hour just by not using the Eevee. And at this point, it won't obey me anything I say, so it'll take forever to get through every encounter. So, unfortunately, won't be a team mainstay. But it's not an official part of this run, so it was just brought in as a little trophy. we'll just have a shiny Umbreon chilling in our box. All right. That we like to see. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna make the push for 1,000 encounters today. I think I can get to it. We're just gonna be going all night. I will have to go make a trip to the 7-Eleven soon, but see how much we can get done for that. I might just keep the stream going to see how long we can keep this guy going. We'll take a minor break. I'll shut it down just so I can hopefully get some more clips on the next stream, but we'll be back on after not too long. If you're watching and you're enjoying, please like and subscribe. I am a very new YouTuber and would like to kind of build this into a little hobby and get a channel going. I kind of have plans, like I want to do challenge runs like this of Pokemon, but then I think probably get some Mario in there. I'm pretty good at Super Mario World, so we might just do a 100% run of that. That'd be a fun one too. Stream, I could probably do that in like one sitting too. We might need to work that in at some point, but can I 100% it in one sitting? That'd be a fun one. And I bet I could, because I know that game so well. It was probably the first video game that I played a significant amount. We had Super Nintendo was our first system. We had a Game Boy too, so I'd play a little bit of Tetris. I'm decent at Tetris. But Super Mario World was the game I played the most of. And I think that's like, honestly, that's probably my #1 game of all time. I go back to it, and it's just better literally every time I play it. They created kind of the perfect game for that. The puzzles are so satisfying. It's a game that you can truly master and get good at the mechanics, and I think the thing I like about the Mario games is mastering platforming is just so satisfying, and when it's done well, it's a pure skill. It's like memorization to know where all the enemies are so you can anticipate things, but it is kind of a pure skill genre, and it just rewards you spending more and more time in the game. So I'm a big fan of. Yeah, we'll take this encounter, but I think it's just such a good form of skill expression, and it's so much fun to do. And like, I'll forget probably half the puzzles in some of the places, like the Forest of Illusion. I'm for sure not gonna know every secret that is like available in the game, but it's so fun to like go back because I don't have them all memorized. So basically, all right. So who's our new lead gonna be? Oh, we've been hanging on to a super potion this whole time. Oops. I think we're gonna want to lead with the Kiss for now. Actually, no, we'll just keep it as is. We can just run it back with Choodle. He's starting to get good. Oops. Hello, Yamper. We gotta run from this. I don't really care about you. Sorry. Yeah, Super Mario World, all-time game, and the secrets are so satisfying, and they're really hard to find. It's the type of game that you would find out like the only way you could find certain secrets unless you're really creative with where you think to look. There are some secrets that like would require you to order a game magazine like before the internet was even a thing. Like you would have to like get Nintendo Power that tells you where all these secrets are that you had no idea about. All right, so we got 42 here, so time to start organizing the boxes. There's Kaya. Oh, we're gonna have to catch another one of you. I didn't realize we only had one. All right, so this is for two. Oh, I think you're in the way, but you're coming into the party. Where's my party? How do we do this? Oh, I'm blind. Literally blind. That's what edibles do to you folks. They turn you pretty dumb. We got Mr. Pub. And then we should do some nature checks. So Swiftsum, that's pretty cool. It counteracts the nature a little bit so you don't have much, and plus a little bit extra defense. That's nice. Yeah, we'll make that our Ludicolo slot. 24, that puts you right here. Yeah, we should take you in the party. Who will we? No, we won't do that yet. Not just yet, but you belong here. Okay, yeah, that's organized. You belong 44. I don't even know what nature. Neutral nature. What do we got over here? We're not starting over, but alright, that's bad nature. Minus special attack plus defense. I think it's a mixed attacker, but so that's not terrible. And we got another pickup. Is this pickup? No. 2 gluttony. 1 pickup. Not just yet. We'll get another. We'll add him to the team. Max. It's named after my cousin, Max, who is moving to Vermont. All right. So who do we add? We added Scout. Okay, I think that's what we need because we need to keep Butterfree on the team for. We'll be able to catch it, but I just want to be extra careful and be able to try to Premier Ball it. It's trying to get some more while we're here. Alright. Let's just do a clean 5. What's money anyways? I think I have things to sell already too. And once we get into the pickup items, like, we'll be raking in some cash. Alright. Alright. Let's do a quick Pokedex check. 453. Alright, under 50 to go. And then we can shift back to Route 1. I forgot to heal. Well, I'm not going to waste an encounter. We've made it this far. Alright. You won't obey me, but let's give some shine to the shiny Eevee. Look at this guy. Scout. That's my first dog's name. That is shiny Eevee. Pretty cool. And Scout obeyed. What a G. Yeah, Scout's got a long way before he levels up. It's not going to be worth trying to let him lead. Just won't obey, but there'll be a good payoff for it. And he can tag along in the future shiny hunts as well. Once we get 30 will be the cap after the first gem, I believe. So he'll be able to hang on the team, take some guys out. I wonder what. Yeah, I need to keep catching Zigzagoon so I can start doing, because I'm not going to keep this Professor Oak challenge going. So I'm probably just going to need as many pickup pokes as possible. Excuse me. We're for sure hunting Galarian Meowth. I was looking at Berserker earlier. Oh my god, what a wonderful route to come to. Shiny Berserker is unreal, and Berserker, I think that might have been on my original team, but we're running it back. That needs to happen. And I love my cat, Morty, so whether it's a guy or a girl, it's going to be Morty. Morty or Morticia. We've been at it for over 9 hours, folks. Just going to keep going. I kind of want to make it to 12 hours, but I don't know if YouTube likes when people walk away for too long. I got to step out for a little bit in the next hour or so. So we'll see see if we can finish out Rookity, and then we might call it and hop on for a late night sesh too. We're not done yet. Yeah, this has been so much fun. Just hanging out, ripping encounters. It's honestly been a good opportunity to just talk and let my stream of thoughts come out too. It feels like I'm just getting to game, kind of zone out, and hang out with some people. It's been great. I don't know who's in chat or if you're even there, but I appreciate it. It feels like I'm hanging out with somebody right now, so cheers. I am, for the record, drinking some low impact beers, so I don't even know what percentage they are. I have no idea, but very low, I assume. I can't tell. Not too much. It's probably on the box, not on the can. Alright. There you are. Look at he's such a cute little Pokemon. I'm drinking some Fat Tire, the low impact ones, and they are kind of delightful. Fat Tire is one of my favorite beers. I think they just very drinkable, has a good flavor too, so it's not too boring. I will shift to an IPA season come football because I love drinking like on a Sunday, NFL Red Zone on, and then you have just like 8%, maybe 2 if you're feeling saucy, 8% beers, and just watch football all day. It's the best. Alright, on to the next patch. Nothing here, and we move on. Actually, we have to catch the Amber. Let's get that. Yeah, that's a It's a low percentage encounter, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. 5%, so pretty good. But yeah, oh geez, I didn't mean to kill you. Oh, nice, perfect. No static. Actually, I don't even know if it gets static. Oh, we don't need this actually. Oh well, for shits and gigs. I think it gets that funny Pokeball pickup ability, so if you miss an encounter, you get it back. Here's for good luck. Alright, this is where we want to be. Anything good here? Yeah. What's up, buddy? Are you ready to die? That's what's gonna happen here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it just needs that. You know, it's nice because this method, while you don't have the best odds, it feels like you're kind of making progress all the time, and I find it relaxing. I'm always chipping away at something because, like, it's gonna to get all of these to 500. I hope that I have the shiny before then, but it kind of gives me a target to work towards, which is help keeping the momentum going. I feel like a full odds hunt and I would just like lose steam a little quicker. Maybe we'll do one of those one day, but a full odds shiny quest, like I've been thinking about doing an emerald, so I think I'm just gonna, or sorry, not emerald, diamond, but I think I might just hold on to that idea for down the line if I ever want to really dive into something long term. All right, I need the birds. No birds. There he is, and that's not him. We'll kill you though. Honor battle. It must be done. Thought he might survive, but it's a lower level. The Choodle's got good defense, so well, I guess my Choodle is just built different at this point. I haven't used any water guns yet, but I just like, oh, that didn't kill. I'm slightly surprised by that. Thought water gun would, I guess it's stab, so it probably does more than I think. 60 damage, I'm pretty sure it's a physical attacker, so I don't know how much it's actually doing. I need to do an item check. Another super potion. We always take it. It's the most versatile item in the game. I think it's actually the most cost-effective of any potion. Or actually, now Papa C had a video, and I'm pretty sure the potion, or no, fresh water is the ultimate way, and then potion before that. You get the. It's kind of funny how they have the inverse cost-effectiveness as you purchase the nicer potions. I understand it because I guess it's more convenient, so I guess that does make sense from an economy perspective, but I do love getting the fresh waters in Soul Silver. I've been just farming or like stocking up on the Moo Milks because that's the best. I don't know if it's the best cost-effective amount, but I 100 HP is just such a good baseline baseline HP. Like it works for early game, it'll heal you up all the way, and then in the late game, it's just better than a super potion, and it just is relevant throughout. You might not use it in the battle as much for a high HP poke, but like that's not until you're like level 100, and even then, it's just very useful. Oh, look at you. I've seen so many of you. All right, we're almost at 1100, so let's go find a brilliant aura poke for that. We'll take a break from the Rookies, but if it's a Rookity with a brilliant aura, all the better. All right, 1099. Nothing up here. Oh, here we go. That was quick. Nope, that would have been legendary. 1100 exactly. Too bad, that would have been legendary, but all good, all good. We're gonna finish up Rookity. Let's do a quick check on encounters. I probably got like 10. I don't know. I've been finding a lot of them though, so let's see. $469. All right, 31 to go, and then we can jump back to Route 1. We're coming up on 800. Yeah, 800 encounters on the day. But we gotta hit 1,000. That would be insane. My dedication unrivaled. See something shine over here now. There we go. Alright. 31 exactly, so at 1,132, we will be at 500 and go back to Route 1. Then we will lock in the ideal odds for Rookity, which is huge. If we get the shiny Rookity, that would be best case scenario. The more I'm hunting it, the more I just, it's gotta be the one. I think that Rookity is basically what Starly wants to be. It's a cuter version, but I think Rookity clears it at each stage. Starly just gets uglier every time it evolves. I'm sorry for Starly fans, but I do love Staraptor. However, it is an ugly ass bitch. Sorry. Language. Alright, we finally got one. We're getting up there. I need to remember, because it's 1,132, we can leave, but if we get any brilliant auras before then that number might skew a little bit. Because I will take any brilliant aura. Even what we're not hunting. Yeah, but if you... I can understand Starly over Rookity, if that's your thing. But I don't think you can make a case that every other stage is just the. Ooh, is this a vitamin? PP up. That's huge. I love that actually. All right, this is gonna be so fun because we're basically gonna perfect the entire team as we go throughout. We're gonna EV train everything, so use all the berries that we can. We won't directly like wild battle EV train because I'm gonna want to just like hunt down what I want to, but um, all the berries we're gonna save throughout the game and just slowly nudge up the right stats. EV training, I think that'll be really cool. It's gonna be like a competitive team by the end of all shinies. That's unreal. And they have a pretty good, honestly, if I got a shiny Greedent through the berries, like picking up the berries, that'd be pretty sick. But because I honestly have decent odds. I don't know if you can ever get Brilliant Aura Pokemon through that, but I'll be, who knows, maybe we'll get a full odds. It's that older one called Above Squall, but I don't even know. Check that right now. Greedent. Yeah. Greedent's a pretty good shiny. It's better than Squirtle, I think. It's just kind of creepy. I really can't let that be the face of my team. It's getting replaced as soon as I possibly can if that's the shiny we get. I apologize to Greedent fans, but that bitch ugly. Alright. Any more? Any more? Yes. 1-1-1-1. I think we do Brilliant Aura. Yeah, for every cool number, we gotta have a Brilliant Aura just so we can, you know, the clip would be legendary to get a sick number and have it be your shiny. Legendary. Alright, so we are Brilliant Aura farming. Choodle and Yamper, I constantly think is a Brilliant Aura for a second, and then it's not. Let me figure out how to crouch down. Let me just, because that screwed me a couple times. What is it? I gotta get one set up. I love you, Yamper. Sorry, I'm not catching you this time. Alright. Let's make this a little bigger. 1 second, sorry. Adjusting my setup slightly. Honestly. Yeah, that's much better. Alright. I got a bigger screen I'm playing off of now. Should have done that a long time ago. So right now we are hunting down a Brilliant Aura because I want the best shiny odds for my 1111th encounter. So hopefully we got one coming up soon. And it'll create the most legendary clip if that is the shiny that we get. We're targeting 1,000 encounters today. I took Friday off just to dedicate my entire Friday to this. So Well, I also just went to game all day, and then I figured out how to do a stream setup recently, so it was just inevitable. I'm trying to think. I would definitely want to stream a Zelda game. I don't think I want to do Ocarina of Time remake on stream because I feel like I need to just like focus and get lost in that, undistracted. But I've been kind of craving Majora's Mask lately too, so I might do a stream of that at some point. And then I love the Elder Scrolls games, but that's another one that feels hard to stream just because it's just so immersive. I feel like I would just get lost in the world. That's usually my goal during that. Maybe if I introduced a challenge to it, but I think we will see Pokemon Ruby with all week Pokemon. That might be something I mix into the cycle with these streams, but my week team for Ruby, as of right now, we got a couple locks. So there's going to be Skitty and Surskit will be the first two encounters I get because I think I can sneak through the first gym with that, and then I should be in decent shape for the second Brawly gym. But then I want to add a Minun because I feel like that's like it's a good kind of gimmicky Pokemon, has a bunch of utility moves, so I feel like I could get some good work out of that. Illamuse or whatever it is, or Volbeat, one of those two, whichever one I get first, honestly. But there's so many interesting bad Pokemon, and Tropius is for sure a log. That's going to be my HM slave, 100%. We'll probably put Cut on Skitty to get through the early game, and then Rock Smash is honestly a good game, but you have to get past the 6th gym to get rid of the move, or to get access to the move deleter, so you kind of have to be a little careful about who you're actually teaching the HM moves to, because they get stuck with it. Like Flash, you're stuck with it it's a decent move, but for a Pokemon that has a good learn set, you want to have the flexibility to get rid of that. But that might be a good candidate for Skitty. If we can learn it, let me check. Alright, new tab. Cerebi is the best website ever. Fight me if you disagree. And maybe go to 3 Ruby Sapphire. And we want to check Skitty. And the verdict is in Gen 3, Skitty does learn Flash. Alright, that's the one HM learns, and that's actually a fun move to just spam and mess up accuracy. So that might be actually a good strat for the first gym. Surskit to whittle down the Geodudes, because you can one-hit those, and then you do a switch to Surskit, and hopefully it's bulky enough to take a hit. Then you try to get like a Sing and like 6 flashes off. And oh, that was my 111th counter. Oops, it was not a Shining Aura Pokemon. Anticlimactic. We'll give the credit to this next one, and it'll be the honorary 1111th encounter. Because that was not what I was looking for. We gotta get one soon. I have like a 3% chance on all of these pokes, for Christ's sake. Where is she? Where is my brilliant aura encounter? Where is she? Nothing yet. We get 3 encounters per grass patch, meaning with a 3%, that's a 1 in 33 chance of getting it each time. So after 33 laps, it should be all but guaranteed. And I feel like we're getting pretty close to that at this point. So many Starly. Or sorry, not Starly. I keep doing that, Rookity. I was comparing Starly to Rookity earlier, and I am Team Rookity all the way. However, I will accept if you have the opinion that Starly is better than Rookity, because it's definitely a lot cuter, but Rookity's a lot cooler, so I'm Team Cool for sure. But the remaining evolutions are just 100% Rookity's line's better. Corvusquire and Corviknight take out Staraptor and Staravia any day of the week. We gotta have one soon. Give me a Rookity. That would be the most exciting, because we are getting very close to having the perfect odds for Rookity. Come on, we gotta get one soon. We gotta start checking this guy up here. This is where it's hiding. Nope. There it is. Alright. And no shiny. That was the honorary 1111th encounter, and we did not get it, unfortunately, folks. And that is why we kill you. Oh, yeah, you resisted, I guess. I have a fun prompt. What would be the crossover of a Nintendo game that doesn't exist today? Ruling out Smash. That doesn't count. But what crossover would you want in a Pokemon game? It could be any Nintendo game. It could be outside Nintendo. I'm going to have to think this through right now because that sounds pretty tough. So there's a low-hanging fruit of like Mario. Mario would probably fit in pretty well as like a funny little Easter egg in one of the buildings. But like he's fixing the toilets. Oh, that would be it. You have like a roadblock in a building that like leads you to the next city or something, the next route. But the walkway is closed because the bathroom exploded and you have Mario there just like cleaning everything up. That would be pretty funny. I don't think Zelda fits into this universe. That's a little too out there. Maybe a Zelda monster, but like at that point, you just would want to catch it, and I feel like that just it doesn't work. But Pikmin would be funny, like a random infestation of Pikmin. You could catch a like Pikmin in whatever color you want. That would actually be really cool. I need to play a Pikmin game. That might be something I stream, but that also requires focus. So I might need to do a playthrough and then understand the lay of the land and then jump into it. Pikmin would be a good one. What else? Final Fantasy. It's just a little too like too many weapons. I just don't think it would work. Some of the enemies, again, you have that problem where like you need a character to come over, not one of the monsters, because then it just Pikmin's the exception because I feel like it is the brand, so that'd be really cool. That they put it in the game and then you can't catch it specifically. That would just be torture. But honestly, I think, yeah, what else is there? The Splatoon characters could kind of slide in some sort of paint side mission or a gym or something. And they're just the gym leaders. That would be actually really cool. Double battle gym with this two Splatoon characters. I've never played those games, but I know the front men of that. That would be really cool. Just what would their type be? I feel like it could be a gym that has maybe it's like normal type, but they have a bunch of Pokemon that can like change types, and that's just the whole strategy. Like you have Porygon, you have Kecleon, You have a... Ooh, that's a good concept. I need to tell my buddy Dusty Go-Goat about that. I'm going to text him right now because that's an unreal idea. Yeah, and think about this. A Splatoon crossover with them as gym leaders would be so cool. This is such a great idea. Yeah, you'd have like the Splatoon characters as a um like dual type doubles gym leader. That would just be unreal. Normal type changes the abilities of its type, like similar to the colors of paint that it spreads. That'd be unreal. All right, where are we at? Okay, so we got to keep hunting these rookies. But yeah, that's such an interesting idea. Okay, so what else is there? We kind of covered Mario. I mean, you could throw in a Koopa or a Goomba as a catchable poke. That would just be like a mind fuck, but it would have to be a multiversal plot to justify bringing in another franchise into the fray. But yeah, I don't think it's Zelda. What else is there? I gotta pull up NintendoLife.com. We can talk through this. We'll keep it to Nintendo just because I feel like it would actually never happen for a franchise outside Nintendo. But I could see some sort of crossover. Kirby would be interesting, but you'd want to catch it. That would just be unfair. Maybe some of the Star Fox characters arrive from space. That'd be interesting. Oh wow, this is so bright. Star Fox. Metroid's a little too out there. I think it's a little too intense. Just come in with a bunch of weapons. Oh crap, I didn't do that. It's such good tabs open. I accidentally exited out of my tabs. It's a travesty. Alright. We're gonna get the setup back up. Alright. Sorry, folks. I'm just multitasking the best I can right now. Okay. We're up and running. And okay. Let's get it. We're gonna level up. Headbutt. Goodbye, tackle. Yep, keep protect. You gotta cover your bases, you know. We're getting mightily close to finishing up rookies and counter church. Then we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna step out for 5 minutes. Hopefully I don't get booted for inactivity or anything like that, but I have some business to be done. I need to go get a drink from the corner store. That is what I'm doing, but it is necessary. I think I'm gonna get some seltzer. There's a 7-Eleven down the street from me. I'm going to quite a bit. Coming up on 800 encounters on the day. Exciting stuff. It'll be 11:44, so we'll do another Brilliant Aura hunt for that. Hopefully actually get it in a reasonable amount of time this time. Hopefully get some more soon. Feels like they're coming way less than 3% of the time. Back to this crossover conversation, though. I think Kirby is kind of in play, but it's a little too fantastical without you being able to catch the actual monsters in that game. But there's so many good designs in that. I think that's like some peak character design in Kirby. All the enemies are pretty memorable and cute. I think I saw a Brilliant Aura over there. We might need to. Don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me or not, but Shiny Nickit would be a pretty unreal pull. If that's where we got the shiny, actually. Nope, nothing. Oh wow, bunch of Nickits. That's a nice 15% spawn. What are the chances of that happening? Pretty low, I think. I didn't encounter one and chain it or anything, so I don't know. Just some good old luck. We gotta get a save in soon. Oops, I did not mean to predict. Yeah, try hitting me, bro. Can't keep up. Too fast. Ooh, we got an aura. Let's get it. No shiny. Oh! My color blindness. Holy fucking shit. 1126. That is such a funny clip. Hashtag the life of a colorblind person. Okay, be careful. Oh my fucking god. I can't believe I just got that. That is unreal. I need to message Liam. Holy shit. That is so cool. Okay, okay. Very careful. Sleep powder. We're putting you to sleep. Male shiny Squovit. Oh my god. We beat odds. I can't believe I got it. It was an aura, so the getting it over 200 actually made an impact. Alright, we're gonna hold on. That is insane. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe I got it. That is gonna be such a funny clip. I just like didn't even realize it. Fucking that is why I didn't want this as shiny. However, Gradient when it evolves is much more noticeable. So we're gonna be able to get to start off phase 2 of the gym challenge. We can level this guy up. It'll actually be pretty good for the gym. I think it's a bug type, so oh my god. Yeah. That is insane. This is unreal. I cannot wait. So we are 9 hours and 42 minutes into the stream, probably around 9 hours 40 minutes. We encountered a shiny school of it. This is insane. Oh God. I hope my buddies can jump on. They need to witness this live. Holy crap. We got shiny school of it. We're just gonna settle here. This is this might call for another low impact fat tire. Give me 1 second. We are drinking the low impact fat tire ales. I think they're like under 1%. And we got the shiny school of it on stream. This is unreal. Okay, so in honor of these non-alcoholics I'm drinking tonight, we're naming it Fat Tire, and I think that fits well for a male school of it. Would be a big one to add to the yeah, Fat Tire ingredient is going to be so cool. All right, I'm going to give it a couple more seconds. Dusty, you're on, thank God. All right, so yes, we got a shiny on the hook right now. 11,000, or sorry, 1,126 encounters in, and I got shiny school of it. It literally, if you play back the clip, I'm colorblind, and I was just like, we had a brilliant aura pop up, and I just got this over 200 encounters, which brings um, it brings the shiny chances from 1,124 to 1,000 like 840 when you get the brilliant aura encounter. And I went in and I was like, oh, another non-shiny school of it, and then it sparkled because my color blindness, I could not tell that it was actually shiny. So it's literally the funniest thing ever. But all right, I think we just go ahead and catch this, and then we can finally leave Route 1 and 2 and head out into the wild area. This is going to be so cool. We're going to level this scope it up. All right, so we are going to catch this in a Premier Ball. Come on. Let it be the one. 1, 2, 3. We got it. Cheers to Fat Tire. It's backwards, but oh my gosh. We beat the odds. The brilliant this is that mechanic is going to make this feasible because you kind of grind through getting to over 100. Actually, 200 encounters is kind of that line where the shiny odds get you below 1,000, and I think it becomes really feasible. So I can't believe we got this. This is so cool. Oh my God. All right. Fat Tire, you are the first member of this team. And we actually have one buddy that'll come with us. We'll actually get to see an Evo pretty soon of another shiny that we have sneaking on this team right now. All right, Fat Tire. Yeah, we're adding you right to the party. All right, who are we boxing? I think I know I don't have another Greedent on the team. I can't believe I got it. That's so cool. All right, we'll box. Let's box Blooder because we don't need you for now. Okay, we got the nature reveal coming up. This is exciting. Is there anything we want to do before the nature reveal? All right, let's just do it now. I'm so pumped. Okay, we got Choodle right here. We'll jump over to the where is it? Do we have the where's the nature? Okay, so why can't I see this right now? Okay, here we go. Serious Choodle and a hasty Fat Tire Squovit. That is unreal. This is that's so funny. This was my last choice, but I think it's going to be pretty fun to use. I was really hoping to get Rookidee. We can still try to hunt one down the line. I'm sure there's other encounter patches for it, but I definitely want to branch out after this. But That is so cool. I can't even remember what hasty is. I just know it's up speed. Okay, so this is just going to be a hard hitter. I think its defense is pretty good, so that's a little bit of a bummer, but I'll take it. Obviously, like a modest or a timid nature probably would have been best. Let's check the stats. We gotta check the stats on this. It was Rookity Dusty. I was hoping for Rookity, also Wooloo, but I was trying to grind up some experience on Route 2 where Wooloo isn't an encounter, but I got I was like up to 250 battles, so the odds were pretty good for Wooloo. But I gotta get out of here and get a save in. Shiny Squovit, nicknamed Fat Tire. This is unreal. And we got a Hasty Nature, which is pretty good. I like speed on this guy. And then Cheek Pouch is such a cool ability because I'm just gonna be rocking a berry with this thing the whole time, figure out what's optimal for each, phase of the game, and like just packing citrus berries on this guy is gonna be so much fun because it'll just basically under half, it's gonna basically go back to full health every single time. So I just gotta farm some citrus berries, orange berries, whatever I can, so we can get this thing up. Oh, and it's in the Premier Ball. Unreal. It's got some moves. Let's just get the moves in the order. I think I like tackle up front, but let's move bite up here. And then rollouts actually. Oh, that's going to be great for the bug gym. I think we're going to wipe the floor. We just evolve this to a Greedent, and then we can roll out the whole first gym. I'm pretty sure it's bug type. I'm almost positive. All right, this is so cool. Okay, so let's get a save in before my Switch 2 crashes for the first time since I purchased it like 2 years ago. Okay, and now we gotta do a battle reveal. Yeah, I'm not too disappointed that I didn't get the Rookidee, but because it's kind of funny because throughout I was like looking at all the things I was hunting. So Nickit was definitely high on the list. I think that would have been the ultimate get. It would have been bad for the first gym, but I think it would have been shiny. Thievul looks so cool, but I think it was actually tied with Rookidee, and then Wooloo was the third place, and then I had Greedent last. But I think Greedent's actually going to be the most fun to use. But let's get a heal. I'm going to say it one more time because it, I'm just paranoid right now that it'll go away somehow. But okay. So let's get a awakening on this guy, and we are going to throw it into battle and see how pretty it looks. All right, well, let's do a little honor battle. I'm gonna get another Squovit, and we'll do Squovit v Squovit so we can see the exact. Okay, here we go. Regular old Squovit, and we got shiny Squovit. Look at that thing. They look pretty similar. Am I crazy as a colorblind person? How different are they? Give it to me straight in chat. Are those that different? I think they look pretty similar. Am I crazy? Am I just like colorly disabled? Well, I definitely am. Like that is a real thing, but I guess it does look a lot pinker. That looks like brown, I think. I can't believe I didn't realize it was shiny. It's so funny. All right, we got to win this battle. Let's just roll this fool out. Try to pick up a level. We do need to grind a little bit before going to the wild area. I'm going to try to get this thing up like above level 10 so we're starting to whack some pools. But I think it's actually time that we go box everybody but one special guest to this team, and you guys will see soon what we got. And honestly, like, we're not going to use it in the gym. It is a shiny. That's what they call a teaser in the business. It is a shiny, but we got a special evolution coming up in the wild area, so definitely stay tuned for that. It is a shiny that will be evolving soon, and I waited for this particular time of the day to evolve it. That's another hint. That's what they call a teaser in the biz. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Beat odds, just unreal outcome. That is so cool. This is crazy. I'm already on to the second gym after a day of hard work. We are on 9 hours 52 minutes. It was about 9 hours 40 minutes that I actually got the shiny encounter, but here we are. We made it. Damn, this we might faint here. Let's get it. Okay. Actually, I won't tell you what yet. We're gonna throw in. Let's give Kiss a try. Actually, let's give Morticia a try. We haven't gotten any Purloin experience come in. Well, that was like the coolest moment ever. Early streamer, but we got some good content here, huh? Wow. Okay. Purloin, get a little fake out in. All right, we got to look up Squilbits. Um, Learn set because we are about to think about the build for this thing. All right, Body Slam early, level 20. That's unreal. It gets Super Fang late. That'll be useful. Oh yeah, and counter. We're gonna have a lot of. Oh, and it has Belch, which is 120. Yeah, that is gonna be fun to use. All right, Greedent. When do you learn levels? Is it every 5? Yeah, pretty similar level up schedule. Okay, this is gonna be super fun to use. I can't believe we got it. We did it. Phase 1 is done. I know I'm not using the term phase correctly, but we can actually beat the first gym leader. And we're going to finish that tonight. So we might pause. And yeah, we might pause. I do got to go get a drink at the 7-Eleven down the street. So I'm going to hop off for probably 30 minutes or so, but I'll be right back on. I can't believe we did it. Gonna have to save 10 more times. But please tune in about, I'll be back on in 15 minutes. Actually, I might just keep the stream going and just run this back later. But okay, so where do I want to put Butterfree? Let me just get some organization going. 15, all right. You belong here. Blickbug, minus attack plus speed. That's actually, if I'm gonna level up, if I'm gonna evolve any of them, that'll be the one. And this is minus speed plus defense. That's it, because Bolton's so fast though. That's a little less than ideal. We'll throw you in box 31. Oh wow, I like how they give you just all the boxes from the start. I never understood why they limited the number you could have. It was always like, I guess I understand real early on, but I feel like in Gen 4 it feels a little cramped. Actually, no, they give you a lot in Gen 4. What am I talking about? All right, so we're boxing everything. We got to dial in on the actual challenge of this run. We are now with only Shiny Squilvet and one little buddy, which you will deduce pretty soon who that is. We'll keep you just for pickup. And then, oh yeah, oops, you belong right here. All right, so we got a good amount of the decks done. I didn't catch everything in that route even. But as you can see, there's one Pokemon I'm keeping in the party. And the reason for that is, so we have Kiss, just so we can keep picking up items. I might actually have to go grab the other one, but here we're gonna hop off in just a minute or two. But we got a shiny Eevee on the team, and this guy is about to evolve into an Umbreon. I got the evolution prompt earlier, and I pressed B because I wanted to make this a full-on Umbreon, and it's going to look so cool. So he'll be tagging along, but we're not going to be using him in the battles, especially the gym leaders, just because, first off, it didn't come from this game. I transferred it from Pokemon Silver, but I just wanted to have this guy in the box the whole time, so I transferred him up. I use my 3DS. I still have Bank downloaded on one of my 3DSs, so I can do the transfer ups through that. But that is it. Wow. Okay, so let's heal up. We're gonna have to do a little bit of training because I really don't want to use any of the Pokemon that aren't technically on the team. I'm just keeping these out so we can keep picking up items and we can get this cool Umbreon because we're gonna use the Umbreon as we hunt for future pokes because it's just gonna be a staple of the team despite it not actually being able to be used for the rest of the challenge. All right, so what I wanted to do is grab, I have another Zigzagoon pickup. We're gonna take you, and we're gonna get a lot of pickup going. I'm gonna have to check what, so we're probably gonna have a couple Meowth in the box too, just so we can get the pickup ability run on every extra space in the party. Wow, that was a lot faster than I expected. We did it. We got the shiny Scovet. I appreciate all who joined me in that journey. All right, save one more time. And I am going to hop off now, but I will be on in about 15 minutes, and you will be able to see the shiny Eevee evolve into an Umbreon, and I'm going to take on the first gym tonight. So, see you, everyone.